When Gu Yang entered the red zone, his entire body shuddered as if he were on the verge of collapse, but he still managed to bear it in the end. This startled the spectators. Previously, quite a few experts had tried charging into the red zone, but anyone who was not a celestial had been blown back, and many had even suffered heavy injuries. It had to be known that those who had dared to attempt entering the red zone were amongst the strongest Xuanhuan disciples here. Although they might not compare to celestials, they were outstanding elites. Even they had failed, which had caused many people to give up. They all formed an assumption that only celestials could enter the red zone. But Gu Yang had used his actions to prove them wrong. Following Gu Yang, Yue Zifeng also entered. His aura seemed like an unsheathed sword that stabbed into the tide. He actually seemed even more relaxed than Gu Yang. A sword cultivator, not bad. The vice-sect master nodded with praise. He saw that Yue Zifeng had reached a profound comprehension of the sword Tao. Following the two of them, Li Qi also entered, but he had only just entered when he coughed up blood. The two different forces were extremely difficult to deal with. One pushed you back, while the other pushed you down. He felt like his body was being twisted, and he suffered an injury. But although he appeared extremely miserable, after tottering several times, he still managed to endure it. He wasn't forced out. The last one was Song Minjuan. Song Minjuan's cultivation base was around the same as Li Qi. He also coughed up blood, and he just narrowly managed to endure it. Once the four of them entered, everyone's gazes fell on Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan immediately felt a chill. His physical body wasn't strong. It wasn't even on the same level as an ordinary dragonblood warrior. This could be fatal to him. "Boss, don't spout nonsense. Hurry up. The worst case is you'll fly out and come back," said Long Chen impatiently. This little fellow always liked to act slippery, but now wasn't the time. "Fine, I'm going, boss." Xuanhuan looked at Long Chen tender-heartedly. That scene gave Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er goosebumps. "Go in peace," sighed Long Chen with a mournful expression. "I'm not dying. Why are you jinxing me? If you stall any longer, I'll kick you inside. Hurry up." Xuanhuan took a deep breath. Clenching his teeth, he took a few steps and then fiercely jumped into the red zone. The spectators let out startled cries. Was he an idiot? If a person's feet left the ground, how would they be able to stabilize themselves? Wouldn't he be immediately blown out? Xuanhuan immediately vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood, but he actually managed to stay in the red zone. He wasn't blown back. Everyone was dumbfounded. This didn't make any sense. Even the four families' experts were stunned. But when they looked at Xuanhuan's feet, they came to a sudden comprehension. At some point, Xuanhuan had put on large metallic boots. He had relied on the weight of the boots to keep himself steady. Of course, these people were unaware that these were part of his armor. Furthermore, it wasn't just their weight that was shocking. There were hidden mechanisms at the bottom of the boots to keep him stuck to the ground. Otherwise, just the weight of the boots wouldn't be able to keep him standing here. "All right, we'll line up to block the pressure a bit." Gu Yang and the other four lined up so that it would be a bit easier for the others. This red zone was too terrifying. Even Gu Yang and the others were at their limit. Perhaps only a few others would be able to endure it if no one helped them. Now, the 5 of them were not only helping the Dragonblood warriors share their burden, they were also encouraging them, as well as telling them that they weren't fighting alone. They had everyone to help them. One Dragonblood warrior tried to enter the red zone. He immediately vomited blood, but with a furious roar, he erupted with his full strength, fighting against the pressure. He tottered back and forth, but in the end, with a supreme effort, he managed to endure it. The strongest impact was when you entered a new zone. Once you managed to endure it, you would rapidly adapt. Seeing him succeed, the others were filled with confidence and they tried it. But not every person succeeded. Some were blown back. Long Chen had long since been prepared and he immediately caught them. He had them rest before trying again. With Long Chen present, they didn't need to worry about being blown back to the outer zone. Without that worry, they could go all out in their attempt to enter the red zone. This was a very miserable trial. Each person who tried to enter the red zone paid a heavy price. They would definitely vomit blood, and in the struggle, some people's legs even broke directly. Later, they relied on crawling with their arms to advance. The tenacious will they displayed shook all the experts watching. They were absolutely ruthless to themselves. Without going through pain and suffering, one cannot achieve success. This doesn't just apply to ordinary mortals, but also cultivators. Although the effort you put in isn't always directly proportional to your gains, If two people were of the same talent and luck, the one who puts in the most effort will obtain the most. In order to increase your odds by just a bit, you have to put in 10 times the effort of others. This is what it means to have resolve, said the vice sect master. The four families' experts all nodded. The majority of them were on the level of monastery heads and had high statuses, but they had rarely seen disciples as determined as the Dragonblood warriors. Each one of these 300 people had such perseverance and refused to accept defeat. One of the Dragonblood warriors had even failed 17 times. It was unknown how many times his bones broke. Blood had dyed his body, but he refused to accept help. On his 18th try, relying on his own strength, he managed to succeed. As a result, after 6 hours, all the Dragonblood warriors managed to enter the red zone. Although it was just the edge, the other disciples all felt a profound veneration for them. If their positions were switched, they wouldn't have had that kind of perseverance, and even if they did, they wouldn't have this kind of resolve. This was a conviction that they would definitely succeed. This conviction was in themselves. Although they suffered failure after failure, they still believed in themselves. They believed that they could definitely charge through. This kind of belief was especially important to a martial cultivator. What a lesson, sighed one of the monastery heads. Compared to the Dragonblood warriors, they found that their own disciples were lacking that kind of will and resolve. In comparison, their disciples were like greenhouse flowers. Xuanhuan said, from the 108th monastery, starting with the righteous and corrupt battle, they slaughtered out their own path with Long Chen. They have crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Each one of them is hot-blooded. When they were framed and their sect leader was captured, Long Chen charged into the first monastery on his own. At that time, these people were nothing more than rookies. Despite knowing their enemies were strong, so strong that even their sect leader couldn't resist, they were still willing to follow Long Chen into death. The feelings between them can withstand any trials. As long as Long Chen ordered it, they would follow him to their deaths. In the same way, if any of them were in danger, Long Chen would sacrifice his own life to save them. Although they are young, they understand the true meaning of cultivation. Hearing Xuanhuan's words, everyone was deeply moved. They recalled how their blood used to burn with passion when they were young, but at some unknown point, that hot blood and their fearlessness had faded. All day, all they did was scheme against each other. They were lost in thought. Only Zhou Tianyi's expression was ugly. To him, Xuanhuan's words were antagonistic, because the matter from back then had been related to his Zhou family. It was a result of the battle between the Zhou and Shui families. But her words made it seem like all the fault lay with the Zhou family when it had clearly been a competition between the two. How could she set up the Zhou family as the villain? But he couldn't say anything. After all, she hadn't directly accused his Zhou family, so he couldn't explain, because then the vice sect master's impression of the Zhou family would worsen further. "Zhou Wuji has entered the core zone," exclaimed a monastery head suddenly. Everyone hastily turned to see Zhou Wuji surrounded by runes. He had charged into the violet storm zone. When he entered, he crouched slightly, his legs trembling. It was obvious he was enduring a terrifying pressure right now. That child Wuji truly has grown up. It's been many generations of this trial since our super monasteries have given rise to a disciple who could enter the storm zone. Zhou Tianyi could not conceal his pride. Shui Guanjie is also moving. Oh, all of them are. It wasn't just Shui Guanjie. Yue Qianchen and Zhang Wuyan had also entered the storm zone. Shui Guanjie's body was releasing waves of runes. Yue Qianchen seemed to be enveloped by a huge sword image, and a blood-red mark had appeared on Zhang Wuyan's forehead, one that released a power that disrupted the flow of the violet storm zone. Seeing those four fighting against the storm zone, the vice sect master smiled with gratification. Then his gaze turned to the Dragonblood Legion. They were currently standing on the edge of the red zone, calmly cultivating. This was their current limit. Suddenly, over 10 new figures appeared in the red zone. These were ordinary disciples who had been influenced by the Dragonblood warriors and charged in, using their own resolve as proof of their existence. As for Long Chen, he was currently moving deeper into the red zone with Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er. "Long Chen, you should continue on your own. Meng Qi has already reached her limit. I'll accompany her here," said Tang Wan'er. Meng Qi couldn't advance any further while Tang Wan'er had to look after her. Without Tang Wan'er, Meng Qi wouldn't have even been able to enter the red zone. Beast tamers were just too physically weak. "All right," Long Chen nodded. Leaving them in the middle of the red zone, he rushed off to the storm zone. Light was racing across Long Chen's arms as Xuanhuan and Lei Long were already about to rush off without him. Chapter 713, Don't Regret It. Everyone's attention was drawn to Long Chen. That was especially true of the Celestials who were also in the red zone. It doesn't seem like he finds it difficult at all. Is he really planning on entering the storm zone? Up to now, only the 4 heavenly geniuses had entered the storm zone, but it seemed Long Chen really was planning on joining them. Long Chen quickly bypassed Celestial after Celestial. Seeing him walk past them, they were shocked. What kind of monster was he? Does he really have the same level of strength as the 4 heavenly geniuses? This was the question on everyone's mind. Those 4 were unrivaled second-rank Celestials, while Long Chen wasn't even a Celestial. In truth, Long Chen also felt a great deal of pressure. When he got close to the storm zone, he was forced to slow down because the pressure here was too great. He was less than a mile from the storm zone, but this mile was too terrifying. The pressure would double every 30 meters. Even Long Chen felt like his blood was churning within him, but he also felt the tide constantly strengthening his physical body. However, this strengthening was too slow. Perhaps the other Celestials felt that their physical bodies were rapidly advancing, but Long Chen's body had already reached a terrifying level. He didn't particularly care about this level of strengthening. He had the 9-star Hegemon body art. As long as he condensed the 4th star, his physical strength would immediately multiply. How could he care about this little bit? His target was the storm zone. That was where the purest energy of the Xuanhuan Sea was located. He knew this for sure because Xuanhuan and Lei Long were both expressing their desires to him loudly and repeatedly. There was something in the storm zone that they wanted. Xuanhuan was especially agitated. It seemed like a monster that had been starving for tens of thousands of years and was now seeing meat before it. It practically went crazy. As Long Chen advanced, the current began to rumble. The storm zone was right in front of him. Long Chen felt extremely uncomfortable with the intense pressure here. Taking a deep breath, his spiritual yuan began to surge. His aura erupted to fight against the current. If he still didn't do this, then just his physical body would be unable to endure it. At this moment, everyone's gazes were on him. They wanted to see whether he truly had the ability to challenge the storm zone. Long Chen had stopped. He was adjusting his aura. Previously, the 4 heavenly geniuses had also adjusted themselves for an incense stick's worth of time. Xuanhuan was nervous. Long Chen had always been her greatest pride, but even she didn't know how powerful he really was. The fact that he wanted to compete with the 4 heavenly geniuses made her worry. If he failed, she would become a laughingstock. Boom! Suddenly, the Xuanhuan Sea shook slightly. Long Chen had merely paused for a few breaths before taking a step into the storm zone. He's crazy. The spectators were appalled. Even the 4 heavenly geniuses had had to summon their manifestations to enter the storm zone. But Long Chen was merely circulating his spiritual yuan. That was the simplest, most ordinary defense possible. In front of the storm zone, he would immediately be blown back. The violet storm zone was like a hurricane. Loud rumbling filled Long Chen's ears. Long Chen's body suddenly trembled, and it felt like he had been smashed by countless hammers. His blood churned, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Long Chen was surprised to see that his shoulder had dislocated because of the tearing force here. This storm seemed like wind, but also not like wind. It seemed like water, but was not water. It contained every single kind of energy found within heaven and earth. But Long Chen found that all those various energies contained a berserk, destructive force, along with a powerful nourishing force. When he recovered from his injuries, he sensed that the energy here was of great assistance, and it saved him a great deal of life energy from the primal chaos space when he healed. How mysterious, Long Chen sighed inside. The Xuanhuan Sea was absolutely inexplicable. While Long Chen was surprised, the outside world had practically gone crazy. Long Chen had actually charged his way through. Although he was a bit miserable at the start and had suffered an injury, he had completely adapted in just a few breaths. That was too monstrous. Xuanhuan finally relaxed. At the same time, she was also shocked. What a powerful physical body. The Vice Sect Master couldn't help being moved. It was his first time seeing such a physical body. He was a foundation forging expert, and he could tell that Long Chen wasn't relying on any technique. His physical body was not backed by something like Zhao Wuji's earth energy. The 4 family heads were also shocked. They had heard Long Chen was a monster and powerful, but they hadn't really taken it to heart. No matter how strong he was, how could he compare to a rank 2 celestial? But now he had forced his way into the storm zone. That was especially shocking to Zhou Tianyi and Shui Yungang. The former regretted not caring enough about him before. Such a person had to either be drawn to their side or stealthily killed. Now, the Shui family had two peerless geniuses. The situation was not good for his Zhou family. As for Shui Yungang, he also regretted not listening when Shui Wuhan told him Long Chen was a peerless genius and should be given the same treatment as Shui Guanzhai. Instead of listening, he had treated him as a game piece to use against the Zhou family. Now that Long Chen had displayed such power, he didn't know what to do. Furthermore, Shui Yungang suddenly thought of a certain something, and his expression twitched, but there was nothing he could do now. Long Chen stood in the storm zone for a full incense stick's worth of time before gradually coming to an understanding of the rules here. Then he began to slowly advance. The pressure here was so immense, even steel would be instantly crushed. Long Chen could only advance step by step. He quickly saw 4 figures in front of him. The 4 of them were in a row and maintaining a distance of around a mile from each other as they slowly advanced toward the center. Long Chen was right in the middle of the 4. Zhao Wuji was the one furthest to the left, while the one furthest to the right was carrying a sword on his back. Because it was his back facing him, Long Chen couldn't see his face, but he knew it had to be the sword cultivator, awakens. Of the two in the middle, the lithe figure was most definitely Zhang Wuyan, while the other had long hair that fell loosely on his back. He had to be the Shui family's genius, Shui Guanzhai. Long Chen frowned slightly. His position was rather awkward, but if he were to detour around them with this snail-like pace, it would waste too much time. Furthermore, he wanted to charge to the very center of the sea, so he had to pass by 2 of them. The 2 most suited for him to pass were Zhang Wuyan and Shui Guanzhai. There was a mile between them, which was enough to safely pass through. The 4 of them had also noticed Long Chen, and they were extremely shocked. The most shocking fact was that, after entering the storm zone, he had reached their current position even faster than them. In less than a few hours, Long Chen was less than half a mile away. He would quickly be standing shoulder to shoulder with them. Now that he got closer, he saw their faces. Everything about Yue Kainshan was sword-like. His eyebrows were sword-like, and his gaze seemed like 2 sharp blades. That gaze contained the specific arrogance of a sword cultivator. On the other hand, Shui Guanzhai was more handsome, but he was a bit too handsome, making him appear almost feminine. Long Chen disliked his appearance a great deal. He quickly realized the reason. He looked a bit similar to Marquis Ying. Just at this moment, Shui Guanzhai turned toward Long Chen and shook his head. "Scram! You don't have the qualifications to be here." Alarm bells suddenly rang in Long Chen's heart, but it was too late. An invisible fluctuation struck him. Within the current, it was practically impossible to sense a transparent fist. By the time Long Chen noticed it, he had been struck. He felt like a huge hammer had smashed into him. He pierced straight through the red, blue, and white zones like a shooting star. When he crashed into the edge of the basin, the entire land trembled slightly. Shui Wuhan shot up, her expression dark. "Did you set this up?" "How brazen, Shui Wuhan! Don't be so rude to the family head." Another expert from the Shui family immediately retorted. Shui Yungang glanced at Shui Wuhan. "The matters of youngsters should be resolved by the youngsters. As the monastery head, do you not even possess that resolve?" Shui Wuhan trembled from rage. She knew that Shui Yungang had set this up in order to punish her for going against the family. He was trying to force her to lower her head. "Good, ha, good. These are your own words, don't regret it." Shui Wuhan sat back down. Long Chen miserably crawled up. He wiped away the blood from his mouth, and a smile appeared on his face. That smile was chilling to the bone. Chapter 714, Resounding Face Slap. Seeing that Long Chen had been plotted against, the Dragonblood warriors were enraged. They all took out their weapons, about to charge their way into the storm zone. "Don't cause trouble," shouted Gu Yang. "It's already hard enough for us to be here. You won't even advance a few miles before being blown back. As for the storm zone, you won't be able to enter. Acting like this is just inviting humiliation." "Then what are we supposed to do?" raged a Dragonblood warrior. "You guys, really. As your cultivation bases grew, it seems your brains have become dumber. Do you think boss is someone who will suffer without retaliating? Just obediently cultivate and wait to watch the show. Remember, boss is unrivaled," said Gu Ran. Long Chen had already charged back into the white zone. What shocked everyone was that he was practically a bolt of lightning. Heavens, that's way too fast. The disciples in the trial watched as Long Chen sped by. This speed was even greater than the four heavenly geniuses when they had charged forward. He was out of the white zone in just a few breaths. Even in the blue zone, his speed didn't decrease. He directly pierced through to the red zone. Upon reaching there, Long Chen let out a furious roar and his aura erupted. Space trembled, but Long Chen's speed still didn't decrease. He was like a flying arrow, and he even became faster. Boom! Long Chen used the most direct, most barbaric method to barge right into the storm zone. This was too ruthless. He didn't even give himself time to breathe or adjust. The spectators were dumbfounded. Of course, this included Shui Yunкang. He had a bad premonition. The four families' experts could all tell that Long Chen's current mood wasn't good. Since Shui Guanjai had plotted against him, it seemed he wasn't willing to be struck without striking him back. Only Shui Wuhan's expression was calm. She knew Long Chen was completely infuriated. With his previous experience, Long Chen merely trembled slightly upon entering the storm zone. He took half a step back. This half step was truly excellent. Originally, when you entered a new zone, there would be a powerful impact force. But now, the impact striking him had dropped 30 to 40%, so he wasn't injured. Then with a cold snort, he began moving towards Shui Guanjai. Although his speed wasn't fast anymore, in less than 2 hours, he was less than a mile from him. Shui Guanjai once more turned back with a disdainful expression. This isn't a place you can stay, but since you are so obstinate, I can only help you scram again. A large fist suddenly condensed in the air and shot toward Long Chen. This time, Long Chen managed to see it. Shui Guanjai was truly a sinister person. He might have turned his head back, but he didn't turn the rest of his body. He had actually been forming hand seals in front of him to secretly set up an attack. That was how Long Chen had been struck last time. Furthermore, Long Chen was at a disadvantage. With the tide's power behind him, Shui Guanjai's attack was much stronger. His power was increased by the current, while Long Chen was forcing his way through the current. Of course, he would be the one to suffer. Suddenly, a saber appeared in Long Chen's hands. That was an enchanted item he had obtained from someone else's hands. His blood-drinker was still crazily absorbing the Phoenix Blood Black Gold's energy to heal itself. Long Chen didn't want to disturb it. Saber Chi soared into the sky. With a slash of his saber, the fist was cleanly cut in half. Furthermore, the leftover power continued toward Shui Guanjai. Shui Guanjai hadn't expected Long Chen to be so strong. His hand seal suddenly changed, and a curtain of water appeared in the air. Long Chen's saber image landed on the curtain of water. The water curtain trembled a few times, but it still completely dispelled Long Chen's attack. "Fuck off!" Suddenly, a cold shout rang out. Long Chen had already crossed the mile that had separated them. Holding his saber with both hands, he mercilessly slashed it down. Long Chen's previous attack hadn't just split apart Shui Guanjai's attack, but it had also cut a channel in front of him, one that greatly reduced the pressure of the current. He had taken advantage of that to charge right up to Shui Guanjai. This time, his attack was even stronger. His saber caused a spatial-tearing sound that caused Shui Guanjai's expression to change. Skywater Shield. Shui Guanjai hastily formed a hand seal, and runic energy formed a 3-meter-wide shield in front of him. This shield was condensed from countless water element runes. It appeared as if it was made of water. Boom, powerful chi waves erupted. Zhang Wuyan and Yue Kaichen frowned. They were affected by the shockwaves. The two of them slowly moved further away. Although they weren't afraid, that didn't mean they would stupidly waste such a good cultivation opportunity. As for Zhao Wuji, he sneered. This was the best possible show for him. He represented the Zhou family, while Shui Guanjai represented the Shui family. The two families were like fire and water. He had exchanged blows with Shui Guanjai many times, but it had always ended up in a draw. Shui Guanjai's water element cultivation technique was too abnormal, and it restricted him. He was an earth element expert. Shui Guanjai's water technique might not specialize in offense, but it was unrivaled when it came to softness and flexibility. Each time Zhao Wuji's fists tried to hit him, it would be like hitting cotton. The feeling of his fists landing on nothing was so irritating that it almost made him puke. Shui Guanjai rarely fought head-on with others. He used his endless water magical arts to exhaust his opponents to death, so Zhao Wuji hated fighting him the most. Long Chen's saber landed on Shui Guanjai's water shield. He found that this water shield was constantly rippling. Each time it rippled, it erased part of his power. It was extremely strange. The two of them were deadlocked for a moment. Shui Guanjai sneered, "You're just a country bumpkin and have no qualifications to be here. You should leave while you still can. Stay in the red zone." Shui Guanjai had long since heard of Long Chen, but he had never taken him seriously. He considered him nothing more than a slightly strong bumpkin who had come from the mountains. He and the other rank 2 celestials had all been found to have an innate Tao mark by the time they were 5 years old. They were innate rank 2 celestials. There were two kinds of rank 2 celestials. One kind had advanced from the first rank, but that was extremely difficult. For example, Yin Wusheng had been a powerful figure amongst rank 1 celestials. If he could have perfectly merged his true body with his clone, then he would have had at least a 30% chance of becoming a rank 2 celestial. Not all celestials would have a chance of advancing. It would depend on their heavenly Tao runes as well as their talent. The most important thing was that it required an ocean's worth of resources. Amongst 100 rank 1 celestials, less than one might advance to the second rank. Most rank 2 celestials were innate. They simply had to awaken their heavenly Tao runes. That was what made Shui Guanjai, Zhao Wuji, Zhang Wuyan, and Yue Qianchen supreme existences in the Xuanhuan Tao sect. Their arrogance was natural. They didn't place any rank 1 celestials in their eyes, let alone Long Chen, who wasn't even a celestial. Long Chen really has struck an iron board. Shui Guanjai has never been defeated by someone in the same realm. His water magical arts are something even late sea expansion experts are helpless against, sneered one of the Shui family's experts. A rank 2 celestial, as heavenly Tao runes could help them activate magical arts. Through training, they would be able to unleash incredible power. Rank 2 celestials could truly dominate the sea expansion realm, but rank 1 Xiantian celestials were only able to fight the early sea expansion realm. Amongst rank 1 celestials, 99% of them didn't have any attributes, so the only thing they could depend on was their heavenly Tao manifestations. But rank 2 celestials were blessed by the heavenly Taos and had higher chances of having an affinity with an element. That created a huge chasm between rank 1 and rank 2 celestials. So no matter how monstrous Long Chen was, no matter how heaven-defying he was, no one had a favorable opinion of his chances against a rank 2 celestial. Shui Yunкang smiled. Shui Guanjai was a descendant of the Shui family, and that was much more dependable than an outsider. Just having Shui Guanjai in the Shui family was enough. As for Long Chen, he would at most be fit to be Shui Guanjai's servant. Of course, if Long Chen was willing to be Shui Guanjai's servant, he definitely wouldn't mistreat him. But if Long Chen wasn't willing, then there was no way around it. Shui Guanjai would ruthlessly suppress him. The sky did not have 2 suns. The people didn't have 2 masters. A family couldn't contain 2 pinnacle figures. One had to suppress the other. Shui Yunкang glanced at Shui Wuhan, but seeing her cold smile made him furious. Shui Wuhan was becoming more and more unreliable. Since that was the case, then he would just allow Shui Guanjai to properly beat Long Chen up. As for Zhou Tianyi, his expression was calm, but he was laughing with delight inside. He had never expected that he wouldn't even need Zhao Wuji to do anything. The Shui family's own people were helping him out. Zhou Tianyi hated Long Chen to the core. He hated him so much that he wished Long Chen would die in the trial. It was because of him that his Zhou family had lost so miserably. The vice sect master frowned slightly. He was unable to understand what Long Chen was doing. He was clearly exceedingly powerful, but he still refused to release that power. Were all the youngsters these days so low-key? In front of me, you are just an ant. You are helpless against me. Shui Guanjai continued to block Long Chen's saber. Although Long Chen was constantly increasing his power, his water shield was dispelling it at the same time. Long Chen was just wasting his time. He was unable to threaten him. Is that so? Then I want to see whether or not I can threaten you. Long Chen suddenly smiled. His saber fiercely cut down. What flabbergasted everyone was that Shui Guanjai's incomparably tenacious shield was directly cut apart. Shui Guanjai was dumbfounded. This was something that had never happened before, but before he could react, a hand came from a strange angle. It made an intimate connection with his handsome face. POW. Chapter 715, This is Domineering. When Long Chen's hand slapped against Shui Guanjai's face, it was like it also slapped against everyone's hearts. Time seemed to come to a stop. The Dragon Blood Warriors, the 36th Super Monastery's disciples, the Xuanhuan Tao sect's people, Zhao Wuji, Zhang Wuyan, Yue Qianchen, and the four families were all stunned. POW. Shui Guanjai was like a shooting star. When Long Chen's strength was added to the power of the current, he immediately pierced through the Xuanhuan Sea and slammed into the basin. People didn't know if it was a coincidence or not, but Shui Guanjai slammed into the exact same place as Long Chen. However, Shui Guanjai appeared even more miserable, and he slammed a huge hole into the rock that had been compressed by countless years of these waves. Shui Guanjai coughed up a mouthful of blood and crawled up from the ground. People saw an extremely clear handprint on his face. Although Shui Guanjai quickly circulated his spiritual yuan, and that mark faded, that image was forever imprinted in their hearts. A Grand Rank 2 Celestial had actually been slapped in the face. They then turned to look back into the storm zone. Long Chen's saber was resting on his shoulder. He appeared like a domineering god. The shockwaves from Long Chen's slap shook their hearts. Xuanhuan had never imagined that Long Chen, who usually didn't reveal any power, was actually this terrifying. The four heavenly geniuses had exchanged blows before, but it hadn't been a life-and-death battle, and so they hadn't determined a winner. But whether it was Zhang Wuyan, Zhao Wuji, or Yue Kainshan, none of them liked to battle Shui Guanjai. That was because Shui Guanjai's water magical arts were too irritating. They came one after another, endless and boundless. Their techniques were unable to display their true power in front of him. Furthermore, Shui Guanjai had abnormally deep reserves of spiritual yuan. If they tried to fight a battle of attrition, none of them would be able to exhaust him. Furthermore, his defense was perfect, practically impenetrable. But Long Chen had broken that perfect defense with a single slash of his saber. That was the most shocking part of it. Having exchanged blows with Shui Guanjai, they were aware of how strong that shield was. It would constantly dissipate other people's power, making them helpless. They were unable to understand how Long Chen had done this. Just now, they hadn't seen him release any great power. It had happened too suddenly. This Long Chen has gone too far. This is just humiliating others. Shui Yunkang's expression was incomparably ugly now. Too far? Humiliating. How come you didn't think that Shui Guanjai's sneak attack against Long Chen was going too far or humiliating? Sneered Shui Wuhan. After a win you laugh so happily, but after a loss you have to curse others. Brother Yunkang, don't lose face. After all, whether it's Shui Guanjai or Long Chen, they're both on the side of your Shui family. They're both equally valuable. Even if you're biased, you shouldn't make it so obvious, advised Zhou Tianyi with a smile. Although he knew Zhou Tianyi's words were trying to infuriate him, Shui Yunkang's fury still almost burst out of control. Long Chen's slap hadn't just been a slap in the face of Shui Guanjai, but it had also been a slap in the face of the entire Shui family. This Long Chen really is strange. How did he do this? How did he break Shui Guanjai's defense? At this time, the Wang family head finally couldn't help opening his mouth. He wasn't interested in their verbal warfare, but Long Chen's attack did make him very curious. When he said this, he looked toward the vice sect master, hoping he could answer him. The vice sect master didn't disappoint him. I'm also not sure if he took advantage of the opening in Guanjai's defense or not, but if Long Chen really did do it on purpose, then his ability to see through his enemies is truly terrifying. Opening in his defense, how could there be a gap in Shui Guanjai's water magical arts? Shui Yunkang didn't believe it. The vice sect master couldn't be bothered to even look at him. He coldly said, "There is nothing in this world that is perfect. If something was truly perfect, all that represents is extinction. Magical arts are the same, and no matter how strong the magical art, it must have a weak point. Just because you don't know about it doesn't mean it doesn't exist." "Please give me pointers, vice sect master," asked Shui Wuhan respectfully. To tell the truth, she also wanted to know very much. The vice sect master looked at the distant Long Chen. There is a saying that wind cannot exist without motion, and water is constantly flowing. The essence of water magical arts is that constant change. The wheel turns in an unending cycle. No matter what form the outer shape of the magical art takes, it must be in motion on the inside. As those runes flow, they cancel out the opponent's attack power. It's most definitely a very powerful ability. When fighting with water cultivators, if you try to fight a battle of attrition, you'll essentially be asking to be defeated. Water attribute experts have profound reserves of spiritual yuan. Even if the two sides have the same amount of spiritual yuan, the water cultivator will be able to use this method to exhaust their opponent's energy. So when their opponent is out of spiritual yuan, the water cultivator will still have at least 20% of theirs left. To sum up, a water cultivator's strongest point is their defense, not offense. But again, whether it is offense or defense, Shui Guanjai's water magical arts are in constant motion. That is his strongest point, and also where his weakness lies. What? The vice sect master continued. Since it's in motion, there are waves. And where there are waves, there must be times of high and low, a time where strong and weak superimpose. Then you mean, these experts now understood. Yes, Long Chen used his power to figure out the fluctuations of Shui Guanjai's power, and when his power was at its weakest, he struck. That was what brought on this result. But as a rank 2 celestial, Shui Guanjai's water energy is incomparably pure. Hundreds of fluctuations occur within his defense with every blink of the eye. But even then, Long Chen was still able to figure out which wave was the weakest out of those hundreds of fluctuations. That is why I called him terrifying. Everyone was shaken. The opening the vice sect master had described wasn't even an opening. Even if someone knew about it, no one could take advantage of it. Furthermore, Long Chen and Shui Guanjai had only fought for a few breaths' time. To be able to find the opening during this short time and then take advantage of it, was that something a human could do? Perhaps you don't believe it. In truth, even I don't believe it. Even for me, if I was fighting someone on the same level, I would never be able to so cleanly grasp that kind of opportunity. This would require maintaining an absolutely pure and bright Tao heart in the midst of battle. Perhaps out of everyone here, only Long Chen is capable of doing this, sighed the vice sect master. Is Long Chen really this strong? Asked Shui Yunкang. The strong you're talking about is referring to combat strength, but what I'm referring to is the strength of his heart and will. Those things aren't something that can be raised just by spending resources. It is something forged through walking on the line between life and death over and over again. Perhaps in terms of combat strength, Long Chen might be weaker than some people here. But when it comes to the determination of his heart and the strength of his will, everyone here, including me, is unable to get even close to his level. Everyone was shocked. It was completely unexpected for the vice sect master to have such a high opinion of Long Chen. He actually said that even he was not his equal. That was raising his status a bit too much, wasn't it? The vice sect master continued. Maybe not all of you know this, but yesterday I went through all the information available about Long Chen. Only then did I come to understand his past. He was just an ordinary child. His talent, his background, the amount of resources he could get, they were all terrible, but all he focused on was getting stronger. He had nothing to gamble with. So in order to get stronger, the only thing he could do was gamble with his life. He created countless miracles on his path by risking his life. Perhaps even the heavens have been convinced by him, and as he got stronger, he managed to grab hold of more opportunities. But remember, opportunities are only obtained by those who have the power to grasp them. The weak are unable to even grab hold of the opportunities they are given. If the weak try to forcibly grasp those opportunities, they'll just end up tossing their lives away. Compared to Long Chen, we lack that bravery to risk our lives. Of course, there's a reason for that. We don't need to risk our lives. We have so much, and we can obtain anything that we want. But if Long Chen wants to obtain something, he'll have to put in 10 times, or perhaps even 100 times the effort compared to others. Furthermore, he'll be in danger of losing his life. Such a person doesn't need talent. As long as he wants to live, he'll constantly get stronger. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help being deeply moved and impressed. They had heard of Long Chen, but they had always thought that the only reason he had his current accomplishments was luck. But now their opinions of him completely changed. Many people were lost in thought. Most of the experts here were all stuck in a bottleneck. They had tried attacking a higher realm multiple times, only to fail every time. They had already lost their confidence and drive. Continuously attacking a bottleneck was something that became more dangerous with each attempt. A person could easily be afflicted by a heart devil and die. In their hearts, they were already afraid. They were afraid of death. They were experts, and they were reluctant to lose everything they had. But the vice sect master's words were like an alarm bell. Were they really planning on waiting until they reached the end of their lifespans? There were still many people here who were comparatively young. They still had a chance of advancing to a higher realm. However, they had lost the Tao heart that a martial artist required. Shui Guanjai's moving. Suddenly, a cry rang out. Shui Guanjai let out a furious roar, killing intent exploding off of him. He shot forward. He was enraged. This was a kind of humiliation, a kind of completely intolerable humiliation. He wanted to tear Long Chen to pieces. His killing intent was suffocating. Everyone hastily got out of Shui Guanjai's way, afraid he would slaughter them. Long Chen. Shui Guanjai's heavenly Dao runes suddenly condensed into a pair of huge wings on his back. He charged directly into the storm zone. Chapter 716, Despicable and Shameless. Fuck off. Shui Guanjai had only just taken a step into the storm zone when a huge saber image carried by the current struck him. Boom! Shui Guanjai had yet to stabilize himself in the storm zone when he once more shot back like a shooting star. This time, he was even faster than last time because Long Chen had taken advantage of the situation. He had merged the current's power with his saber chi, and he didn't give Shui Guanjai any opportunity. Idiot, let me just say that with me here. Don't even think about getting in. Long Chen's voice resounded throughout the whole region. Everyone's hearts shook. Perhaps Long Chen was about to make Shui Guanjai regret his actions. Too contemptible, roared Shui Yunкang. With the storm zone's power backing him, Long Chen had placed himself in an invincible position. Shui Guanjai had no chance. Long Chen, you're courting death. Boom! Shui Guanjai had just charged into the storm zone when Long Chen once more sent him flying. There was no way around this. The storm zone was already extremely terrifying. Anyone who charged in would encounter an exceedingly terrifying pressure, and it would require their full strength to resist. Long Chen was aware of that, and so he had immediately taken this advantage. When he combined his attacks with the current here, Shui Guanjai was powerless. Haha, this water pipe should now understand how amazing our boss is. To have plotted against him, I really admire his courage, laughed Yu Ran upon seeing the 7th time Shui Guanjai was miserably blown back. The other Dragonblood warriors also couldn't help but clench their fists. Previously, Shui Guanjai had targeted Long Chen. It was truly refreshing to see Long Chen suppress him like this. Tang Wan'er and Meng Qi were also watching. Meng Qi shook her head. Shui Guanjai really is unlucky. He could have provoked anyone, but he decided to provoke Long Chen. Tang Wan'er hatefully said, he deserves it. Even Zhao Wuji didn't do anything, but he actually sneak attacked him. He should be crushed. On the 7th time, Long Chen's power was even greater, resulting in Shui Guanjai vomiting blood. His hair was a complete mess, and his expression was sinister. He seemed like a berserk magical beast. He might be furious, but there was nothing he could do. As long as Long Chen had the terrain advantage and simply defended, none of his abilities would allow him to pass. Vice Sect Master, this matter is no good. If this continues, neither of them will be able to properly cultivate. Shui Yunкang looked toward the Vice Sect Master for help, hoping that he would stop this fight. But the Vice Sect Master merely said, I'm unable to handle your Shui family's internal conflict. All he had to do was make sure they didn't fight to the point of death. Otherwise, they could fight as they pleased. When Shui Guanjai had attacked Long Chen, he hadn't said anything. Now that Shui Guanjai was suppressed by Long Chen, and Shui Yunкang was actually asking the Vice Sect Master to interfere, it truly proved that Shui Yunкang was worthy of being the family head. His face was definitely thick enough. However, the Vice Sect Master didn't want to interfere in their Shui family's affairs. If he had to worry about this kind of minor affair, he would never have a moment of peace to cultivate. Wuhan, are you not going to control your disciple? Shouted Shui Yunкang. Shui Wuhan smiled coldly. The matters of youngsters should be resolved by the youngsters. As the family head, do you not even possess that resolve? These words caused everyone's expressions to become odd. Even a solemn person like the Vice Sect Master had to hold back a smile. These were almost the exact same words Shui Yunкang had said when Shui Guanjai had sneak-attacked Long Chen. Even the tone was the same. It was like Shui Wuhan had used Shui Yunкang's hand to slap him. It went without saying that this slap was very vicious. How impudent! Do you not place your family head in your eyes? Roared Shui Yunкang. Let everyone take a step back. Monastery head Shui advised Long Chen to stop. This isn't good for either of them. There's a time limit for the Xuanhuan Sea, and it may disappear at any time. It's not good to mess around all day, said the Vice Sect Master. All right, I'll advise him. But as for whether or not he'll listen, it's not my problem, said Shui Wuhan helplessly. After all, this was the Vice Sect Master's request, and she had to give him this face. Long Chen, don't mess around. There's a time limit to the Xuanhuan Sea, and you have to cherish each moment. Long Chen was currently completely focused on Shui Guanjai. He had to admit that Shui Guanjai was extremely powerful. The reason he seemed so relaxed was entirely because he was relying on the Storm Zone's power. Now that Xuanhuan tried to mediate the situation, he immediately understood that someone was forcing her. Currently, the two dragon tattoos on his arms were shining as they went all out, absorbing the energy for themselves. Although it wasn't as good as the energy from deeper within, Chen was unable to swallow his anger and thus didn't proceed further. This idiot goes too far with bullying others. I can let him through, but he must give me an apology, shouted Chen. You want me to apologize? Keep dreaming. You're the bumpkin idiot, roared Xuanhuan before anyone else could reply. Fine, then we can just continue like this. If you can get past me, then I won't be Chen, sneered Chen. He was also full of rage. He hadn't provoked this fellow, and all he wanted was an apology, but this Xuanhuan acted as if he was thoroughly wronged. Since that was the case, then they could fight until the end. Just who was afraid of who? Well, I've done all I can, Xuanhuan shrugged. You aren't even able to control a disciple. What qualifications do you have to be a monastery head? Shouted an expert from the Shui family. That person was precisely the monastery head of the 5th super monastery and the one who would eventually succeed in the family head position. Back then, he had invited Xuanhuan to join his side, but she had refused, which irritated him. Now his authority was growing greater and greater, and he was beginning to push her out. Yes, he is my disciple, but he is not my tool or puppet. He has the right to protect his own dignity. Xuanhuan's expression sank. You, what sophistry, he raged. Don't fight, Xuanhuan is moving again. Is he? Everyone was startled to see Xuanhuan charge, in a different direction this time. Heavens, he would. Quite a few expressions of disbelief appeared. Xuanhuan was actually rushing toward the Dragonblood Legion. Scram! Xuanhuan roared, and a huge blade fell on them. The Dragonblood warriors were alarmed and hastily defended. Boom! A huge wind shield appeared in front of the Dragonblood warriors, but this shield merely lasted for an instant before shattering. As for the Dragonblood warriors, they were knocked back but didn't get sent flying. That was Tang Wan'er's shield. As soon as she had seen Xuanhuan charging over at everyone, she had a bad feeling and rushed back with Mengqi. Netherworld Soul Arrow. A translucent arrow filled with endless soul energy shot toward Xuanhuan. A spiritual attack. Xuanhuan's expression changed. Spiritual attacks were the most terrifying attacks. If he was struck, it truly would be troublesome. Buzz, the heavenly Tao runes behind him suddenly transformed into a huge shield. Two kinds of runes were constantly flickering, looking like the eyes of millions of ghouls. It appeared extremely strange. This strange shield blocked Mengqi's attack, but Xuanhuan felt a burst of pain in his soul. Mengqi's spiritual attack was too powerful, and a portion of it reached him. Fuck off! Xuanhuan formed a hand seal, and the water qi around him surged. His runes rumbled with them, and a huge water hammer appeared in the air. Get back! Cried Tang Wan'er. She rapidly formed hand seals, summoning all her energy. A huge wind shield formed in front of her, and she retreated along with everyone else. Boom! Her wind shield exploded. Terrifying water energy slammed into them. It felt like a mountain had crashed into them, and they all vomited blood. They were engulfed in a powerful flood and unable to say a word. Xuanhuan's attack blew back Tang Wan'er and the others. They directly slammed into the edge of the basin. But no one cheered for him. They all looked down on him. Unable to defeat Chen, he actually released his anger on people from the same sect as him. That wasn't what a true expert should do. Everyone was silent for a moment. Around half of the Dragonblood Legion had fallen unconscious from this attack. After all, that was the attack of a rank 2 celestial. Seeing the Dragonblood warriors begin to carry their injured brothers to the shore and give them medical care, everyone felt an indescribable feeling inside. Each of the Dragonblood warriors was worthy of respect, but now they had been humiliated like this. Chen, since you won't let me cultivate, then none of your 36th super monasteries people should think about cultivating either. Xuanhuan completely ignored everyone's gazes. In the storm zone, Chen's eyes were icy cold, and his arms suddenly shook. A blue and violet light shot out. Originally, people thought he was preparing some ultimate attack, but those two lights didn't go forward. They went toward the core of the storm zone instead. Chen had decided to let Lei Long and Hue Long go to the core on their own. He told them to make themselves as small as possible so that they wouldn't be noticed, but it still drew people's suspicions. However, Chen didn't care. Xuanhuan, do you have any interest in having a life and death match? shouted Long Chen from the storm region, shocking everyone. Chapter 717, Fighting Shui Guanja. A life-and-death match. Everyone was shocked. Long Chen wanted to kill. Did he really have the confidence to fight a rank 2 celestial? HMPH, how ignorant, snorted Shui Yunkang. Yes, truly ignorant, Shui Wuhan nodded, but the same word had a different meaning in her mouth. Shui Wuhan knew that Long Chen was truly furious. He could accept anything, but he couldn't accept others hurting his comrades, especially not when they were someone impossible for them to defeat and when they used such despicable methods. Once that happened, Long Chen would become a completely different person. Do you think you're fit to have a life-and-death match with me? I won't kill you today, but I'll crush every single one of your bones to dust. Seeing Long Chen walk out of the storm zone, Shui Guanjai was delighted. As long as he wasn't in the storm zone, then he didn't have anything to worry about. Long Chen, I'll make you regret provoking me. Shui Guanjai suddenly spread his hands. Countless runes appeared in the space between them, forming a huge arrow. The arrow continued to grow, becoming hundreds of meters long. It was formed entirely of his runes, and a terrifying pressure spread that caused the other disciples' expressions to change. This level of attack could instantly kill them. The huge arrow shot toward Long Chen. It wasn't fast, but it caused the void to rumble. Its powerful aura had locked down Long Chen. Don't play this kind of senseless game. Bring out your full strength or you'll die. Suddenly, Long Chen completely disappeared. When he reappeared, he was right by Shui Guanjai's side, and his saber was slashing at him. What? Everyone was shocked that Long Chen could ignore Shui Guanjai's lock and escape this attack. But was Shui Guanjai trying to make a joke? If you wanted to lock down your opponent, you either needed stronger spiritual strength or a greater aura than your opponent. He had truly underestimated Long Chen. Despite immediately summoning a water shield and retreating, Shui Guanjai was still cut by Long Chen's saber chi. Blood burst from his chest. If he had been any slower, he would have been cleanly cut in two. Long Chen's netherworld ghost steps were too difficult to deal with. As his cultivation base had grown, he discovered just how exquisite this technique was. His speed was too fast, so fast that others couldn't even react. The Celestials were especially horrified. They would be killed without even realizing it. The Vice-Sect Master narrowed his eyes upon seeing Long Chen's footwork. He felt it was a bit familiar, but he wasn't sure. Shui Yunkang and the rest of the Shui family all jumped upon seeing Shui Guanjai injured. Heavenly Dao recovery, Shui Guanjai was also shocked. Just now, he had instinctively shot back upon sensing the danger. If he hadn't, he would have died. Now, he no longer dared to be careless. He directly summoned his true cry of the Heavenly Daos. Previously, he had only activated a portion of his runic power. He had always thought that summoning the cry of the Heavenly Daos would just be elevating Long Chen's status. But now, he finally realized that if he continued playing around like this, he might play himself to his grave. Boom, with Shui Guanjai at the core, two kinds of Heavenly Dao runes erupted. Space trembled as they interweaved. Even the flow of the current was forced aside by his power. For many people, this was their first time seeing the manifestation of a rank 2 celestial. It was much more terrifying than ordinary celestials. Even from 100 miles away, this pressure made it hard for people to breathe. Are they really going to undergo a heaven-shaking battle? The disciples were filled with anticipation. It was rare to witness a battle on this level. Suddenly, Long Chen began to rush away, instantly disappearing from other people's sights. People were at first astonished that he was running, but then Long Chen said, "Let's switch locations." In order to not disturb others, Long Chen wanted to change the battlefield. That filled these disciples with gratitude. Shui Guanjai snorted and followed. Today, he was completely infuriated. This was his first time being slapped in the face. Although he couldn't kill Long Chen in front of everyone like this, he could definitely humiliate him as much as he pleased to retrieve his dignity. Now he no longer even cared that much about the trial. If he didn't defeat Long Chen, he would become the Xuanhuan Dao sect's laughingstock. Don't just stand there. Even if you want to watch the fight, watch from inside, said Long Chen to the Dragonblood Legion. Because he was following the current, he reached the edge of the basin in just a moment. Gu Yang and the others hastily nodded. This trial was an extremely rare opportunity. They had already sensed immense benefits. The people who had been knocked unconscious had awoken, and they once more returned to their original location. With their previous experience, their speed was much faster. By the time they reached their original location, Long Chen and Shui Guanjai were already facing each other in the distance. The vice sect master didn't stop them, nor did he have any plans to. For a genius to rise within a sect was a good thing, but if multiple geniuses rose, they would definitely fight. Geniuses were all extremely self-confident. They only wanted to recognize themselves as geniuses. Each of them wanted to be king, to be the sole ruler. That wasn't a bad thing. Geniuses needed all kinds of motivation and passion to get stronger. If everything was peaceful and perfect, a genius would have no drive. It was an iron law of the world that competition was required. This was a rule that no one could change, and so the vice sect master only watched. Whether it was the disciples in the Xuanhuan Sea or the four families' experts, everyone's focus was on Long Chen and Shui Guanjai. Although I can't kill you, I can return the humiliation you've given me 1,000 times, said Shui Guanjai arrogantly. Then be careful. I Long Chen am not good at fighting, I'm only good at killing. If I accidentally kill you, don't blame me. Long Chen shook his head. Arrogant, I'll let you experience the true power of a rank 2 celestial, a power you can only look up to. Boom, Shui Guanjai's runes suddenly blossomed with light as if they had come alive. A terrifying pressure crashed down on the ground, causing space to tremble. The ground beneath Long Chen's feet suddenly cracked. Although Shui Guanjai hadn't attacked yet, the aura he had released had already locked onto him. Long Chen was under Shui Guanjai's terrifying pressure. Now that Shui Guanjai had released his full strength and summoned the cry of the heavenly Taos, this pressure was no weaker than at the edge of the storm zone. However, the storm zone's power was spread throughout a large area, while Shui Guanjai's power was completely focused on Long Chen, which was the only reason it could match the storm zone. As expected, a true rank 2 celestial is much more terrifying. That idiot Hua Wufeng didn't even have half this power. Battle intent soared out of Long Chen. It had been a long time since he had exchanged blows with a true expert. It would be good to have a fight. Divine Ring. When the Divine Ring appeared, his powerful aura was like a dragon soaring into the sky. The Divine Ring had 3 colors, but on the edge, there was an incredibly indistinct color, one that was practically impossible to see. What magical art is that? Asked the monastery head. This divine ring possessed a will that could subdue the entire universe. Even heaven and earth would have to lower their heads. Such a technique was something they had never seen or heard of. The most shocking thing was that this divine ring was actually able to resist Shui Guanjai's cry of the heavenly Taos. It wasn't like this before. Why are there more colors now? Some people had seen photographic jades of when Long Chen had previously summoned the divine ring. But those images were from when Long Chen had fought in the Geolai secret realm. The divine ring had completely transformed, and its new power had reached an inconceivable level. Long Chen, let me see just how strong you are. Shui Wuhan was full of anticipation. Although she had known Long Chen for so long, she was never able to tell what his limit was. When Long Chen summoned the divine ring, Shui Guanjai immediately felt a great deal of pressure. That kind of feeling was something he had only sensed when he fought the other rank 2 celestials. Did Long Chen truly possess the power of a rank 2 celestial? If you keep hesitating, then I'll have to attack first. Be careful. You've bullied my brothers, so I'm actually quite angry. If you don't want to die, bring out your full strength. Boom! The ground beneath him crumbled. Long Chen shot forward, his saber mercilessly slashing down. I'll make you pay for your arrogance. Shui Guanjai was infuriated by Long Chen. His words were a complete insult to him. Even a fellow rank 2 celestial had never dared to say such a thing to him. Water Dragon Twister. Endless runes lit up behind Shui Guanjai, forming a huge water dragon that crashed toward Long Chen. Bang! The huge water dragon was directly cut in two by Long Chen. Long Chen found it odd how easily he destroyed it, but then his heart clenched and he hastily swung his saber behind him. Chapter 718, Skywater Prison. 2 water dragons had silently appeared behind Long Chen. They were slashed apart by his saber. What? Long Chen was startled to see that the 2 water dragons had now become 4. Recalling how he had previously cut Shui Guanjai's attack in 2, he realized he hadn't destroyed his attack. His slashes weren't destroying his attack, but multiplying it. Now 2 had turned into 4. Furthermore, he found that these dragons had actually absorbed some of his power. It was extremely strange. The 4 water dragons once more came charging at him. With another slash of his saber, the 4 turned into 8. Everyone was shocked speechless. This was the first time most of these disciples were seeing Shui Guanjai's fighting style. Such a strange technique was truly shocking. The more you killed, the more appeared. Wouldn't you be exhausted to death by the end? My water runes are my core runes. When I awakened as a rank 2 celestial, they all transformed into heavenly Tao runes. Each time you attack, my water runes will absorb a portion of your strength and condense new water dragons. Your defeat is inevitable, sneered Shui Guanjai from a distance. In the storm zone, Zhao Wuji, Zhang Wuyan, and Yue Qianchen all had disgusted expressions as they looked at the multiplying water dragons. This was precisely one of the reasons they didn't like fighting Shui Guanjai. His techniques were truly too irritating. He didn't face people head-on, instead releasing endless water dragons to attack people. If you destroyed the water dragons, that would cause your spiritual yuan to leak and be absorbed by the water dragons, forming more water dragons. You would essentially be attacking yourself. But if you didn't destroy them, then it would turn into a battle of attrition. With Shui Guanjai's vast spiritual yuan, no one could beat him in that regard. Out of the three, only Yue Qianchen had almost managed to beat Shui Guanjai. He had immediately launched one of his ultimate moves at the start of the battle, instantly breaking through Shui Guanjai's blockade to arrive in front of him. But the result was regretful. Shui Guanjai had used a defensive secret art to block him. Although he had been injured, it hadn't been a heavy injury. After that, Yue Qianchen hadn't had an opportunity to approach him again. It had turned into a battle of attrition, and in the end, it was impossible to determine the winner. Furthermore, he had only had that one chance. After that, Shui Guanjai was on guard against him and didn't give him any opportunity. More and more water dragons were appearing around Long Chen. Each one was 300 meters long. Now, there were actually thousands of water dragons and Long Chen was surrounded. He was like a small boat floating on an angry sea. He might collapse at any moment. Long Chen's defeat is inevitable, sighed some monastery heads. No matter who was attacked with such an irritating attack, they would probably be stifled to the point of going crazy. Shui Guanjai's water magical arts are practically unrivaled, praised others. Shui Wuhan was watching curiously. Long Chen seemed to be going all out against the countless water dragons surrounding him. She was curious as to why he was still attacking them. With his vast battle experience, he clearly should have seen through some clues. How could there be any unrivaled magical arts in this world? The vice sect master wore a faint smile as he calmly watched. He couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps he was the only one present who understood what Long Chen was thinking. Heavens, what's going on? You can't even see Long Chen anymore. He's been buried by tens of thousands of water dragons. The disciples in the current couldn't help being appalled by the countless water dragons. Long Chen and Shui Guanjai had distanced themselves from the others. The only thing they could see was water chi and huge dragons surging. Previously, they had still been able to see Long Chen faintly through the water, but now they couldn't see him at all. If this continues, Long Chen will directly exhaust himself to death. How foolish, said Zhang Wuyan coldly. Zhao Wuji said, hopefully Shui Guanjai won't torment him too badly, or I won't have anything to play with. I want to personally crush him and snatch his 2 women. With your face, no woman would take a fancy to you. Save yourself the effort. Suddenly, Yue Qianchen, who hadn't said a thing up to this point, opened his mouth, but his words were like a blade stabbing toward Zhao Wuji. Bastard, you want to die. If you're not convinced, let's fight right now, raged Zhao Wuji. His aura soared and he took a battle posture. Seeing Long Chen and Shui Guanjai fighting, he had long since started to get itchy for a fight. I'm not so bored. If you want to fight, there will be a chance in the future, replied Yue Qianchen coldly. Then he no longer bothered with Zhao Wuji. He absorbed the storm zone's energy as he watched the distant battle. Most people didn't think Long Chen had any chance of winning anymore, but the Dragonblood warriors were an exception. They didn't believe there was anyone in the same realm that could defeat Long Chen, not even a rank 2 celestial. Ha 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 ha, Long Chen, you won't even be able to continue for a few hours before exhausting yourself like this, laughed Shui Guanjai. Explode. Suddenly, over 10,000 water dragons exploded. A figure shot through the water, his saber landing on an astonished Shui Guanjai. Shui Guanjai's body was cleanly cut in 2 by Long Chen. Everyone let out startled cries. Shui Guanjai had been killed. The Shui family's experts all stood up. Shui Yunkang's killing intent erupted. Sit down, ordered the vice sect master. Suddenly, people heard a faint sound in the distance. They hastily looked over to see Shui Guanjai's body explode. But the only thing coming out was water. There was no blood. A water clone. Everyone was shocked. They hastily looked around, finding Shui Guanjai up in the air. His expression was exceedingly ugly. If he hadn't used his water clone just now, he would have been killed. This was his first time being forced to use his water clone. This clone was not a spiritual clone, nor was it a true clone. It was simply a clone he had condensed with his runic energy. This clone could only exist within the domain of his runes. He would normally keep it hidden in his domain, and at a critical moment, he could instantly switch places with it. This was one of his secret abilities, but now it had been exposed by Long Chen. That made him extremely furious. "How did you do this?" demanded Shui Guanjai. Long Chen flung the water off his saber. "I'm not your father. Why should I tell you?" "You?" Shui Guanjai almost exploded from rage. Long Chen's strongest point was his ability to enrage his opponents to death, but it wasn't as if his words were wrong. Why would he have to tell Shui Guanjai? Wouldn't that just make it so he could defend against it in the future? Was he stupid? "I understand. You were intentionally allowing the water dragons to absorb your spiritual yuan so that more would appear. Then, when they blocked my sight, you used a secret technique to detonate the spiritual yuan that belonged to you and the water dragons, and then took that chance to launch a sneak attack," said Shui Guanjai. Everyone thought about it. It seemed Long Chen truly had intentionally allowed the water dragons to absorb his spiritual yuan, or their numbers wouldn't have increased so quickly. But how had Long Chen done this? All the experts, including Zhao Wuji and the others, didn't understand. The people who had exchanged blows with Shui Guanjai all knew that as long as their spiritual yuan was absorbed by his attack, they would lose any connection to that spiritual yuan. They wouldn't even be able to sense it anymore. They didn't know that when Long Chen had his divine ring out, he could still feel his spiritual yuan. Even when it had been absorbed by the water dragons, it had its own specific marking. Previously, Long Chen had allowed the water dragons to absorb his spiritual yuan. Shui Guanjai's water dragons truly were bizarre, and they did isolate his spiritual yuan from his control. But with his divine ring, he could clearly sense his energy in the water dragons, and when his saber touched that energy, he could detonate it. Even now, Long Chen didn't completely understand the divine ring's abilities. All he knew was that it could allow his aura to explosively grow and absorb energy for him. Now, he had found another ability. But this ability didn't seem to have any purpose outside of handling Shui Guanjai's water dragons now. "I also required you to work together with me. If you weren't so arrogant, you would have immediately reacted when your water runes exploded and immediately dodged. Now you should believe me, right? Bring out your full power or you'll die," said Long Chen indifferently. Hearing their words, everyone couldn't help being alarmed inside. Just what kind of monster was Long Chen? He managed to see through the openings of any magical art in the shortest period. It had to be known that Shui Guanjai had fought with countless people, and they had all been completely helpless against his multiplying water dragons. It was completely unexpected for Long Chen to be able to break this technique. The ones who were most shocked were naturally Zhao Wuji, Zhang Wuyan, and Yue Qianchen. They had always found themselves restrained by his magical arts, so they knew just how difficult Shui Guanjai was to deal with. However, his magical arts might be useful against others, but now they were useless against Long Chen. Shui Guanjai was completely infuriated by this unexpected outcome. Shui Yunкang's expression was ugly. He also felt a bit regretful. If he had known Long Chen was this powerful, he wouldn't have told Shui Guanjai to suppress Long Chen. If his Shui family could have two such powerful geniuses, then they would definitely become the champion of the four families. But now, he felt extremely uneasy. "Did you think that I only have this little ability? Did you think your little flukes can defeat me? A bumpkin really is a bumpkin. I'll let you experience my true abilities." Skywater Prison. The water runes surrounding Shui Guanjai all scattered, instantly covering an area of dozens of miles. Chapter 719, Strongest Defense. Long Chen found himself trapped within a huge water prison. It was like a huge birdcage. Because it had come so fast and its scope was so big, he hadn't had any opportunity to run. This water cage was formed entirely of runes. These were Shui Guanjai's core runes. They were like water but not truly water. Their strength caused the void to twist. Looking from the outside, Long Chen seemed like a bird caught in a cage. There was nowhere for him to run. "Ha ha ha, Long Chen, let's see how you run now," Shui Guanjai sneered, and his hand seal suddenly changed. The prison began to rapidly shrink. As it shrank, heaven and earth rumbled. What kind of power is this? How could it be so terrifying? No one had expected this water prison to cause such intense rumbling. It was like heaven and earth were unable to bear its power. Long Chen's expression finally changed. He found that as the prison shrank, the pressure around him multiplied. It felt like the world around him was being compressed. When it was compressed to the point of just a few miles, Long Chen felt like a huge mountain was crashing onto him from every direction. He had no choice but to resist with his full strength. By the time the prison reached a width of 300 meters, Long Chen estimated that the pressure could easily crush a rank 1 celestial. The pressure continued to increase as it shrank. Even Long Chen's physical body was starting to become unable to bear it. Long Chen, now that you're a bird caught in a cage, you should understand the difference between us. You'll never be able to make up for that gap. If you kneel and beg me, if you say you're a bumpkin, I will release you. Otherwise, even if I can't kill you, I can crush you into a completely deformed state now, said Shui Guanjai. You're a bumpkin, that's all I have to say, said Long Chen suddenly. Yes, Shui Guanjai thought he was conceding, and he sneered with disdain. All right, I've said it and you've also promised, said Long Chen. Shui Guanjai immediately understood that he was cursing him, and he had actually fallen for it. Fuck off, Shui Guanjai furiously compressed the prison. He truly wanted to kill Long Chen now. Long Chen is completely suppressed. This water prison looks so terrifying. It's unexpected that Shui Guanjai actually had such an ability, said Yue Qianchen. When they had exchanged blows with Shui Guanjai, he had always used the water dragons to handle them. He had never faced them head-on. So in truth, his scheming ability was profound. He had held back all his powerful techniques. If it hadn't been for Long Chen, they wouldn't have known that Shui Guanjai had such terrifying abilities. The water prison took only a moment to appear, and its scope was so great. If it was in a close-range battle, it really was impossible to defend against. The three of them all felt apprehensive. They didn't look favorably on Long Chen's odds. Since Shui Guanjai had abandoned his defense and placed all his core runes into this water prison, it meant that this was his strongest offensive ability. Suddenly, an explosive sound rang out. Long Chen's shoulder shattered. He was finally unable to bear that pressure. Truly worthy of being a rank 2 celestial. This combat ability is truly shocking. It seems I've underestimated you, said Long Chen lightly as he looked at the blood on his shoulder. You still want to act calm. I want to see just how long you can keep that up. You'll quickly be crushed into a lump, said Shui Guanjai through clenched teeth. Although he had imprisoned Long Chen, Shui Guanjai was still infuriated. His strategy had always been to never reveal his true strength in front of others. But this Skywater prison was his strongest killing technique. He had once used this technique to bring down a rank 2 celestial from the corrupt path. Long Chen had far surpassed the amount of time that rank 2 celestial had lasted, and he had only just been injured. Just how terrifying was his physical body. A cold light suddenly appeared in his eyes. He definitely couldn't leave such a person alive. He decided to secretly concentrate all his power and instantly kill Long Chen. Even if he did kill Long Chen, although it would displease the vice sect master, he could say that Long Chen refused to admit defeat as an excuse. His death was just an accident. At most, he would receive some punishment. You want to kill me, said Long Chen suddenly. He smiled. He finally sensed that Shui Guanjai had unleashed his killing intent. 3-star battle armor. 3 stars appeared in Long Chen's eyes. The primal chaos bead, which had been rapidly circulating, suddenly became still. A vast sea of energy poured out of the primal chaos space. It was like explosives had been ignited in his body. A terrifying aura erupted, and a will to decimate the 9 heavens soared into the sky. What? Everyone was horrified. Long Chen actually still had a trump card, and such a terrifying one. Everyone felt a burst of terror when Long Chen's aura erupted. It was like the revival of a devil god. In front of that will, they seemed so minute. The water cage was like a balloon. It went from 50 meters to 30 miles, and it was still inflating. Boom! The terrifying water cage directly exploded from Long Chen's aura. Everyone's jaws dropped. Do you still have any other techniques? If not, I'll be attacking. But Long Chen had already charged directly at a horrified Shui Guanjai. Shui Guanjai awakened from his shock and quickly summoned back his runes. They formed a shield in front of him. Bang! That incomparably tough runic shield instantly exploded. Shui Guanjai vomited blood and flew back. Even the late sea expansion experts watching had to gulp. They were all shocked by Long Chen's combat ability. It had to be known that Shui Guanjai's water shield was shockingly tough and supple. Other people's attacks were unable to bring out any force against him, but now it had instantly exploded. That meant Long Chen's current strength had reached a level that surpassed their imaginations. Is Long Chen a demon? Wondered a monastery head. All the monastery heads were shaken. This kind of combat ability was inconceivable. The vice sect master simply watched calmly. His gaze went from the divine ring to Long Chen's gaze. He didn't say anything, as even he had never seen this kind of magical art. It had already surpassed the scope of his understanding. Long Chen had to have huge secrets. He couldn't help but sigh. Everything Long Chen had was obtained through risking his life. Perhaps only such a brave warrior would be given the heaven's blessing. All great opportunities were left to the brave. It was unfortunate he didn't know that Long Chen didn't feel the slightest gratefulness toward the heavens. It was the 9-star Hegemon body art that had given him everything he had. Xuanhuan had borrowed Long Chen's attack to fall back. Seeing him miserably falling back, even the other 3 heavenly geniuses were shocked. Xuanhuan covered her mouth, filled with disbelief. They had all been tricked by Long Chen. Or perhaps it was better to say they had been tricked by Long Chen's slovenliness. They had been misled by how he didn't have any of the air of an expert. Every genius, even rank 1 celestials, would all possess an arrogant air and domineeringness. But Long Chen didn't possess that. He seemed just like an ordinary disciple, and so no one could tell he was truly a match for the 4 heavenly geniuses. Ha, boss really is the boss. Yu ran, and the others were all in the red zone watching Long Chen worshipfully. Boom! Countless water runes once more condensed around Xuanhuan, shocking everyone. He truly was worthy of being one of the 4 heavenly geniuses. He was capable of releasing consecutive ultimate moves, and there was no sign of his spiritual yuan running out. The disciples all had to acknowledge the 4 heavenly geniuses. They were all practically monsters, unable to be judged through common sense. Seal the heavens, lock the earth. Rumbling filled the air, and blood began to drip from Xuanhuan's forehead. This fresh blood formed 2 different runes on his forehead. They corresponded to his 2 heavenly Tao runes. In that instant, all the runes around him became scarlet. They formed 3 translucent barriers around him. Long Chen, as a water cultivator, offense is my weak point. Now I've brought forth my strongest defense. If you have the guts, just try and break it, provoked Xuanhuan. Are you stupid? You're hiding in your turtle shell and you want me to break it. Why would I waste the energy? I'll just wait right here. Let me see just how long you can maintain this turtle shell. Long Chen naturally wasn't so stupid. Furthermore, even before he touched these 3 barriers, just summoning them had made Xuanhuan pay a large price. Just from that, he knew this was his strongest technique. This kind of magical art might have a shocking defense, but the exhaustion rate was also tremendous. There was no way he could maintain it for long. On the other hand, Long Chen had the divine ring giving him a constant stream of energy. Xuanhuan was infuriated. He snorted, "If you don't, then I'll force out every single one of you from the Xuanhuan Sea." Countless expressions changed. Even Xuanhuan's expression became ugly. This child had been pampered rotten. At this moment, he didn't care the slightest bit about principles. He had made this threat twice now. He had completely lost the mannerism a large sect's disciple should possess. All right, since you want to die, I can only help you out. Long Chen's gaze seemed like 2 sharp blades. He slowly raised his saber, and a majestic aura slowly rose. Chapter 720, Defeating His Enemy with a Single Saber. These movements are, the Visect Master was shocked. It split the heavens, said Xuanhuan. What? How can Long Chen use the heaven-splitting divine sect's sacred ability? Cried the Wang family head. There's nothing curious about it. In the Phoenix Cry Empire, Long Chen found the first form of split the heavens, and then in the Geolai secret realm, he killed one of the heaven-splitting divine sect's disciples. Thanks to some people sending this news to the heaven-splitting divine sect, one of their people came to give him permission. Who would have thought, right? What do you say, family head Joe? Xuanhuan glanced at Zhou Tiany's bald head. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Zhou Tiany's expression didn't even twitch. Oh, there was such a thing. And the heaven-splitting divine sect's people didn't take back Long Chen's battle skill. How? The vice sect master found this inconceivable. According to the heaven-splitting divine sect's crazy and unreasonable domineeringness, they definitely wouldn't be so kind-hearted. That person didn't make things hard on Long Chen. He actually gave Long Chen some benefits. Xuanhuan smiled. Benefits? How is that possible? Cried a monastery head. Because Long Chen gave him a slap in the face, he gave Long Chen some benefits. I'm also not clear on the exact details. Xuanhuan shook her head. Thinking of that person from the heaven-splitting divine sect, she couldn't help finding it funny. She really was unable to understand his way of thinking. People wanted to continue asking her questions, but in the end, they shut their mouths and focused on watching Long Chen. His aura was still growing. Even if Long Chen has learned split the heavens, so what? Guanzhai's defense is unrivaled. No one within the same realm can break it, said Xu Yunkang. He was clearly uncomfortable with how Long Chen was. As the family head, he had made this strategy which had caused a genius to be treated as a random weed. That was equivalent to saying he had no vision. If Long Chen defeated Shui Guanzhai, he really would have no face left. So in his heart, he still hoped for Shui Guanzhai to suppress Long Chen. Only then would it prove that he had made the right choice. If a leader couldn't even properly appraise people, then they really should step down. Long Chen's saber was currently pointed toward the sky. An immense saber image slowly condensed. Split the heavens. The huge saber image suddenly slashed down on Shui Guanzhai's water barrier. The barrier shook 3 times, but it didn't break. Furthermore, there were 3 runic barriers. Long Chen's attack hadn't even broken the outer layer. This is the famous split the heavens. The experts looked at each other in dismay. It seemed this was a far cry from the power rumored in legends. HMPH, it was just a bluff, sneered Shui Yunkang. Buzz. Just as his sneer rang out, Long Chen once more raised his saber to the sky. An even larger saber image pierced through the clouds. What? When they saw that saber image, the monastery heads all shot up, filled with shock. They found out that Long Chen's previous attack had just been a practice blow. The first attack had shaken heaven and earth's natural energy, but the second attack had absorbed all the energy in the air. In that instant, the entire world trembled with a murderous aura. Even from a distance, it was like this saber image had locked them down. It was incomparably terrifying. This should be the second form of split the heavens. Shui Wuhan was also filled with shock as she watched, but she could guess what this move was. Shui Guanzhai was tightly locked down by a fierce sensation of death. He felt a chill throughout his whole body. Bastard, you won't be able to break my defense, he roared furiously and suddenly punched himself in the chest. He vomited blood, directly using his essence blood to form a seal. The barriers around him brightened. Long Chen ignored his actions. He was completely focused on comprehending the will of split the heavens. Although it wasn't his first time using it, this time, he felt a kind of will that could break apart any and all restrictions, including heaven and earth. It actually greatly resembled his own will. He was currently trying to align his will with the essence of split the heavens. Rumbling suddenly filled the air, and astral winds raged. A power was bursting forth like an erupting volcano. Long Chen suddenly felt all his energy get sucked dry. He couldn't help being startled. His tremendous spiritual yuan still wasn't enough to completely satisfy split the heavens. Furthermore, he found that his attack had already reached the point of an arrow flying off a bow. He had no choice but to follow through with it. It wasn't under his control anymore. The huge saber image was like a bolt of lightning splitting apart heaven and earth, like a heavenly blade cutting apart the river of stars. It slashed down directly at Shui Guanzhai. Boom! When it landed on his first layer of defenses, that water barrier instantly exploded. It continued to the second. The second barrier didn't even last for a breath, and it also exploded. Shui Guanzhai's face turned as pale as paper. With a furious roar, Shui Guanzhai poured all his spiritual yuan into his final barrier. If he still couldn't block it, he would die. Boom! The saber image landed on the third barrier. The ground fiercely trembled, and even the disciples in the Xuanhuan Sea were blown into the air. As a result, they were blown into the distance by the current. Some were even blown directly to the edge. This attack was too terrifying. It was lucky that this was a special place, or Long Chen's attack might have completely destroyed this land. When the dust scattered, people were horrified to see the ground had become covered in cracks. Long Chen was leaning on his saber, gasping for breath. Shui Guanzhai had disappeared from his original location, and a long ditch had appeared there. Shui Guanzhai was lying at the end of that ditch, constantly coughing up blood. What? Shui Guanzhai was defeated. Dragging his saber, Long Chen slowly walked over to Shui Guanzhai. His steps were a bit unsteady, but his imposingness shook people's hearts. When he arrived in front of him, Long Chen icily looked at the pale Shui Guanzhai. Do you know, if you had just targeted me, this little competition would have ended here. Regretfully, you despicably sneak attacked my brothers. "What are you planning? You won't dare to kill me," said Shui Guanjai icily. Long Chen smiled. "In this world there's nothing I don't dare to do, it's just that you haven't touched my bottom line yet, so I won't kill you." Suddenly Long Chen's saber directly pierced through Shui Guanjai's chest. His blood splashed, shocking everyone. "Long Chen, you're courting death," Shui Yungang roared furiously. Long Chen's actions caused everyone to jump in fright. Was he really planning on killing someone here? Did he not want his life? Long Chen didn't even glance at Shui Yungang. He indifferently looked at Shui Guanjai. "This is for my brothers. Remember, next time you do something like this, then even if you have a god as a backer, I swear I will kill you." He flung his saber, sending Shui Guanjai flying. He miserably tumbled, wildly vomiting blood. Without a second glance, Long Chen began walking back toward the Xuanhuan Sea. Everyone was deeply shaken by this. It was like they were watching a merciless devil god walking toward them. He was actually so powerful. All of a sudden, the saber Long Chen was resting on his shoulder shattered. It was unable to endure the power from the second form of Split the Heavens. "Damn it, can't you wait until after I finish showing off?" Long Chen sighed helplessly. He flung away the hilt and went directly into the Xuanhuan Sea. He felt his exhausted spiritual yuan rapidly recovering in the Xuanhuan Sea. It was even faster than recovering with medicinal pills. "Vice-sect Master Long Chen went too far this time." Shui Yungang stood and bowed. The Vice-sect Master waved his hand. "All things have their reasons. If you want to play, then you have to be able to accept losing. If Long Chen had been defeated, what would have happened? Would you have felt that to be too far? Do you feel that because Shui Guanjai is your family's disciple, defeating him is going too far?" Just at this moment, Zhou Tianyi interjected. "Family head Shui, being so biased toward one person isn't good. Aren't you afraid of your other disciples growing disillusioned?" "You? I'm just judging the matter as it stands, aren't I?" Shui Yungang mind was a bit chaotic now. It was not the time to fight, so he directly shut his mouth. "Nice job, boss." When Long Chen passed by the Dragonblood Legion, Gu Ran and the others all looked at him worshipfully. Deciding to follow Long Chen had truly been the best decision of their lives. Long Chen smiled at them and continued forward. Winking at Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er, he went straight toward the storm zone. The pressure was the greatest there, but his recovery speed would also be the fastest there. Once he was in the violet zone, he didn't continue forward. He just relied on the current's practically limitless energy to recover his spiritual yuan. At this time, the heavily injured Shui Guanjai stood up and walked back to the Xuanhuan Sea. Long Chen had merely stabbed him, and that attack hadn't contained any other forces. So while his injury had appeared frightening, it hadn't been at all fatal. That was especially true since he was a water cultivator, and his natural recovery ability was greater than others. Shui Guanjai also entered the violet zone. This time, Long Chen didn't stop him. A gentleman should be magnanimous and clearly understand enmities. He had already gotten his revenge for his brothers. "Long Chen, I won't let things off just like this. We still have a long time to play," snorted Shui Guanjai when he detoured around Long Chen. Chapter 721, Pulling People In. Long Chen ignored Shui Guanjai. Although he had to admit that Shui Guanjai was extremely powerful, he wasn't afraid of him. It was just that now, Long Chen was much more on guard toward the other rank 2 Celestials. Shui Guanjai was a rather special case amongst the 4 of them. His combat strength lay in his defense, not offense. Furthermore, with this fellow's character, he definitely wouldn't expose his true trump cards unless he had to. Although he had heard that when the 4 of them had exchanged blows and they had been equally matched, that was simply because it hadn't been a battle to the death. They had merely used probing blows. Today, he had provoked Shui Guanjai and found many abilities that he hadn't used before. That meant the other rank 2 Celestials also had to be hiding terrifying trump cards. Just Shui Guanjai, who didn't specialize in offense, was already able to push Long Chen to the point that he had no choice but to use all his trump cards. Then Zhao Wuji, who was widely known for his offense, would definitely be much more terrifying. Long Chen's gaze roamed around. As expected, he saw overflowing battle intent coming from Zhao Wuji. It seemed he had an urge to fight Long Chen right now. As for Yue Qianchen, his gaze was like a sword. He also seemed interested. Only Zhang Wuyan's expression was indifferent, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking. That made Long Chen snort. It seemed things would be very lively. This was Long Chen's first time encountering such powerful opponents. He felt his own blood boiling with battle intent. Long Chen might not have an arrogant air, but he had a lofty and unyielding character. His arrogance was concealed in the depths of his soul. Thus, he also thirsted to fight with experts. Currently, Zhao Wuji, Zhang Wuyan, Yue Qianchen, Shui Guanjai and Long Chen were going deeper into the storm zone from 5 different directions. They moved slowly, because the closer they got to the core of the storm zone, the stronger the current grew. Long Chen didn't continue forward. Although the tide contained all the energies of heaven and earth, and any cultivator would gain huge benefits from it, he was different. He was not an elemental cultivator. He controlled flame energy and thunder force, but he didn't need to do anything to absorb those energies. Lei Long and Hue Long had already reached the core of the storm zone and were absorbing energy. Although they had separated from him, he could sense their emotions. Those two were crazily devouring energy there with extreme joy. Furthermore, the two of them listened to what he had said. They kept themselves small. They were only a few inches long, and outsiders were unable to sense their existence. Of course, compressing their bodies meant they couldn't absorb energy as easily. It was fortunate that the energy at the core had practically reached a solid state, and so it was compressed enough for them to devour their fill. Shui Guanjai and the others were doing their best, but they finally reached their limit a few miles from the core. They were unable to advance another inch. But this place was already enough to give them endless benefits, benefits that surpassed their imaginations. They were doing their best to absorb their own specific energies from the current. If Long Chen continued forward, the current's energy could rapidly strengthen his body, and he would be able to release even greater strength in the future. But he decided not to do that. That was because he felt that doing that wouldn't have any meaning. The body-strengthening aspect from the storm zone couldn't compare to Enlightenment Palace pills. There was no need to waste that time. His energy was rapidly recovering in the current, and he was fully recovered in just 2 hours. That was too miraculous, as he would have required several days to do the same outside the sea. Once he was recovered, in front of everyone's uncomprehending gazes, he left the storm zone. He walked over to Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er. Long Chen. Meng Qi, I'll bring Wan'er into the storm zone. She'll be able to gain even greater benefits there. But you, said Long Chen apologetically. It's fine. In truth, the Xuanhuan Sea isn't too useful to me. A beast tamer's body is just too weak. Even if it's strengthened, there's a limit. You should bring Wan'er along, said Meng Qi. Meng Qi, can you endure it? Asked Long Chen worriedly. I'll be fine. I've already grown accustomed to it. I told Wan'er to go ahead on her own before, but she refused. This opportunity is rare, so don't waste time worrying about me. Meng Qi smiled toward Tang Wan'er. Long Chen nodded. He brought Tang Wan'er over to the storm zone. When they approached the border, Tang Wan'er was clearly under extremely great pressure. She was slightly pale. Long Chen directly activated his divine ring, blocking the pressure for Tang Wan'er. She gratefully smiled toward Long Chen. Let's go. He directly charged into the storm zone with her. With his assistance, Tang Wan'er easily entered. The majority of the pressure had been blocked by him. I'll slowly withdraw my strength, so the pressure on you will gradually increase, said Long Chen. Seeing Tang Wan'er nod, he began to pull back his strength. Although she had been prepared, Tang Wan'er still jumped. The instant Long Chen began to withdraw his power, she felt like countless mountains had begun collapsing on her. But Long Chen went slowly, giving her a great deal of time to accustom herself. Even so, it took Tang Wan'er 2 hours before she could just barely endure it. All right, you can absorb the wind energy here. It will increase your comprehension as well as adaptability. I'll come to find you later. After setting up Tang Wan'er, Long Chen returned to the red zone. Seeing Long Chen actually use his precious time to pull Tang Wan'er into the storm zone, countless celestials were incredibly envious. As for the monastery heads, they were lost in thought. Long Chen was sacrificing much to do this. He was giving up his cultivation time. Was he not afraid of being surpassed by others? It had to be known that the cultivation path was filled with struggles. No one would give up opportunities like this, not even if they were giving them up for a wife or a brother. In fact, to obtain such an opportunity, it was all too common for them to turn hostile against their own kin. Why did he go out again? No one understood. Because she was a member of the 3 peerless beauties, practically everyone in the Xuanhuan Dao sect knew that Meng Qi was a beast tamer. She couldn't possibly enter the storm zone. He wouldn't, is he really? People were stunned to see that Long Chen was going toward Gu Yang and the others. Brothers, are you prepared? Long Chen smiled. Boss, are you serious? Gu Yang was startled and delighted. Yes, I'll also drag you guys in. That place will multiply the benefits for you. I just don't know if you dare to or not, laughed Long Chen. Of course we dare. Boss, quickly bring us in, cried Gu Yang and the others excitedly. Even here, they felt themselves strengthening with every passing moment. But the storm zone was something only second-rank Celestials could enter. Rank 1 Celestials didn't even have the qualifications to get close. The benefits there could make a person drool. All right, then the captains can follow me. As for the squad leaders and below, you won't be able to enter, said Long Chen. The Legion's captains were Gu Yang, Song Minjuan, Li Qi, and Yue Zaifeng. The Dragonblood Legion was composed of 360 members. They were split into 36 squads, each with a squad leader. The 4 captains were each in charge of 9 squads. The squad leaders were the strongest of the squads, but compared to Gu Yang and the other captains, the difference was extremely great. Brothers, I'm cheering for you. Have a good trip, ha ha ha. Seeing that Long Chen didn't mention him, Xuanhuan was extremely relieved. But a single sentence from Long Chen made him turn green. Xuanhuan, you're also coming. Boss, my body's too weak. It's even weaker than one of our ordinary brothers. I should stay here and just cheer for you. Aya, boss, please, I don't want to go. I'll die if I go. Please, boss, release me. I have a mother and I want to have babies one day, begged Xuanhuan. But Long Chen ignored him. He simply dragged him over. No matter how he begged, Xuanhuan was unable to stop Long Chen's footsteps. All 4 captains of the Legion have come. As the head general, you can't be excused. Even if you die, you have to die inside the storm zone, said Long Chen as he dragged a wailing Xuanhuan. Boom! As Long Chen pushed his divine ring to its peak, the 5 of them forced their way through the current. However, this time, Long Chen was under extremely great pressure. The tide's strength would adjust itself according to a person's power. Now that he was enduring the pressure for the 5 of them, he felt a powerful resistance. They weren't Celestials, and so they couldn't compare to Tang Wan'er. If he didn't do this, they would be instantly crushed. Seeing Long Chen bringing 5 people to the storm zone, countless jaws dropped. This was truly ruthless. What a fool. He's wasting such a good opportunity. Pulling in Tang Wan'er was one thing. After all, she's a Celestial and has plenty of room to grow. But to drag in 5 ordinary disciples is just a waste of time. Especially that crying fellow. He's clearly just trash. No matter how good Long Chen's talent is, if he just wastes his time like this, he'll quickly be thrown into the distance, said Shui Yungang. The other experts also nodded. Tang Wan'er was a wind cultivator, and pulling her into the storm zone gave her limitless prospects. Doing such a thing had been worthy of praise. But pulling in 5 ordinary disciples made people speechless. Was he really so bored? Furthermore, wouldn't those 5 people be crushed to death as soon as they entered? Chapter 722, The Pain of Shattered Bones. Hearing Shui Yungang ridicule Long Chen, Shui Wuhan said, Long Chen has his own thoughts. He doesn't meet the standards of a leader, but he definitely meets the standards of a cultivator. He treats each person by his side as a brother, and is willing to entrust his back to any of those brothers. That kind of trust is something we can't understand. For example, I can guarantee that Long Chen has his own goal with his current actions. Just because others can't understand it doesn't mean it's foolish. Shui Yungang expression sank. Shui Wuhan was becoming more and more unbridled to actually say such a thing in front of everyone. She didn't give him the slightest face. The reason why Shui Wuhan could say such things was because she had a peerless genius like Long Chen by her side. It was also because of Long Chen that she had received the favor of the vice sect master. Now her wings had truly grown, and she no longer needed to care about her family head. Shui Yungang eyes were cold. A young person always feels like they can do unrealistic things once they gain a bit of power. Does he really think he can defy the heavens? Does he think he can escape the restriction of the world's laws? Shui Wuhan smiled disdainfully. In truth, Shui Yungang was talking about her. He was saying it would be arrogant of her to think that she could escape the control of the Shui family. His meaning was that he was the family head, and she shouldn't get carried away by her wishful thinking. She smiled coldly and sighed. Was a pompous family head position so great? Did he think everyone wanted that kind of position where the only thing you did all day was scheme? She couldn't be bothered to say anything. Her previous words had simply been because she was dissatisfied with Shui Yungang belittling Long Chen. It was unexpected that this old fellow would actually raise the conflict to a new level once she defended Long Chen with a few words. Suddenly, Zhou Tianyi interjected, Brother Yungang words are a bit wrong. A horse dislikes the narrow path, and the great Peng hates how low the heavens are. Even the vice sect master has already said that this world belongs to these children. Could it be that Brother Yunкang is calling into question the vice sect master's words? Shui Yunкang raged. Zhou Tianyi was too evil to use the vice sect master to suppress him. Although he knew he was only helping Shui Wuhan to cause conflict between them, he couldn't help feeling furious. Suddenly, a miserable shriek rang out. That shriek was like the dying cries of a pig being butchered. It cut off their words, and they hastily looked at the Xuanhuan Sea. At the edge of the storm zone, Long Chen stood while 5 others lay on the ground. 4 of them were bitterly enduring as they constantly vomited blood. But one person was vomiting blood while crazily shrieking. Those miserable sounds were incredibly unpleasant to listen to. "Don't worry, even if you break your throat screaming, no one will come to save you," said Long Chen indifferently. He knew Xuanhuan was doing this on purpose. He was probing him, wanting to see if he would become soft-hearted and let him off. But Long Chen truly couldn't let any of them off. Once he had brought the 5 of them in, he had immediately withdrawn half his power. Although he had warned them, they had still been unable to endure it. They immediately collapsed on the ground, unable to move. And even at this time, Long Chen didn't let them off. He continued to slowly weaken his power. The pressure on them continued to increase. I'll die," Xuanhuan was crazily screaming. But in the end, the pressure increased so much that he wasn't even able to scream. The unpleasant sound of bones breaking rang out. Everyone's expressions changed and they felt a chill. The storm zone was truly too terrifying. "Boss, I can't endure it." Li Qi's voice came from his clenched teeth. Even his ability to speak was quickly fading. He felt like he was about to be crushed flat. There wasn't even room for air in his lungs. "That's all right. If you can't endure it, then don't," said Long Chen. "Boss." Crack, the sound of bones breaking continued to ring out. Those who had been envious of the Dragonblood Legion no longer felt the slightest bit of envy. Xuanhuan had already fainted. Every single one of his bones had shattered. He had already passed out from the pain, and he had been squashed so flat that his surface area on the ground had increased quite a bit. Even the monastery heads began to sweat from watching this. This was too vicious. What was Long Chen doing? The pain of broken bones wasn't so bad, but now all of their bones had been shattered to pieces. That level of pain could make a person die. Even if they didn't die, they would definitely go crazy. This was more vicious than any torture. "Are you sure these people are Long Chen's brothers?" asked an expert from the Shui family. "This is clearly sending them to their deaths. Even if they live, they'll form a huge heart devil and will never advance again. Is this how the 36th super monastery raises its disciples?" "Shut up. If you don't understand, then don't talk," ordered the vice sect master. "Long Chen is giving them a huge opportunity. This Xuanhuan Sea is something our Xuanhuan Dao sect used 108,000 spirit-gathering formations to form. Those formations extracted the 5 regions, most primal energies to create this tide. Within it is a trace of heaven and earth's purest form of energy. Long Chen is having these people completely rebuild their skeletons in hopes that they can absorb a trace of that primal energy in the process. That primal energy can increase their chances of becoming celestials in the future. And even if they can't become celestials, they'll still have unlimited prospects once they reach sea expansion. They'll advance much easier than others. If you're ignorant, then keep your mouth shut. As monastery heads, how can you not use your heads when speaking? It's no wonder the disciples you raised are so stupid." Everyone trembled. This was their first time hearing the vice sect master explain the origin of the Xuanhuan Sea. They hadn't known any of this before. "Then vice sect master, doesn't that mean we could use the Xuanhuan Sea to create more celestials?" asked the Wang family head. The vice sect master sighed. How could it be so simple? First of all, ordinary disciples aren't even able to get close to the storm zone. You can see that even rank 1 celestials aren't able to do so, let alone them. Only the storm zone's energy is pure enough. Only that energy is able to allow the ordinary disciples to reforge completely new bones. Only rank 2 celestials have the qualifications to enter that zone. If it were you, would you have your peerless geniuses waste their time on ordinary disciples? And even if you ordered it, would they really give up on such a huge opportunity to help others? It's simply not possible. Hearing this, everyone became silent. People were selfish. People might do favors for others if the cost was low. But as for sacrificing themselves to only help out others, that would just be a joke. Even if rank 2 celestials did sacrifice their time to help others, it still wouldn't do anything, said the vice sect master. Why not? Because to use the energy here to reforge your bones completely requires you to endure the pain of all your bones shattering for a total of 9 times. Without a strong enough will, a person will either die or go crazy. 9 times, the experts here felt like they might go crazy. Just hearing this was frightening. This was too vicious. There's no way around it. Without talent, without resources, without a powerful backer, those who want to have higher accomplishments than others must put in more effort than others. They now had a greater understanding of Long Chen and the others. They were all people who had nothing. The things they had were things they had risked their lives to obtain. Only by walking the line between life and death did they have their current ability. Although they were young, these people were worthy of respect. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, even the one with the strongest physical body, Gu Yang, ended up fainting. Only then did Long Chen increase his power to help them block the pressure. He also gave them a healing pill. An hour later, once they had awakened and their bones had healed, he once more put away his divine ring, having them undergo the pain of their bones shattering. The distant dragon-blood warriors all trembled. This was their first time seeing Gu Yang and the others in such a miserable state. They were filled with gratitude. When the Dragon-Blood Legion had been formed, Long Chen had said that getting stronger was so you could protect the things valuable to you. It was because of that goal that they had chosen to get stronger. As for Gu Yang and the others, the pain they were enduring was to protect all of them. It was to reduce casualties amongst them. Looking at the pain they were in, each of the Dragon-Blood warriors wished to endure it with them. Brothers, compared to the captains, we have it too easy. True brothers should go through hardships together. One of the squad leaders waved his hand, and everyone began to force their way deeper into the sea. When they were less than 3 miles away from the storm zone, they finally had no choice but to stop. Even rank 1 celestials were only a mile or 2 ahead of them. The pressure here caused their blood to churn. Some of them were vomiting blood, but their expressions were full of pride. They were sharing in the pain of the captains. This scene deeply shook countless hearts. They were unable to understand how they could possess such sincere emotions toward each other. Quite a few eyes turned red as they watched this touching scene. "Ah, boss, I can't endure it, I'm going to go crazy." On the 6th cycle, Xuanhuan suddenly began to cry, his eyes scarlet. This torture had brought his mind to the brink of insanity. "Then let me ask you, do you want beauties?" asked Long Chen. "Yes." "Do you want to be a hero?" "Yes." "Do you want to show off in front of countless people?" "Yes." "What is your greatest dream?" "I want to be a poser together with boss," roared Xuanhuan. "Then do you want to continue?" "Yes." People didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was both shocking as well as comedic, but only Long Chen knew that the thing Xuanhuan liked to do the most was to show off. If it was in order to stand in the spotlight, he would be willing to suffer any pain. Xuanhuan's mind had already reached its limit. When it came to will, he was greatly lacking compared to Gu Yang and the others. Only the thought of showing off allowed him to continue. In front of everyone's stunned gazes, Xuanhuan really managed to endure having his bones shattered 9 times. When he woke up, he wasn't crazy. Buzz! Rumbling filled the air, and heaven and earth resonated with it. The tide suddenly came to a stop. Chapter 723, 9 Netherworld Path. "What, it's over?" asked the startled monastery head. Previously, the Xuanhuan Sea would stay open for at least 7 days each time it was activated. But this time, it disappeared after just 3 days. Even the Vice-Sect Master's expression was grim. After a moment of silence, he sighed, "Perhaps countless monsters are soaring within the Xuanhuan Dao sect." "Vice-Sect Master, what's going on?" The Xuanhuan Sea is activated at all 5 regions at the same time. Their energies are connected. In all the previous trials, it had enough energy to last 7 to 10 days. When the Xuanhuan Sea's energy is exhausted to a certain point, it automatically disappears. Now it disappeared after just 3 days. In other words, the Xuanhuan Sea's energy has already been used up. Everyone was startled. Their Xuanhuan Dao sect had entered an unprecedented flourishing period. With the 4 heavenly geniuses and Long Chen, they had thought they would be able to rival the other branch sects. But this scene before them made their hearts sink. The energy that should have taken 7 days to exhaust had all been absorbed in just 3 days. That meant that other regions had also given birth to many monsters that had absorbed the energy. I Xuanhuan am unrivaled beneath the heavens. No one is my match, let go of me. Get back, I'm going to start showing off. When the tide retreated, Xuanhuan began to laugh as if he had gone insane. Gu Yang and the others hastily grabbed him. Long Chen patted Xuanhuan on his forehead. His spiritual strength poured into his mind-sea. After undergoing that inhuman torment, Xuanhuan had almost gone insane. That was very normal, as his will was the weakest of the five of them. He had only managed to endure with the thought of being able to stand in the limelight. Now that the pressure suddenly disappeared, signs of insanity appeared. It's over. All the suffering you went through was worth it. Your light will blind the whole world. The name Xuanhuan will shake the hearts of others. No one will be able to eclipse you. Long Chen used an extremely soft voice, using something similar to hypnosis to calm down Xuanhuan's taut nerves. Can I surpass you, boss? Asked Xuanhuan. You little brat, you were just acting. Long Chen kicked Xuanhuan into the distance. Beat him up for me. No, boss, I was just joking. Don't take it so seriously, begged Xuanhuan upon seeing Gu Yang and the others rub their fists and pull up their sleeves. Long Chen was about to say something when his arms shook slightly. Lei Long and Huo Long had stealthily returned. It seemed no one had noticed them. The two of them both expressed their excitement. The general meaning was that this was their first time being so full. But Long Chen knew that this was Lei Long's first time. It was just that what it had eaten before was just bones, while now it was eating meat. However, it truly was the first time for Huo Long. Long Chen finally sensed a berserk power from it. That was the true level of power an earth flame should possess. Huo Long, since you're full, don't just laze around. Help me refine pills. Long Chen needed a huge amount of Enlightenment Palace pills. No, not a huge amount, an ocean's worth. He had only just given Huo Long its mission when Meng Qi, Tang Wan'er, and the other Dragonblood warriors walked over. How do you feel? Long Chen smiled. Amazing. I feel like a completely different person. All the Dragonblood warriors were excited by their gains. Not only had their physical bodies been tempered, but even their spiritual yuan had become purer and vaster. Furthermore, some of them had even gained a somewhat impure elemental energy. The tide was actually able to give them such immense benefits. They could almost count as elemental cultivators now. A completely different person. Yes, that's right. I feel like I've shed several layers now. Xuanhuan bitterly laughed. But it was all worth it. I feel like my body has undergone a heaven-toppling transformation. Gu Yang clenched his fist. When he beat himself in his chest, a drum-like sound rang out. Yue Zifeng, Li Qi, and Song Minjuan were also smiling excitedly. Although they had experienced a hellish torment just now, the profit was worth it. Xuanhuan, although your constitution is very ordinary after undergoing that suffering, your will has become much firmer, and although your physical body can't compare to Gu Yang, it's now many times stronger than an average Dragonblood warrior. Don't forget your profession. If your base power has multiplied this much, then you'll be able to. You understand, laughed Long Chen. I understand. Xuanhuan's head was still in a muddled state from the pain, but with Long Chen's reminder, he couldn't help feeling ecstatic. His strongest point was his armor, and that armor multiplied his strength. However, that was based on his base strength. If his physical body had increased in power this much, then with the multiplication of his armor, his current strength must have reached a point that even terrified him. Then wouldn't I be able to dominate Celestials? Xuanhuan was incomparably excited. His eyes were full of anticipation, as if he could already see himself wearing his golden armor, trampling a Celestial under his feet. There really is no curing you. Long Chen shook his head. Long Chen, suddenly a cold cry rang out. Long Chen looked in the direction of that voice to see Shui Guanjai icily staring at him. You dare to have a life and death battle with me? People were startled. Shui Guanjai was actually challenging him so quickly after his loss. Zhao Wuji, Yue Qianchen, and Zhang Wuyan were the first ones to comprehend why he would do this. They watched from a distance, expressionless. Long Chen suddenly laughed. I'll accompany you in a life and death battle any time you want. I know you must have obtained some benefits from the core of the Storm Zone, benefits that have made your power increase quite a bit. However, you should get your affairs in order first, because when you are defeated by my hands again, I will take your life. His words were arrogant, but having already defeated Shui Guanjai once, no one thought he was just boasting. If Long Chen had wanted to kill Shui Guanjai at that time, and if no one had stopped him, there would no longer be a Shui Guanjai. Shui Guanjai's expression was incomparably dark. This was his greatest humiliation. A Grand Rank 2 Celestial had actually been defeated, and by someone that wasn't even a Celestial. Long Chen was correct. Shui Guanjai had gained a more profound understanding of the water element. Even his water runes had changed slightly, making them stronger than ever. He was still unconvinced by his defeat. He had been careless. If he had treated Long Chen seriously from the start, perhaps the conclusion would have been reversed. Now his power had increased, while Long Chen had wasted his time helping others. He was confident in being able to kill him, so he immediately challenged him to a life-and-death battle, wanting to kill him to wash away his humiliation. How could Long Chen not understand Shui Guanjai's thoughts? So he wanted Shui Guanjai to go ask for the Dao Sect's permission. That was to avoid still not being able to kill Shui Guanjai at the end. Even Long Chen had to use his full strength to fight Shui Guanjai. Furthermore, he had already revealed so many of his trump cards. Shui Guanjai was definitely prepared now. If they fought again, and Long Chen was forced to reveal every last one of his trump cards, then it would be completely not worth it if he still couldn't kill Shui Guanjai. But if no one stopped him from killing Shui Guanjai, then obtaining a rank 2 heavenly Dao fruit would be worth exposing his trump cards. All disciples gather. We're moving on to the second trial. The Vice Sect Master's voice rang out, and everyone hastily gathered to where they had originally arrived. HMPH, count yourself lucky, Long Chen, but remember your life is mine. I might take it any time, said Shui Guanjai icily. That infuriated Gu Yang and the others. They all took out their weapons. Shui Guanjai really knew how to boast. Long Chen waved his hand, stopping them. It's still the same phrase. Whenever you want to die, come find me. I will send you on your way free of charge. Although his expression was calm, Shui Guanjai had truly infuriated him. Long Chen had now completely seen through his temperament. This idiot was precisely a spoiled brat. He had been pampered from a young age, and now he thought of himself as the center of the world. Everything was supposed to revolve around him. Such a person was an idiot, but such an idiot would always do many idiotic things. For example, previously, he had been unable to do anything to Long Chen, so he had targeted the Dragonblood Legion. He had no scruples about doing something so despicable. He had no taboos, and if he allowed this idiot to continue living, he would very likely do something like that again. Long Chen would prefer to not give him that chance. Originally, with the primal chaos bead's power, Long Chen should do his best to go slaughter celestials and gather heavenly Dao fruits. But he did his best to avoid that. That would make him a greedy killer, and eventually he would become captive to his greed. If he couldn't keep his heart clear, then one day he would do something he would regret. But Shui Guanjai was definitely an exception. Killing him wouldn't make him feel the slightest bit bad. Looking at his back, Long Chen smiled icily. 6 hours after they had all gathered, the world suddenly trembled. The scenery around them changed, and they appeared at a large mountain valley. Mist completely obscured the inside of the valley. This is the second trial, the 9 Netherworld Path, announced the Vice Sect Master. Chapter 724, Goofing Off. The mountain valley appeared both real and illusory at the same time. It seemed like a painting that was constantly fluctuating. It was clearly there, yet it somehow felt unreal. Mist filled the valley, making it impossible to see what was inside, but it somehow felt like endless mysteries were waiting to be explored inside. This is the 9 Netherworld Path. It is different from the first trial. This trial is focused on a person's soul and will. Furthermore, there is great danger inside, and there is the possibility of dying at any time, so I would advise people with weak spiritual strength to not participate. Hearing the Vice Sect Master's words, the Dragonblood warriors all looked at Gu Yang. Gu Yang sighed. It seemed this trial had no affinity with him. His spiritual strength was too lacking. To avoid him being instantly killed by even an ordinary soul cultivator, Gu Ran had made him a protective soul item, and Meng Qi had personally poured her soul energy into it. The Vice Sect Master continued, the 9 Netherworld Path is filled with countless dangers. Illusions appear at every corner. If you can't distinguish between what is real and what is an illusion, you will lose your life. Don't think that this trial is the same as the Xuanhuan Sea. This trial is created from spiritual strength. I'm sure you can imagine just how many souls are required to activate such a huge trial. Even Long Chen's heart shook. This trial required souls to activate. Could it be that they had gathered the spiritual strength left by dying experts? I'm sure you all remember that the final trial to enter your monasteries was battling those corrupt corpses. Those corpses are gathered from the battlefields of the righteous and corrupt paths. The souls that are comparatively complete are sealed in the corpses and used as a trial. But on the battlefields of the true experts, the majority of the experts have their souls extinguished in the battle. Their leftover spiritual strength is then gathered to activate the 9 netherworld path. So the 9 netherworld path contains endless grievance and resentment in it. You'll run into all kinds of dangers. If you sense a danger to your life, you can crush the jade plates that were distributed to you previously. Then you'll be automatically transported out. However, you absolutely cannot assume that this jade plate will save your life. The majority of the dangers inside are targeted toward the soul. It's very likely that you won't even have a chance to crush the jade before dying, warned the vice sect master. Everyone's hearts felt heavy, especially those people without powerful spiritual strength. But the 9 netherworld path was one of the Xuanhuan sex trials. The benefits inside had to be immense. Although the vice sect master had only mentioned the dangers, opportunity and risk existed together. This was definitely an opportunity that couldn't be missed. Finally, let me warn you about one last thing. You absolutely cannot try to see your future in the trial. The vice sect master's gaze roved across Long Chen and the 4 heavenly geniuses. Xuanhuan and the others' hearts trembled. To make the vice sect master warn them so solemnly, this matter had to be incredibly important. They firmly remembered his warning. After a couple of hours, the mountain valley in front of them stopped fluctuating. The vice sect master waved his hand. The trial of the 9 netherworld path begins now. But this time, people were clearly much more cautious. There weren't any fools who charged in. The Xuanhuan sect's trials were kept as a secret from the disciples, and none of them wanted to be the tester for others. Long Chen, let's go. I can sense there's something I want inside. Meng Qi pulled Long Chen and Tang Wan'er toward the valley. Long Chen gave the others a warning before the 3 of them entered. The valley entrance wasn't huge, being only 100 meters wide. The heavy mist inside possessed powerful spiritual fluctuations. Meng Qi, Tang Wan'er, and Long Chen entered the mist together. The other disciples were constantly paying close attention to them, so they were all shocked once they entered. At that moment, their 3 spiritual fluctuations completely disappeared, almost as if a monster had swallowed them. They felt a chill as this was too strange. But seeing the vice sect master's expressionless face, they could only summon their courage and walk in as well. Long Chen had been holding their hands the whole time, but when he entered the mist, he suddenly felt his hands become empty. At the same time, the mist faded to reveal a mountain path. The mist was still extremely heavy, and he could only see a few meters in front of himself. This mist was extremely strange. His spiritual strength was unable to go through it. There was no way for him to activate his divine sense. Suddenly, a roar came from behind him. Long Chen hastily turned back to see a 30-meter flame leopard attack him. Long Chen was startled. How was it that he hadn't sensed this leopard approaching him? He hastily punched out. But his fist went straight through the leopard's body. It's a spiritual attack. As expected, this leopard was nothing more than soul energy, and it directly attacked his soul. Long Chen snorted. Forming a hand seal, a spiritual arrow shot out of his forehead and struck the leopard. The leopard immediately transformed into incredibly pure spiritual strength and surged toward Long Chen. He was somewhat startled, and he cautiously absorbed a strand of that spiritual strength. How pure? Long Chen was shocked. The leopard had actually transformed into pure spiritual strength when it was killed, and it was the kind of spiritual strength that could be absorbed to strengthen a person's soul. Unfortunately, this thing is useless to me, he sighed. His cultivation path was different from other people's. This spiritual strength actually contained a trace of energy that increased a person's mental realm, but he cultivated the 9-star Hegemon body art, and his spiritual strength increased with his cultivation base. As for comprehension, he had no need for it. He had no bottleneck to speak of, so he had no need for comprehension. But that flame leopard had truly been extremely lifelike. Furthermore, it was impossible to sense spiritual fluctuations here. Even Long Chen had thought it had been a real magical beast. Long Chen followed the path. Occasionally, more spiritual beasts would attack him, but they were each killed in one blow by him. He realized the benefits that the 9 netherworld path gave. He didn't know how they had done this, but they had gathered the resentful spirits from the battlefields and turned them into pure spiritual strength. The Xuanhuan sect's foundation was shocking. At the same time, he felt excitement for Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er. The The two of them had powerful souls, and the benefits they could obtain here were unimaginable. That was especially true for Ming Qi. This place was practically a holy land for her. As he advanced, the spiritual magical beasts became stronger, but it was nothing to Long Chen. After walking for a long time, a surprising figure appeared in front of him. Shui Guanjai. Long Chen was surprised to run into Shui Guanjai here. Shui Guanjai didn't say a word. However, he suddenly formed hand seals, and a huge water prison appeared around Long Chen. Break! Long Chen roared and his spiritual strength surged out. The water prison was instantly broken. But at the same time, Shui Guanjai disappeared and a transparent figure appeared in his stead. Long Chen shot out a spiritual arrow that caused that figure to explode, filling the air with pure spiritual strength. Long Chen had truly been startled to see Shui Guanjai here, but as soon as Shui Guanjai had used a magical art, he had noticed some clues. The 9 netherworld path was special, and other than soul energy, no other energy could be used. There was no way for Shui Guanjai to use a magical art. So as soon as Shui Guanjai had attacked, Long Chen had released his spiritual strength, destroying the illusion of Shui Guanjai. After that figure was destroyed, Long Chen sensed a faint aura that made it seem like that figure had had some kind of faint intelligence. It was extremely strange. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to absorb the spiritual strength from that figure. This spiritual strength was useless to him. As long as he didn't use too much of his spiritual strength, there was no need for him to absorb it. He quickened his footsteps as there was something he wanted here. While Long Chen was rapidly advancing, the other disciples had also entered the 9 netherworld path. There were 3 others that stayed behind with Gu Yang. They were all people with incredibly weak spiritual strength. If they entered, then just an ordinary spiritual beast would kill them. These 4 people were all stocky fellows who seemed to specialize in brute force. They looked at each other sympathetically. The vice sect master waited until everyone had entered the 9 netherworld path to take out a strange chessboard. This was no ordinary chessboard. In truth, it was a map. The map revealed an extremely complicated and interweaving labyrinth. There were countless dots of light that slowly appeared. Each of those dots represented a disciple. With so many dots, no one could tell who was who. Why is that dot so much brighter than the others? Asked a monastery head. This disciple killed comparatively more spiritual beasts and absorbed more spiritual strength than the others. For someone to already have such a huge lead at the very start, who could it be? One of the monastery heads who had attended the trial multiple times explained. The vice sect master pressed the dot and formed a seal with his other hand. The map disappeared, revealing a figure. It's her. That image was of a peerless beauty. With a wave of her hand, a spiritual arrow shot out, killing all the densely packed spiritual beasts in front of her. That power was absolutely shocking, but she accomplished it so easily. This woman was naturally Ming Qi. As soon as she had figured out the situation with the 9 netherworld path, she had begun a slaughter of the spiritual beasts here. Although her spiritual seed had come from Long Chen, absorbing this spiritual strength would greatly strengthen her spiritual seed. She was like a fish in water here. After that, a few other dots rapidly brightened as well. Those people were the 4 heavenly geniuses, and surprisingly the 5th person was Long Chen, but Tang Waner. What is Long Chen doing? The monastery heads were all dumbfounded. It couldn't be that he was goofing off, right? Chapter 725, Future Lake. Damn it, how did I end up circling back here? Long Chen was gloomy. He didn't know how many spiritual beasts he had killed as he had rushed along. But after countless forks in the road, he had returned to his original location. Continuing like this is out of the question. I have to think of something. This time, he left behind a mark at the fork before continuing. He found that not long after, he appeared on a completely foreign path. Fuck this. I'm not playing this game, cursed Long Chen. He directly closed his eyes and tried to sense the general direction of the thing he needed. This maze had continuously blocked him, and now he was out of patience. It's in that direction. Long Chen began to walk in a direction that had no path and was full of mist. Long Chen suddenly took out a saber. The last enchanted saber he had used had exploded after he had used the second form of Split the Heavens. He could only replace it with another, but this was a pole saber, a Yanuetao. 2/3 of it was the handle, while the blade only took up 1/3. There was a huge difference compared to the normal sabers he used. However, he had no better weapons now, so he could only use it. After traveling an hour through the mist, a path appeared in front of him. But Long Chen didn't follow that path. Instead, he continued in a straight line toward the thing that he sensed. He didn't know how far that thing was. What he wanted to find was the thing the vice sect master had mentioned at the end. Suddenly, he heard some sounds. Long Chen rushed in that direction. A small path appeared in front of him, and there was a woman lying on the ground, her expression pale and twisted, as if she was undergoing a painful struggle. Long Chen immediately went up to her and pressed a hand on her forehead. His powerful spiritual strength surged into her mind-see. She was currently being attacked by a foreign spiritual strength, but Long Chen's spiritual strength destroyed it. Many thanks, senior apprentice brother. She opened her eyes and looked at him gratefully. Just now, she had been attacked by several powerful spiritual beasts. Although she had done her best to kill them, one of them had managed to invade her mind-see, almost exterminating her soul. With her soul being attacked, she had no time to crush the Jade tablet. Just thinking about it filled her with terror. "You're welcome. Do you know where the place you can see your future is?" asked Long Chen. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen," she gasped. "I just want to gain some experience. I have no other intentions. Have you run into it?" "I didn't, but I ran into a senior apprentice sister from the 17th Super Monastery who said she ran into Future Lake. That Future Lake actually took the initiative to ask her if she wanted to see her future. She was so terrified that she fled," she said. "Future Lake, that name does sound pretty magical. Do you know its general direction?" asked Long Chen. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, are you really planning on going there?" the vice sect master said. "Don't worry, I wouldn't do something as stupid as trying to divine my future. That would just destroy a person's Dao heart. I just want to gain experience." Only after hearing this did she say, "I remember the location. That senior apprentice sister was very nice and she told me not to go in that direction. If you want to go there to gain experience, I can bring you there." She led Long Chen in a certain direction. After a few dozen turns, even Long Chen was shocked by her amazing memory. It seemed that anyone who could attend this trial was truly extraordinary. "We've arrived." Long Chen looked around and saw mist everywhere. He couldn't see anything. He was just about to ask her about this when she said, "This is the fork. If you go left, you'll reach Future Lake." I don't dare to go. According to that senior apprentice sister, that place is too strange." "Then thank you, I'll go take a look. With how terrifying you make it sound, even I'm getting nervous," laughed Long Chen. "Then you really shouldn't go." "But how can you allow yourself to be defeated by fear? Since I've decided to look, then I'm going to take a look." Without another word, Long Chen walked off. The mist completely blocked his vision after just a few steps, and he wasn't even able to see her anymore. He quickened his footsteps. After over 2 hours, Long Chen still didn't see any lake. He even suspected that she had tricked him. But there was no reason for her to trick him, and after all, he had just saved her. The strange thing was that there were no spiritual beasts on this path. There were also no forks in the road. He could only continue onward. Finally, after 6 hours, the path came to a dead end. "What the fuck, she really did trick me." Long Chen couldn't help being enraged. "Do you want to know your future?" Suddenly, a spiritual fluctuation appeared. The mist in front of him slowly dissipated, revealing a lake. The lake's surface was as flat as a mirror, and the mist around it made it appear extremely mysterious. Long Chen was stunned. Was this lake alive? It was actually able to talk through spiritual fluctuations. "I do, but does it cost money?" asked Long Chen. The lake was silent for a moment before a figure slowly rose out of the water. That figure was lithe and graceful. It seemed like a woman, but it was impossible to see any clear details. "It doesn't cost money, but I'll need you to help me," said that figure. "Help you with what?" Long Chen was on guard. "Bring me out of this place." "How am I supposed to do that?" "Let me enter your spiritual space and bring me out. I'll not only let you see your future, but I'll also raise you into this world's strongest expert," it enticed. Damn, why does that sound so familiar? It's just like what that old ghost, Guisha, wanted. Long Chen suddenly smiled coldly. "If my guess isn't wrong, you should be a powerful figure from the corrupt path. Despite your soul already being destroyed, you were still able to reform it. It seems you were truly an amazing person when you were alive." That figure didn't reply. After a moment of silence, it said, "You're smart. That guess of yours is correct. Although I died countless years ago, just my name is enough to strike terror into the hearts of countless righteous experts. How does it sound? Little fellow, cooperate with me. Bring me out of here and back to the corrupt path, and then I will give you anything you want." It would be strange if anyone believed such a thing. thought Long Chen to himself. His head was rapidly working. Most likely, this soul was relying on the lake to survive and couldn't leave or attack, which is why it would try to entice him. He shook his head and said, "The vice sect master told me that if someone wanted to tell my future here, I was to ignore them. That person is a trickster who will take your life." "That's pure nonsense. I have to rely on this lake to live. How could I ever take other people's lives? Those people wanted to see their futures and all I did was help them." "Oh, I understand. You intentionally allowed them to see their future, but you changed the future they saw, making them see themselves dying tragically in order to destroy their Dao hearts," said Long Chen. "Wrong. This future lake is actually a projection of the Xuanhuan Dao sect's priceless treasure, the reincarnation mirror. That reincarnation mirror is on the same level as my corrupt path's corrupt god divine skull. How could I have the strength to change what it shows?" Long Chen's heart shook. He hadn't expected there to be such a huge secret behind the 9 netherworld path. He hastily asked, "Then can this future lake really tell a person's future?" "Of course, but I'd advise you not to do that. The future it shows you is true, but it is also false. Divining the future invokes karma, and the reincarnation mirror will not allow that karma to affect it. It will make the asking person bear that karma." "Then isn't the Dao sect harming their own disciples? Why would they put such a thing here?" asked Long Chen. "This 9 netherworld path is actually a huge formation made from condensed spiritual strength. Without the reincarnation mirror's projection, it would be impossible to control such a huge formation." Only then did Long Chen understand. This terrifying existence was most likely something that even the vice sect master wasn't aware of. Just now, he had stealthily used his spiritual strength to probe behind him, only to find that his retreat path had been cut off. It seemed that now that this existence had exposed itself, then whether or not he agreed, it wouldn't allow him to leave. But he wasn't afraid. "Then can Senior help me with something? Can you use Future Lake's power to help me divine the origin of something I have?" "That's no problem. I can help you do that, but have you agreed to what I've asked of you?" "No problem. In any case, I've had enough of the righteous path. Throwing myself to the corrupt path is also fine. However, in that case, I need your help to bring one of my companions over," said Long Chen. "Who?" "It should be the woman whose spiritual strength is the greatest of everyone here except me," said Long Chen. "Her?" A figure suddenly appeared on the lake. That figure was Meng Qi. She had just killed another batch of spiritual beasts and was refining their soul energy. Long Chen was shocked. Or was this to be expected of an existence that could divine the future? He nodded. "Senior, please lead her over here. She has something I need." A startled cry rang out and Meng Qi suddenly appeared beside Long Chen. She panicked as she had no idea what was going on. But Long Chen said, "Meng Qi, lend me the soul-calming jade." Previously, Long Chen had given the 9-line soul-calming jade to Meng Qi, as it was extremely helpful for her. Meng Qi didn't quite understand what was happening, but she took off the pendant from her neck. Long Chen then threw it to that illusory figure. "Thank you for your trouble, Senior." When Meng Qi saw the figure he was talking to, her pupils shrunk. Then looking at the lake water, she immediately understood something. Long Chen was about to do something exceedingly crazy. Chapter 726 Warmth, then Blood. 9-line soul-calming jade. That illusory figure was surprised by this jade. "Does Senior know the origin of this jade pendant?" asked Long Chen. The figure didn't reply to him. It was silent for a while, as if it was trying to gather its determination. "You want to use Future Lake to divine this thing's origin?" "Can it do that?" Long Chen was delighted. He had thought that Future Lake would only be able to divine the future. Now that he knew it could divine the past, he could no longer remain calm. "You don't even know the origin of this jade, so you definitely don't know the things related to it. I've watched over Future Lake for countless years, and I've managed to find out a few secrets about it. Activating the lake in one way will divine the future, while activating it the other way will divine the past. Do you want to know this thing's future or past?" "Can I first see its future and then see its past?" asked Long Chen. "No." The illusory figure gave him a direct reply. This soul was a monster who could shock both the righteous and corrupt paths. Even with its soul shattered, it had managed to gather again in the 9 netherworld path. That was enough to prove what a terrifying existence it had been. The other souls were all turned into spiritual beasts in the 9 netherworld path. The strength of the spiritual beast was based on the strength of the soul back when it had been alive. But no matter how strong the soul had been, Once it was transformed into a spiritual beast, it had no true consciousness. It could only attack the disciples instinctively. But this person was completely different. It was far too powerful. It had recalled some of its memories and was even planning on using Long Chen to escape this place. It had noticed that Long Chen's spiritual strength was incredibly powerful. Only such a person could leave this place with it without being immediately noticed. This was the only chance it had run into in countless years, so it had to make a deal with him. It had advised Long Chen not to look at his future, because it was worried that he would see the scene of himself dying. The final scene that Future Lake showed people was the end of their life. Any genius who saw the scene of their demise would become dejected, and their Tao heart would receive a huge blow. Perhaps their martial heart would be instantly destroyed. This was also why the Vice Sect Master had so solemnly warned everyone not to go see their future. Future Lake was the core of the 9 Netherworld path. It was something that controlled the entire trial, so there was no way to seal it. He could only ask the disciples not to go there, and even if they were to go there, they shouldn't get close to the lake. When a person's reflection appeared on Future Lake, it would automatically show them their future. But Long Chen didn't need to see his future. What he wanted was to know his past. And that required this mysterious existence's help. Having relied on Future Lake to survive for all these years, it had definitely figured out a few ways to use it. Then just the past, said Long Chen. Meng Qi saw that Long Chen was involuntarily trembling. Even in the midst of battle, Long Chen had never been this nervous. She gently held one of his hands and found that it was covered in sweat. That figure placed the jade into the lake. Ripples immediately began to emanate from it. Those ripples eventually stopped, returning the lake to calm. A scene appeared on the mirror-like surface. The jade pendant was in a large hand, a brush left behind 2 bold and powerful lines. Ha, the dragon roars at the heavens, looking down arrogantly on the mortal world of dust. My son Long Chen possesses a special spirit root, a divine spirit bone, and supreme spirit blood. He'll definitely become a peak figure above the 9 heavens, one who will arrogantly look down on all else. Ha. It was impossible to see the owner of that hand, but it was possible to hear his domineering and happy laugh. Don't be so loud. Chen is still sleeping. Furthermore, Chen is also my son, and I don't want him to be fighting all day. That was a woman's voice. That voice was full of warmth and pampering. A pair of jade hands took the pendant and brush. After a moment's thought, she left behind some graceful words. Live peacefully and happily, never to be parted. That man grumbled. Ningxuang, look at how domineering my lines were. Don't you think your lines are a bit out of place? He's my son too, and I don't want him to become some hero. I just want him to be able to live happily. And let me warn you, don't treat our son as a tool to fulfill your dreams, she said. Fine, I'll listen to you. The man didn't argue. Threading a red string through the pendant, he gently placed it over a sleeping baby. A pair of jade hands and a large, coarse hand gently rubbed the baby's cheeks. Those soft actions made it seem like they didn't even dare to touch the baby's skin, as if they were afraid of harming him. Long Chen couldn't hold back his tears. Those were his parents. He felt like he had once heard those words before. Hearing them again, a sour feeling filled him. That scene suddenly disappeared to be replaced with a new one. The baby was still there, and so was the jade, but those tender hands had disappeared. A pair of slender hands appeared, and they could only be described as extremely beautiful. One particular finger wore a ring that had been carved into the shape of a dragon. But these beautiful hands were carrying a sharp knife which cut open the baby's stomach, causing blood to spurt. The baby let out a wail. Meng Qi let out a startled cry. She had never seen such a cruel scene. Who could do such a thing to a baby? The hands didn't stop because of the baby's cry. They cut out a soybean-sized bone from the baby's stomach. That bone was very small, but somehow it wasn't tainted by the slightest bit of blood. It shone brilliantly and even possessed some sparkling natural lines. Following that, a bottle appeared in one of the hands, and swiftly, a small ball of gas was sealed inside it. That ball of gas was the baby's spirit root, the foundation of a cultivator. Soon after, a syringe appeared in the other hand, piercing the baby's heart. Fresh blood filled it. This blood didn't look the same as ordinary blood. Instead of being scarlet, it was multicolored like a rainbow. That abnormal blood was the baby's spirit blood. Once the spirit blood was extracted, the baby's body immediately dimmed, as if a shining jade vase had suddenly turned shabby and cracked. How cruel! Meng Qi covered her mouth. She turned away, crying. Long Chen continued to watch. He seemed to be trying to recall his memories. Those memories were incredibly indistinct, but seeing this scene, it was as if he was experiencing that pain again. However, his expression was completely calm. Nothing could be seen from his face. "He's useless now. You can get rid of him," said a voice. It was impossible to see the voice's owner, but from the actions of the hands, it was possible to tell that this was the owner of those slender hands. The voice was extremely moving and feminine. It sounded just as beautiful as her hands looked. "Master said to leave him alive. Perhaps he might have some use in the future," said another voice. "Up to you. I just feel like leaving him alive is just leaving behind a scourge. Of course, this is just my opinion. The decision is up to you." The scene began to move. The unconscious baby was brought away. Boom! When a new scene was about to appear, an explosive sound suddenly came from the lake. The image disappeared, and his jade floated to the surface. Long Chen picked it up and asked, "What happened?" "It was disturbed by some unknown force. This future lake is just a projection of the reincarnation mirror, and the powers behind your jade are too terrifying. The karma involved is too great, so it's normal for the divination to be cut off," explained the illusory figure. "All right, I've fulfilled your request. I'm going to enter your mind, see." "Wait a moment," said Long Chen. "What? You want to go back on our deal? You should know that even just my discarnate soul possesses enough power to instantly kill you." The figure instantly turned hostile. "HMPH, don't try bluffing with me. If you kill me, no one will be able to bring you out. When will you ever run into someone with spiritual strength as strong as me and capable of concealing your spiritual fluctuations?" sneered Long Chen. "Furthermore, I asked for your help divining my past. We've only just started. If this is how you tell other people's fortunes, then your fortune-telling booth would have long since been destroyed by others. You actually want to demand payment from me this quickly? Have you stayed here so long that your brain has rotted?" Rumble. The surrounding space began to fluctuate intensely. All the spiritual strength around Future Lake began to gather, forming a huge cage that imprisoned Long Chen and Meng Qi. That terrifying spiritual pressure caused Meng Qi to turn pale as paper. This mysterious figure was too terrifying. It could easily crush her. "Don't use such a childish ploy to scare me. I don't believe you'll kill me. It's not like I said that I wouldn't bring you out," said Long Chen. Hearing Long Chen could still spout such words at this time, Meng Qi was speechless. Did he not know how to be afraid? "What do you want?" asked the figure. "That previous divination can only count as half complete. Help me divine another thing's origin, and whether or not it succeeds, I will bring you out," said Long Chen. "Are you sure?" "I swear on the name of the righteous path," said Long Chen solemnly. "The righteous path's oaths are all dogshit, but I will trust you this once. If you're tricking me, I've decided I won't kill you. I'll make you accompany me here for eternity." "That's no problem. Then I'm going to start. I want to divine the origin of my cultivation technique, so prepare yourself." Long Chen squatted and placed a hand in the water. He began to circulate the 9-star Hegemon body art. He was filled with anticipation. If he really could learn some of the secrets of the 9-star Hegemon body art, that would be excellent. Chapter 727, Reincarnation Mirror. That figure could only once more focus its soul energy on helping Long Chen, but at the same time, it decided it would definitely kill him in the future. It had actually been ordered around like a dog. Buzz. Future Lake trembled. The trembling grew stronger and stronger until a loud explosion rang out. Huge waves erupted from the lake, and the entire 9 Netherworld path began to shake. Outside the 9 Netherworld path, the Vice-Sect Master's expression changed. The mountain valley was shaking intensely. He had no idea what was happening. Suddenly, in front of everyone's shocked gazes, the chessboard in the Vice-Sect Master's hand crumbled to dust. That chessboard was an extremely precious and special enchanted item that was capable of monitoring the entire 9 Netherworld path. But an enchanted item like it had actually crumbled. Even a sea expansion expert's attack wouldn't necessarily be able to damage it. Even the Vice-Sect Master, who could easily destroy it, wouldn't be able to make it instantly crumble to dust like this. The Vice-Sect Master's expression completely changed. Something's happening in the 9 Netherworld path. "What, we have to go save our disciples then?" cried Shui Yunкang. "Sea expansion experts cannot enter. They'll be destroyed by the laws of the 9 Netherworld path," said the Vice-Sect Master. "Let's just keep watch. The 9 Netherworld path is connected to the other 4 regions, so it's not necessarily our side that is causing this." At the same time, in front of the Western Desert, southern sea, northern source, and central plains, 9 netherworld paths. Countless experts were completely dumbfounded. They had never seen such a phenomenon before. It was the same mountain valley and the same trial. The only difference was that the people were different. In the central plains, at the head Xuanhuan Dao sect, a sea expansion disciple ran into the Xuanhuan palace. Pushing open the doors without a care for the glares from the countless experts, he hastily cried, "Cracks are appearing on the reincarnation mirror. The grand sect formation is becoming unstable." What? The palace's countless experts hastily flew off. All of them were shocked. They knew what the reincarnation mirror was, and that was why they were so shocked. They quickly arrived at an underground palace. There was a mirror atop an altar there. The mirror was 300 meters wide. Runes revolved within it, appearing like stars. A powerful pressure came from it that made it so even sea expansion experts couldn't approach it. This was one of the Xuanhuan Dao sect's core treasures, the reincarnation mirror. But countless faint cracks had started to appear on the edge of the mirror. All those experts turned pale upon seeing that. If the reincarnation mirror exploded here, then the power it would release would instantly destroy the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Close the 9 netherworld paths projection. An old voice suddenly rang out in their ears. Sect Master. Within the 9 netherworld path, Mengqi was filled with shock as she looked at the berserk future lake. Before anything could appear, the lake had erupted like a volcano, as if it had been destroyed by some terrifying force. "What did you do?" raged the illusory figure. Boom! Future lake completely exploded. The endless water transformed into spiritual strength that rapidly dissipated into the surroundings. Bastard! The illusory figure charged at Long Chen. It released a berserk spiritual strength, aiming to directly possess him. "Long Chen!" shouted Mengqi. "It's fine." Long Chen pushed Mengqi back. He smiled at the figure charging at him. Thunder filled the air, and a huge lightning arrow shot forward. "Ah, how can you possess tribulation lightning?" Boom! They were too close, and Long Chen was too strong. That figure let out a mournful shriek upon being pierced by the lightning arrow. "Lei Long, trap it." Following Long Chen's words, a huge lightning dragon flew out and wrapped around that figure. "This is impossible. How can any human possibly control tribulation lightning?" That figure desperately struggled, filled with terror. "Idiot, I have plenty of experience dealing with people like you," sneered Long Chen. From the very start, Long Chen had known that this soul was trying to trick him. The first thing he thought of was the corrupt corpse he had encountered in the monastery's trial, Gui Sha. The soul that was sealed inside the corpse had vainly wanted Long Chen to bring him out, but just from his fiendish aura, it was obvious it wasn't some good fellow. Back then, he had relied on some weak thunder force to escape from his control. Now the same thing repeated itself, but with Lei Long, how could he be afraid of some spiritual body? No matter how strong a spiritual body was, it would be suppressed in front of tribulation lightning. Thunder force was the bane of souls, and considering his thunder force came from the heavens, there was no way this spiritual body could have done anything to him. Otherwise, Long Chen wouldn't have dared to talk to it like he had. However, having seen a part of his past, the risk had been worth it. The only frustrating thing was that he hadn't expected the 9-star Hegemon body art to be so terrifying. Future Lake hadn't even been able to start divining its past before being destroyed. What Long Chen didn't know was that if the Xuanhuan Dao sect hadn't closed the projection fast enough, even the reincarnation mirror would have shattered. Mengqi was filled with shock as she watched that terrifying figure being easily captured by Long Chen. Although she was used to Long Chen's ability to cause trouble, this was on a whole new level. "Mengqi, prepare yourself," said Long Chen. "What?" Boom! Lei Long suddenly increased its strength, and that figure was completely crushed by its thunder force. Following its destruction, countless spiritual crystals appeared in the air. "We really struck gold this time." "Mengqi, hurry and absorb them," exclaimed Long Chen. Ordinary spiritual beasts were only able to leave behind some spiritual gas and liquid, but this existence had actually exploded into this many crystal bodies. These crystal bodies would only appear when spiritual strength was compressed to the peak. The amount of pure energy inside them was unimaginable. "There's too much energy inside these crystals. I can't absorb this much at once," cried Mengqi. "Aya, my wife, when did you become so foolish? Just seal them within yourself and then slowly refine them in the future. I'll help you quick." As soon as Future Lake had exploded, the mist here began to dissipate rapidly. It wouldn't be long before everything became clear. Long Chen didn't want others to know what had happened here, so he quickly released his spiritual strength and caught the crystals in the air, bringing them toward Meng-Chi. Meng-Chi immediately pulled all of them into her mind-sea. That caused her to turn pale. Those crystals were too terrifying, and each one of them contained over 10 times the spiritual strength she possessed. Immediately absorbing so many of them caused a burst of pain in her soul. "Let's go." Long Chen pulled Meng-Chi into a run, and they hurriedly left this destroyed location. He also stealthily transferred his spiritual strength to her to help her seal the crystals. Over 1,000 crystals were now in her mind-sea. That was like storing over 1,000 explosives in a storage house. If even one exploded, Meng-Chi's soul would disperse. But now that the mysterious figure had been destroyed, those crystals lacked any master, so Meng-Chi could control them. "Boss." Long Chen was in the midst of rushing away when someone called out to him. He hastily stopped to see Xuanhuan. "Haha, little fellow, you've finally become a celestial," laughed Long Chen. When Long Chen had pulled the 5 of them into the storm zone, he had decided to give each of them a heavenly Dao fruit after the Xuanhuan seed disappeared. He had given Xuanhuan the fruit from Hua Wufeng. Xuanhuan was the weakest of them, but he was also the one with the best head. When it came to leading troops, he definitely had a talent. So this second-rank heavenly Dao fruit would help the Dragonblood Legion the most when given to him. "Hee, it's all thanks to boss," laughed Xuanhuan. Long Chen had told them not to mention some secrets during the trial to avoid others hearing about it. But in truth, he was being overcautious. It was impossible for people outside the 9 netherworld path to hear them, and even the chessboard had been destroyed. "How were your gains?" asked Long Chen. "Hee, amazing. I never thought that Xuanhuan would ever possess such spiritual strength. This is incredibly important to me, and it'll be extremely helpful for my forging." Forging masters also required spiritual strength, but it was just that Xuanhuan's natural talent was limited, and his spiritual strength could only be described as ordinary. Now, with a rank 2 celestial's power, he had slaughtered a horde of spiritual beasts, which made his spiritual strength much stronger. Xuanhuan felt like a completely new person. The current him had the qualifications to boast to anyone. He was incredibly grateful to Long Chen, and he had already forgotten his misery in the storm zone. "All disciples, crush your jade plates to leave the 9 netherworld path. A mishap has occurred with this trial, so it ends now." The Vice-Sect Master's voice rang out. Everyone crushed their jade plates, and after a brief spatial fluctuation, they appeared outside the mountain valley. "Heavens!" Long Chen and the others had only just exited when startled cries rang out. Countless gazes concentrated on them. Chapter 728, Condensing the Enlightenment Palace Star. To be more specific, they weren't looking at Long Chen but at Yue Zifeng, Li Qi, Song Minjuan, and Xuanhuan. The 4 of them were all releasing powerful heavenly Dao fluctuations. That was an inconceivable aura released when someone had just become a celestial. The most shocking thing to everyone was that it was the person most lacking in talent, the one who had cried like a dying pig in the storm zone, whose fluctuations were the strongest. Furthermore, there were 2 kinds of fluctuations coming from him. He was clearly a rank 2 celestial. How is that possible? Whether it was the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples, the monastery heads, or even the Vice-Sect Master, they were completely shocked. Although the Vice-Sect Master had said that after undergoing the torment in the storm zone, there would be a chance of them becoming celestials, that was just a chance. The probability definitely wouldn't surpass 10%. But now, the 4 that had entered the 9 netherworld path had all awakened as celestials. Furthermore, one was even a rank 2 celestial. If it had been Yue Zifeng or one of the others, that would be acceptable. After all, they had displayed a shocking will in the storm zone. Even the experts admired them. They hadn't made a sound when undergoing that hellish torment. But it was Xuanhuan, the one with the worst talent and the weakest will, who had awakened as a rank 2 celestial. That simply didn't make any sense. However, after a moment of shock, the Vice-Sect Master became ecstatic. Although this was inexplicable, it was a great thing for the Xuanhuan Dao sect, an incredibly great thing. The person most excited about this would have to be Shui Wuhan. Now, she had 4 more celestials, and one was even a rank 2 celestial. It was a pity that Gu Yang hadn't entered the 9 netherworld path, or it seemed there would have been a large chance of him becoming a celestial as well. Although she didn't know what exactly was going on, she knew it definitely had to do with Long Chen. Even after all this time, she still didn't know his limits. What are you looking at? What, you don't want to accept that I'm a rank 2 celestial now? Then let's fight. Shui Guanjai and the others' expressions of disbelief irritated Xuanhuan, especially that inconcealable envy in Shui Guanjai's eyes. HMPH, even if you become a rank 2 celestial, you're still trash. With your combat strength, any other rank 2 celestial would crush you, sneered Shui Guanjai. He was entirely correct. Xuanhuan would probably even be suppressed by a rank 1 celestial. If he wanted to defeat a rank 1 celestial, he would have to rely on his cry of the heavenly Taos. Having been exposed, Xuanhuan was infuriated. How dare you look down on me? I'll slap you just like my boss did. Xuanhuan took on a slapping posture, but just as he was about to strike, he felt something was wrong. He raged at Gu Yang and the others. What are you doing? Let go of me. I'm going to teach this brat a lesson. Only then did Gu Yang and the others realize Xuanhuan was just finding a way out for himself. They quickly helped him with his act, pulling on him. After all, brothers had to help each other. Xuanhuan struggled a few times, but his brothers refused to let go of him. He raged at Shui Guanjai. Count yourself lucky. I'll give my brother's face this time, but don't let me run into you alone. Long Chen was speechless. He sighed. Even as a rank 2 celestial, Xuanhuan still only had such a low-grade acting ability. He hadn't improved at all. Brother, that's pretty much enough. You're a different person from before, and you should change your acting style, whispered Li Qi. Did anyone run into something strange inside? The vice sect master interrupted their messing around. They hastily became silent and shook their heads, expressing that they hadn't run into anything in particular. Long Chen also naturally wouldn't stupidly stand out, so he shook his head. Meng Qi looked at Long Chen's solemn expression and couldn't help but feel it was funny. Suddenly, she felt that while she was by his side, he would definitely do unimaginable things constantly, things that could stimulate a person to death. Furthermore, Long Chen's head was clearly not normal. It seemed there was nothing in this world he didn't dare to do. Since everyone shook their heads, the vice sect master said, something unexpected occurred with the 9 netherworld path. I'm glad you're all safe. The interruption of this trial is unavoidable, but don't be disappointed that your profits were lessened. The Tao sect definitely won't let its disciples suffer. Due to this, the next trial's rewards will be increased. Go back and rest. As for when the next trial will begin, we'll have to wait for news from the head sect. This is actually a good thing. Previously, the 3 trials were all held continuously, but because there was no time to rest, there was also no time to adjust yourselves to your gains in time for the 3rd trial. The 3rd trial's rewards are the greatest, so use this time properly. The vice sect master waved his hand, and space twisted. They returned to the Xuanhuan Plaza. However, not everyone had returned alive. There were quite a few people lying on the ground as if they were asleep, but their souls had disappeared. There were over 400 of them, and this loss made people's hearts sink. They hadn't expected this many talented disciples to die on the 9 netherworld path. 7 members from the 36th super monastery had died. That cast a shadow on people's hearts. Their previous excitement diminished. Reality was just this cruel. If you wanted to get stronger, you had to take risks. No one in this world could become a supreme expert without taking any risks. If you wanted to become an expert, you had to risk your life. If you didn't want to become an expert, you would have to accept that an expert might take your life at any moment. The cultivation world was just that cruel. The monastery heads brought their disciples back to their camps. They began to celebrate. Although there had been casualties, that was unavoidable. Those who survived had to continue getting stronger. Gu Yang and the others were missing from the celebration in the 36th super monastery. Gu Yang had gone into seclusion, saying that he would also become a celestial. That drew flabbergasted gazes, but Long Chen and the others knew that once he refined the heavenly Tao fruit, he would immediately become a celestial. There was no way around this. Gu Yang's spiritual strength was terrible. In front of the monastery heads, there was no way he could hide the fluctuations of refining a heavenly Tao fruit. Now he finally had a chance. After the celebration, everyone began to cultivate. They had made huge gains in the Xuanhuan Sea and the 9 netherworld path. Thus, they took advantage of this period to absorb these gains so they could be at their peak state for the final trial. As everyone else went into seclusion, so did Long Chen. His mind entered the primal chaos space, and he saw Xuanhuan refining pills. 5-ring Enlightenment Palace pills. Xuanhuan was actually able to refine 5-ring Enlightenment Palace pills. It must have absorbed an incredible amount of flame energy from the core of the storm zone. Even its alchemy ability had increased by such a huge amount. Long, thank you. Long Chen saw over 1,000 enlightenment palace pills. Long transformed into a small flame serpent and coiled around Long Chen's arm. It rubbed its head against Long Chen. Long Chen felt a childlike emotion coming from it. It's been hard on you. If you're tired, rest. Long Chen rubbed its head. After comforting it for a while, he left the encampment. He directly rushed off, going outside the Xuanhuan Dao sect. But he had only just reached the gates when a disciple stopped him. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, the trial is imminent. If you leave now. Long Chen frowned. Am I not allowed to leave? No, you can. But the third trial might start at any moment. If you're out and don't make in time, that would be a huge loss for you, warned the disciple. Haha, that's fine. Thank you for the reminder, but I'll just stroll around. When I hear the bell to gather, I'll immediately return. Long Chen patted that disciple on the shoulder, grateful for his reminder. He left. He had no choice but to leave. This number of pills would be enough to truly condense the Enlightenment Palace star. Just condensing the cyclone had almost destroyed a training room. Once the cyclone condensed into a star, it would cause a huge disturbance. Long Chen found a large mountain. From here, the Xuanhuan Dao sect was just a dot in the distance. As long as he didn't go too far, it wouldn't disturb the sect, and he would still be able to tell when the trial started. He began to consume the 5-ring Enlightenment Palace pills, shoving them handful by handful down his throat. He had to work fast. Once he reached a certain point in condensing the star, he would have no choice but to finish. If he really missed the trial because of that, he would have an urge to kill himself. Furthermore, he had seen some clues about his origins in the 9 netherworld path. Now he wanted to see his parents even more. He had to reach the peak of the cultivation world as fast as possible. Even something as amazing as Future Lake had been unable to completely divine the past of the Jade pendant. That meant some powerful force had disturbed the reincarnation mirror. That was enough to prove how shocking his origins had to be. The thing that startled him the most was that Future Lake had been able to see a corner of his past, but not even the slightest bit about the 9-star Hegemon body art. Just trying to take a peek had caused it to explode. That made him think of some terrifying possibilities. But the mysteries he had to unravel were too huge, and he still wanted to be able to live after unraveling them. 3 days passed without the slightest sound from the Xuanhuan Dao sect. On the other hand, a loud explosive sound suddenly came from Long Chen's hand, and a terrifying energy erupted. Chapter 729, Failure to Refine. Lightly. Boom. Damn it. Although Long Chen had done his best, he had been unable to control it. The instant the cyclone reached its peak, an earth-shattering power erupted and the mountain below him crumbled. Boulders were sent tumbling away, followed by a loud rumbling. Damn, I still ended up causing this much of a ruckus. I have to slip away. Long Chen had no time to examine the changes in his body. He immediately fled a dozen mountains away. When he turned to look back, he saw several people had already appeared there. This disturbance was too great, and so some disciples had come over to take a look. Luckily, Long Chen had slipped away fast enough and they hadn't seen him. Sighing with relief, Long Chen examined his hand. The cyclone had disappeared and a small star had taken its place. Although it was just the size of sesame seed and just an embryonic form, he felt a resonance with the Feng Fu, Alioth, and Life Fate stars. He felt endless energy surging out of him. He punched the air. A loud bang rang out and it was like space was about to be blown apart. The Enlightenment Palace star really doesn't let me down. Just the power of my physical body is over 10 times greater. Once the star is completely condensed, just how powerful will I be? Long Chen was filled with delight at his new strength. Last time he might have managed to defeat Shui Guanjai, but he knew that his victory had been a bit lucky. If Shui Guanjai hadn't been so careless, it would have been difficult to say who would win. Moreover, Shui Guanjai and the others had definitely gained huge benefits in the Xuanhuan Sea and 9 netherworld path, but he hadn't gained anything. Although Lei Long and Hue Long had gotten stronger, they were his strongest trump cards, and he couldn't easily reveal them. If he did reveal them, then it had to be for the goal of killing his opponents. Previously, he had still been worrying about fighting Shui Guanjai and Zhao Wuji during the 3rd trial. If he didn't want to reveal Lei Long and Hue Long, then he would have been suppressed. But now, he no longer had to have that worry. Now that my strength has increased this much, my physical body should be able to endure 1,000 caddies of force. Should I try it? Long Chen took out the green dragon scale. He closed his eyes and aligned himself with its fluctuations in an attempt to use his soul to open the seal on it. The dragon expert had refined the essence blood within the scale and also placed a seal on it. The seal was to preserve as much of the essence blood's power as possible. As his spiritual strength circulated, the seal was slowly opened. There was a single drop of green blood inside the scale, and Long Chen drew it into his palm. Boom! Long Chen screamed. He was blown back, wildly vomiting blood and his flesh flying off him. He collapsed on the ground, filled with indescribable pain. Looking down, his soul almost fled in terror. Almost all his flesh had exploded just now. There was only a thin layer of flesh on his bones, and even his internal organs were about to slip out. What's going on? Long Chen was appalled. He hastily circulated the primal chaos space, and his flesh began to rapidly restore. In an incense stick's worth of time, his body was recovered. He was completely pale. That had been too dangerous. He had just been the slightest bit away from a terrible death. He hastily examined the scale. The essence blood had once more been sealed. What is going on? Didn't it say that I could try refining the blood once my body could endure 1,000 caddies of force? Suddenly he slapped his leg. Damn it, what a conner, so that's what try meant. He could try to refine it once he could endure 1,000 caddies of force. In other words, if he had reached that level, he could try it without instantly dying. Thank goodness I didn't try this earlier, otherwise I would no longer exist. Long Chen felt a burst of fear. At the same time, his reverence for the dragon expert increased. The dragon had said that this dragon scale was from the molting of its infancy. A baby dragon was a green dragon. For just one drop of its essence blood to be this terrifying, that was practically against the natural order. It was thousands of times more terrifying than the legends. Fine, I'll admit you're amazing. Without fully condensing the fourth star, I won't touch you. Long Chen had an urge to cry as he placed the dragon scale into the primal chaos space. Currently, the primal chaos space was a land of death. As his physical body grew stronger, the energy of the trees inside was clearly not able to keep up with him. One complete recovery had exhausted all the life energy in the trees. Furthermore, his body was still very weak. His flesh might have returned, but he was only at 60% power now. He needed to find some kind of stronger vegetation to replace his trees. Long Chen wearily returned to the Dao sect. Perhaps it was because of what had happened in the 9 netherworld path, but the third trial, which should have come right after the second trial, only began half a month later. During that time, the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples transformed, each of them becoming full of enthusiasm and energy. When Gu Yang appeared in front of everyone after he awakened as a celestial, they were once more shocked. Now, the 36th super monastery had 7 celestials, one of which was a rank 2 celestial, as well as a monster like Long Chen. When it came to strength, the 36th super monastery was no longer lacking compared to the super monasteries of the 4 heavenly geniuses. This metamorphosis was truly shocking. Previously, Gu Yang, who hadn't attended the 9 netherworld path, had said that he wouldn't come out of seclusion until he became a celestial. At that time, many people had sneered. Did he think someone could become a celestial just because they wanted to? But now that Gu Yang was standing in front of them, those people practically went crazy. He had actually succeeded. However, it wasn't just the 5 of them who had awakened as celestials after the trials. There was one other ordinary disciple who had become a celestial. But when the odds were compared, they were completely different. Other than Gu Yang's awakening, another shocking matter was that the 4 heavenly geniuses had all advanced, going from the 8th heaven stage of Xuanhuan to the 9th heaven stage. Each of them was like a sharp blade, and their auras had completely transformed. Not even rank 1 celestials could get close to them, as that aura would push them away. Their gazes seemed to shine, but when they looked at Long Chen, they couldn't help being somewhat disappointed. He was still at the 3rd heaven stage, and his complexion didn't look very good. He almost seemed like he had been ill. Of course, he didn't look good. Only when he had returned had he realized that his meridians had been damaged by the green dragon essence blood. The only pleasant surprise was that, when he had healed his meridians, he had found an extremely weak dragon chi within them. That was the aura that the dragon blood had left behind. Although that aura had wreaked havoc on his body, this dragon chi was slowly strengthening his body. Long Chen hadn't expected to obtain such a blessing. Now, it should be easier for him to refine the dragon blood in the future. He had laid down a solid foundation. However, he didn't try refining the dragon blood again. Although trying again and again could slowly refine the blood, each time he released the seal, he would lose a portion of the blood's energy. That wasn't worth it. Currently, Long Chen's meridians had only recovered by around 80 to 90%, so his complexion was definitely not so good. It couldn't be that he overindulged in alcohol and women, muttered one female upon seeing Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er. When others heard that, they came to a sudden comprehension. That look made Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er blush with both bashfulness and anger. Don't lower yourself to their level, comforted Long Chen. Their expressions became a little better, but his next words made them want to beat him up. If you want to play that kind of game, we can do it any time. It sounds like it's very fun and challenging. Long Chen said in a voice only the three of them could hear. Tang Wan'er had an urge to bite him. Seeing Long Chen flirting with Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er, Zhao Wuji was infuriated. Long Chen, pray that you don't encounter me during this trial. If we meet, I'll crush you to a pulp. Idiot. Long Chen merely snorted. He couldn't be bothered to say anything more. Such a person had definitely been spoiled into an idiot by the grown-ups around him. He was someone who was not in touch with reality. Whatever he wanted, he got, and so he never cared about angering others. But when others angered him, it was like they had to pay with their lives. In his eyes, and also the other heavenly geniuses, they were the pride of this world. Others were only there for them to trample on and play with. They were strong, and they had powerful backers, so they had no need to respect others. Long Chen had already seen many such people, and he had also killed many of them as well. Only when they were about to die did they finally understand what terror was, but regretfully, Long Chen never gave them much time to feel it. He directly sent them to be reincarnated. So he was too lazy to bother with such people. If they truly provoked him, then he would directly kill them. At this time the vice sect master appeared. Everyone became silent and straightened their backs. Quite a few of their hearts tensed. The third trial was about to begin. Chapter 730, Netherworld Heaven Staircase. Long Chen and the others appeared atop a mountain. In front of them was a huge stone staircase. The staircase was extremely wide, with each step having a surface area of several thousand meters. The staircase soared high into the clouds, so high that it was impossible to see the end. This is the Xuanhuan Dao Sect's martial gathering's third trial, the Netherworld Heaven Staircase. The vice sect master's words rang out in everyone's ears. This staircase is made of stone from the world of the dead. The formation carved into it is able to grab hold of something that doesn't exist in the physical world. Atop the Netherworld Heaven Staircase, each person will be able to gain karmic luck. Karmic luck is something ephemeral and mysterious, but it truly exists. Those who can become peak experts all possess extremely great karmic luck. No matter how high a person's cultivation base reaches, no matter how strong they become, if their karmic luck is terrible, they will constantly run into pitfalls and dangers, and they will sooner or later fall. As for all of you, you've risen above countless others. You cannot argue that a great deal of that was because of luck, so this trial is extremely important to you. Do your best to climb as high as possible. With each step you take, more karmic luck will gather on you. Everyone was absolutely shocked. Those whose cultivation bases had reached their level had all come into contact with things that others couldn't. This so-called karmic luck was a blessing the heavens bestowed on its creatures. Although there was no solid evidence that proved karmic luck existed, anyone who had cultivated to their level firmly believed in it. The slightest increase in karmic luck could completely change a person's destiny. It could turn danger into safety, disaster to fortune. It was an extremely inconceivable existence. It was completely unexpected for the Netherworld Heaven Staircase to be able to increase a person's karmic luck. This was an absolutely heaven-defying treasure. They were all eager to get started. The vice sect master continued, there are 999 stairs. Between each of the large stairs lie 99 smaller stairs. Now, according to the rules, I will explain the rewards for the Netherworld Heaven Staircase. Everyone should listen closely. There were actually more rewards. Everyone was ecstatic. This Netherworld Heaven Staircase was truly worthy of being the final trial. Any disciple who can reach the 333rd, 666th, or 999th step will receive a reward. As for what the reward will be, no one knows in advance, because those rewards are given to you by the Netherworld Heaven Staircase. It is decided by a person's karmic luck. There are possible good rewards, and there are possible trash rewards. It will be up to your karmic luck. Furthermore, on the 999th step, there is a platform. The final reward is on that platform. As for what the reward is, no one knows. These rewards were set up by the head sect, but I can guarantee that the rewards will surpass your wildest imaginations. Shui Guanjai and the other experts' eyes began to shine. They had obviously decided that they had to get that final reward. All right, it's time. The Xuanhuan martial gathering's final trial begins now. The eager disciples, who had long since been impatient to begin, charged. But they had only just stepped onto the netherworld heaven staircase when their expressions changed. They felt like they had entered water, and their footsteps became slow. They not only felt physical pressure, but they also felt a pressure on their souls. Furthermore, a kind of lazy, weary feeling filled them. One made them feel like they would rather take a good nap than continue climbing. Chen also felt this strangeness when he stepped onto the first step. He told his people, the Xuanhuan Sea was a trial for your physical bodies, while the 9 netherworld path was a trial for your souls. This netherworld heaven staircase combines both aspects and more. It targets a person's physical body, soul, will, and even the desires deep within their heart. It will cause a feeling of laziness and other negative emotions well up within you. However, that should be nothing to you. Brothers, you're all warriors who have tempered yourselves through blood and fire. Bring out your hot blood and youthful passion to let everyone see what true experts are, encouraged Chen. Charge! The Dragon Blood warriors' morale skyrocketed, and ignoring the negative emotions the staircase gave them, they rushed up. At this time, the Vice-Sect Master waved his hand, and the stone stage beneath him and the other experts who had accompanied their disciples here began to rise into the air. Sitting on the stage, it was possible to see everything happening on the staircase clearly. I wonder whether anyone will be able to get the final reward this time, muttered one monastery head. That was because in the past, no one had managed to reach the 999th step, and even if someone did manage to reach the 999th step, they wouldn't necessarily be able to obtain that final reward. There's a very high chance this time. At the very least, there's a high chance for 5 people. A rare smile appeared on the Vice-Sect Master's face. 5? Isn't there another person who just advanced to rank 2 celestial? The Vice-Sect Master's expression became odd as his gaze fell on Xuanhuan, who was currently waving a large flag and cheering for everyone. He sighed. To tell the truth, in all my years, I have never seen such a weak rank 2 celestial. My eyes really have been opened to the world. Everyone else nodded as they looked at Xuanhuan. He truly was a marvel among cultivators. Combined with Chen, they could be called the 2 great marvels. As they were talking, there were 5 people advancing at the same speed, far ahead of the others. They had already reached the 100th stair. These 5 people were Zhao Wuji, Shui Guanjai, Zhang Wuyan, Yue Qianchen, and Chen. It was impossible to help others on the staircase, so Chen didn't need to look after the others. He advanced just as quickly as the 4 heavenly geniuses. This proved without a doubt that Chen's power matched theirs. Many people who had been unconvinced before finally had to shut their mouths. Chen might have defeated Shui Guanjai previously, but many people thought he had just been lucky, and that Shui Guanjai had simply been careless. Then, the 4 heavenly geniuses had made huge gains in the Xuanhuan Sea and the 9 netherworld path, while it seemed Chen hadn't gained anything at all. Due to that, many people thought Chen had lost the qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4 heavenly geniuses. But now, the 5 of them were advancing at the same speed, and they seemed to be competing with each other. All of them refused to lose, so it clearly showed his strength. The 5 of them had rapidly reached the 100th stair. Chen immediately felt the pressure double, but they continued rushing forward without a pause. Obviously, they had already begun to compete to see who was the strongest. Behind Chen was a mass of celestials. They had reached the 80th step, but the difference was already clear. Mengqi and Tangwaner were holding hands as they rapidly advanced. They were at the frontmost of the rank 1 celestials. They seemed just like fairies who had descended on the world, and they were the most beautiful scene on the netherworld heaven staircase. Behind the celestials were the ordinary disciples, with the Dragon Blood warriors at the front. As for the genius Xuanhuan, he was actually shamelessly hiding amongst them. However, to express his grand and noble character, he waved a banner back and forth, cheering everyone on. That righteous act of his made it seem like he had sacrificed his chance to compete for first place with the other top experts in order to help raise everyone's morale. The people behind the Dragonblood warriors were clearly slower. They were like a flock of sheep, and they ended up forming a twisting dragon on the staircase. At this time, it was possible to tell a person's overall ability. Many people had no problem with the pressure to their physical bodies and souls, but their wills were clearly a fatal weak point. The person in the last place had only reached the 6th step. As he looked up at the endless staircase, a bewildered and lost expression appeared in his eyes. The monastery heads didn't feel any shock or anger at that scene. That was because they knew just how bizarre the netherworld heaven staircase was. They had also once climbed it, so they knew what agony these disciples were going through. Once you were tired, once you were weary to the bone, or perhaps once your confidence lagged, negative emotions would erupt within you. A voice would tell you to give up, that you couldn't hold on for much longer, so why must you force yourself? It would entice you, seduce you, tell you that this staircase wasn't as magical as you once thought. Karmic luck, that was just nonsense, a story to trick people. That voice didn't come from outside, but from within. It came from the lazy part of a person's heart. Every person had a lazy side. If your will wasn't strong enough, you wouldn't be able to suppress it. On the netherworld heaven staircase, your will was constantly tested, and it would make it far too easy to give in. This was something unrelated to talent. So each time the netherworld heaven staircase was activated, a few extremely talented disciples would end up falling behind some disciples with a rather average talent. That was because their superior talent made their will less steady. Boom! Suddenly, the staircase trembled slightly. Everyone was startled, and hastily looking up, they saw 5 people had already reached the 333rd stair. When Long Chen and the others arrived at the 333rd stair, their shoulders sank slightly as a powerful pressure collapsed on them. This pressure didn't just target their bodies but also their minds. It made them feel extremely weary. Long Chen felt that impact especially. But he ignored it. This kind of weariness was just a feeling, or perhaps it could be called a misperception. You couldn't be confused by it. If you were, it would give birth to negative emotions, and then it would be even harder to suppress it. Each space beside the 5 of them trembled, and a ball of light appeared. Those balls of light were only a foot wide. They were like small whirlpools, and it was impossible to see what was inside them. "Those are your rewards. Reach into the light and pull out what you were given," said the vice sect master. Seeing that Long Chen and the others had received a reward, the disciples that were bitterly climbing were filled with anticipation. Just what would their rewards be? "Since no one else wants to, let me go first." Yue Qianchen reached into his ball of light and pulled out a certain item. Chapter 730, One Weapon Forging Diagram. Yue Qianchen pulled his hand out of the ball of light. He pulled out a 9-ring pill. A barrier-breaking pill. There was a 9-ring barrier-breaking pill that was extremely precious and could allow a Xiantian expert to advance a minor realm. Regretfully, it was useless to Yue Qianchen, who had reached the 9th heaven stage. The next level for him was sea expansion, and that was not a minor realm increase. However, this pill was still extremely valuable. Even if Yue Qianchen couldn't use it, he could give it to others. "Let's take a look at mine." Zhao Wuji also took action. He pulled out a set of mirror armor that looked not bad. "Trash," Zhao Wuji cursed. This armor might be useful to others, but it was useless to him. Shui Guanjai pulled out a yellow talisman. The talisman released an extremely dense water energy fluctuation. Shui Guanjai was delighted, and before the others could examine it carefully, he put it away. Everyone's hearts shook. Perhaps Shui Guanjai had truly gained a treasure. Zhang Wuyan also pulled something out, but her luck was rather lacking. She gained a weapon, but it was an extremely specialized weapon, a hook. Few people ever use such a thing. Although it was an enchanted item, it was the lowest possible level. Its value wasn't very high. Enchanted items were used by sea expansion experts. The runes on them could be activated to release massive power. They were categorized into low, middle, and high grade by the material they were made of, and the runes carved onto them. A low-grade enchanted item disappointed Zhang Wuyan. Now the only one left was Long Chen. He also reached in and pulled something out. Damn it! Looking at what he had obtained, he couldn't help but curse. He had obtained a pair of boots, and they were actually shabby. They had clearly been worn. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Even the vice sect master and the others couldn't believe their eyes. Long Chen's luck really is heaven-defying, sighed the vice sect master. The vice sect master knew that the netherworld heaven staircase's rewards were divided into different levels. On the 333rd stair, the treasures were split into 3 grades, high, medium, and low. But there was also a fourth possible reward: trash. The probabilities for the 333rd stair were 5% high grade, 30% medium grade, 63% low grade, and 2% trash. Other than the medium-grade treasure Xuanhuan had gotten, the others had all obtained low-grade treasures. But Long Chen had obtained a pair of shabby boots. That was just trash. It truly is heaven-defying, but doesn't it seem like all their luck isn't very good, sighed someone. Their luck truly was lacking. It was just that when compared to Long Chen, the others' luck could count as not bad. Haha, shabby boots really are a perfect match for a bumpkin, sneered Xuanhuan. Long Chen furiously threw the boots at Xuanhuan's face. Xuanhuan dodged, smiling coldly. He was just about to say something when his expression changed. He hadn't expected Long Chen to have put so much thought into this attack. He had thrown the boots with one in front and one behind, the back one aimed for the spot he would dodge. It almost struck him. Although he just narrowly managed to dodge it, the boot flew right past his nose. He even smelled the disgusting scent from it. Bastard! Xuanhuan was about to attack in fury when the lights beside them disappeared, and Zhang Wuyan took the initiative to charge forward. The rest of them were startled and hastily followed. Xuanhuan had no choice but to suppress his fury. This was more important. This would decide who was number one. Not long after the 5 of them had rushed off, Meng-Chi and Tang-Wan arrived. Balls of light appeared beside them. Meng-Chi reached in and pulled out a jade tablet. 3 large words were written on it: soul drawing art. This girl's luck truly is good. That soul drawing art is an extremely high-level soul art. It's practically a priceless treasure, praised the vice sect master. Meng-Chi was absolutely delighted. Inserting her divine sense into the jade tablet, she found there was an extremely profound magical art recorded inside it. That was precisely what she needed. Within the Xuanhuan Dao sect, there were very few high-level soul arts, and many of them hadn't been suitable for her to train in. This soul drawing art was actually a combined cultivation technique and an offensive magical art. She had an urge to immediately start studying it. Compared to Meng-Chi, Tang-Wan's luck wasn't so good. She obtained a soft armor, but from the shape, it was made for a man. She could only put it away and see if anyone else needed it. Meng-Chi and Tang-Wan continued on. The other Celestials also arrived, but most of them didn't obtain anything extraordinary. After them were the Dragonblood warriors. They possessed the strongest wills, and they arrived without the slightest hesitation. That had only one thought, and that was to follow Long Chen's footsteps. As for the great genius who had been waving his banner and cheering for everyone, he was now all cheered out. People had had to drag him here. "Stop pulling me, just continue onward. I'll rest here for a bit and catch up to you later," said Xuanhuan weakly. Xuanhuan felt like lead had been poured into his body. Each step was tiring. He was exhausted as if he had just experienced an immense life and death battle. All he wanted to do was to collapse and sleep. "I can't. Boss said that you had to at least reach the 333rd stair, or it would be too embarrassing," said one Dragonblood warrior. He was practically dragging a limp Xuanhuan. This made the monastery head speechless. He truly was history's weakest rank 2 celestial. It was with great difficulty that Xuanhuan allowed himself to be dragged up to the 333rd stair. He wearily stretched his hand into the ball of light beside him, but when he saw the tome he had pulled out, his eyes popped wide open. In fact, his eyes almost popped all the way out. Weapon forging diagram. The seemingly half-dead Xuanhuan instantly revived. Those negative emotions were flung aside by him. This was a secret tome regarding forging arts, and there were detailed explanations about forging. There were both foundational principles as well as designs for high-level weapons. This was what Xuanhuan had always longed for. Although he had obtained the ethereal crafting secret record, a practically divine text that had been written in immortal characters about forging, the principles recorded in it were too advanced. He was only able to comprehend less than 1% of it. Although he had obtained as many secret tomes as possible about forging arts, those things were too rare. Even the 36th super monastery hadn't possessed very many. Furthermore, those secret tomes were too low-grade. They hadn't been of much assistance to him at all. Now, this weapon-forging diagram made up for his deficit. "What are you all doing? How can you act so lazy? You can't even overcome this little hardship." Xuanhuan seemed like a completely different person. He said, "I was only testing you just now. Did you really think I couldn't continue any longer? I was giving you a display about what not to do. What are you just standing there for? Hurry up. Don't you see boss has already climbed so high that we can't even see him? Look, Gu Yang's so far that his butt is growing smaller and smaller. We've already been thrown into the distance. But brothers, don't worry, charge with me. No obstacles will block us from following boss. We'll let this world see our hot blood and youth. Whether it was the disciples on the netherworld heaven staircase or the experts spectating, they were all speechless. Looking at the revived Xuanhuan, some of them even believed his nonsense. Crash! Another disciple collapsed on the ground. Currently, hundreds of disciples had collapsed on the netherworld heaven staircase. They felt too tired. They didn't even have the energy to lift a finger. All they wanted to do was sleep. How regretful. If only they had reached the 333rd stair, they would have obtained even more benefits, sighed a monastery head. This final trial's benefits were hard to imagine. Even if you were just sleeping, the netherworld heaven staircase would allow them to enter a special state that would be extremely helpful to their future advancements. Each extra step would increase the benefits, and the 333rd stair was a dividing line. After passing it, the benefits would be dozens of times greater. It was regretful that despite knowing that they were unable to help their disciples, this was something related to their will. They had also climbed this staircase before, so they knew just how difficult it was. It was practically impossible to block the silent invasion of your negative emotions. Only the Celestials had it slightly better. That was because they were the favorites of the heavens. They were assisted by the heavenly Taos, which helped to suppress their negative emotions. But the ordinary disciples didn't have that advantage. They had to rely on their own will to defeat their negative emotions. It was truly too difficult. After 6 hours, only half of the 100,000 disciples managed to reach the 333rd stair. The rest had all collapsed, sleeping on the lower steps. Furthermore, after the 333rd step, the pressure would increase. Some people had only taken 1 or 2 steps after obtaining their reward when they were unable to continue any longer. More and more people collapsed. With each passing breath, several disciples lay down, and once they lay down, they wouldn't get up until the trial was over. Boom! The netherworld heaven staircase trembled. Everyone looked up to see 5 figures had already reached the 666th stair. They really are monsters. A powerless roar rang out in those disciples' hearts. Chapter 732, Brilliant Feather Dress. Long Chen and the others were still neck and neck. They arrived on the 666th stair together. Long Chen was breathing a bit heavily now, but he saw that Shui Guanjai and the others didn't seem the least bit tired. That surprised him. They truly were worthy of being the 4 heavenly geniuses. This kind of perseverance was admirable. Even he felt that some of his negative emotions were starting to stir, and he had to force them down. What he didn't know was that he was the most shocking one to the vice sect master and the monastery heads. It had to be known that the heavenly Taos would block 10% of the netherworld heaven staircase's power for rank 1 celestials. As for rank 2 celestials, 30% of the power would be blocked. But Long Chen, who wasn't a celestial, was still neck and neck with the rank 2 celestials. That was monstrous. Even those old fellows with so much experience had their jaws drop. The vice sect master was shocked as well, but he put on a calm expression. However, in truth, he was wondering whether he should call the sect master over. Such a fellow might be worth directly sending to the central plains. Ha ha ha, this thing's not bad, laughed Zhao Wuji as he took out a warhammer from his ball of light. The hammer head was huge, even larger than a table, and earthen runes shone on it. The powerful pressure coming from it showed that it was a terrifying heavy weapon. A middle-grade enchanted weapon, and one with earth element runes. Zhao Wuji really is lucky. Heavy weapons were already rare, and for the runes carved onto it to match Zhao Wuji's element, it was practically tailor-made for him. Ha ha ha, the final treasure will be mine. Zhao Wuji was filled with confidence now. Shui Guanjai and the others' hearts sank. Zhao Wuji had always been a power-type fighter. Now this heavy weapon would cause his power to increase explosively. HMPH, Shui Guanjai snorted and also reached into his ball of light, but this time his luck wasn't so good. It was a set of armor and a metallic kind at that. It was not suited to him at all. Furthermore, it was just a low-grade enchanted item. It wasn't useful at all. Shui Guanjai was dissatisfied, but he acted as if he didn't care and put it away. Zhang Wuyan's luck was not bad, and she obtained a middle-grade enchanted sword. However, it wasn't useful to her, as she possessed weapons that were more suitable to her. Xuanhuan received a secret tome about formations. It was useless to him, but it wouldn't be useless to his sect. If you were unable to use something, you could exchange it with the Dao sect for treasures better suited to you. Chen reached into his ball of light. This time, he didn't pull it out immediately for fear of embarrassing himself again. He felt it carefully. It appeared long and it didn't feel bad. When he pulled out that long thing, he couldn't help being stunned. It was actually a belt. The belt was new and it had been made of black silk. It was extremely high-end and grand and then there was nothing else to say about it. The odds for the 666th stair were as follows: 1% high grade, 60% middle grade, 38% low grade, and 1% trash. To have pulled out trash twice, his luck was truly heaven-defying. Chen didn't particularly care. He directly wrapped the belt around his waist. In truth, this belt truly did match his disciple robes and made him appear more handsome. Trash, sneered Shui Guanjai. It was unknown whether he was talking about Chen or the belt. Yes, but I have no choice. If I wasn't forced, I definitely wouldn't accompany trash like you, said Chen helplessly. The light balls disappeared and they had no more time to fight with words. They once more began rushing onward, but now their speed had clearly dropped. Chen felt like he was wading through mud. The resistance was extremely high and it was exhausting. Moreover, he didn't know whether it was actually exhausting or just a misperception. He had to constantly circulate his own strength to keep an equilibrium with the exhaustion. Doing that required constant adjustment. He couldn't allow himself to get nervous or panicked, let alone be invaded by his negative emotions. The true trial only started now. While Chen was pushing forward, the vice-sect master was lost in thought. It should be essentially impossible for a genius to pull out trash twice. It had never happened before, and it shouldn't be a coincidence. But if it wasn't a coincidence, Chen and the others were still pushing on. But after less than 100 stairs, they had become covered in sweat and began gasping for breath. The exhaustion had already begun to silently invade their minds and bodies, but their wills were strong and they ignored it. They continued rushing forward, refusing to fall behind the others. From the start, they had matched their strength. Not one of them was willing to fall behind. That would not only prove they weren't as good as them, but it would also cause them to lose out on their chance to fight for the final reward. Furthermore, if they did fall behind, that would shake their confidence. Perhaps it wouldn't cause problems elsewhere, but on the netherworld heaven staircase, even the slightest disturbance would allow their negative emotions to overcome them. Once those negative emotions appeared, it was very difficult to completely erase them. So now, they could only persevere. In truth, the best option would have been to slow down for a while. After adjusting themselves, they could continue forward. But if one person slowed down and the others didn't, they would just be thrown behind. Despite knowing it would be best to change the rhythm, they couldn't. Others would all assume that whoever slowed down had weaker endurance and was weaker. As geniuses, none of them were willing to admit they were weaker. So if you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off. Chen also wanted to know just how tough a rank 2 celestial was. He didn't believe he couldn't surpass them. He was different from them. Starting from Phoenix Cry, he had relied on his strength to kill his way out. He refused to believe he couldn't defeat some spoiled brats. Despite being weary to the bone, Chen clenched his teeth and pressed on. What he didn't know was that rank 2 celestials were basically natural-born cheaters. He was at a huge disadvantage. If he were also a rank 2 celestial, he would have long since traveled so far that they wouldn't even be able to see him. The 5 of them were stuck advancing as fast as they could, despite being exhausted. Furthermore, they had to act so calm and easygoing in order to cast a shadow on the others' hearts, in hopes that they would give up earlier. If one person slowed down, then they would be the loser. But then the others would also have a good reason to slow down together. By the time they had reached the 700th stair, Tang Wan'er and Meng Qi, who had been over 200 stairs behind them previously, had already reached the 666th stair. That was because Chen and the others had slowed down a great deal. Brilliant feather dress. Tang Wan'er obtained a dress made entirely of feathers. The feathers were overflowing with colorful lights. When that dress appeared in her hand, the vice-sect master couldn't help being shocked. That was a high-grade enchanted item. It was composed of the feathers from 99 different powerful magical beasts and refined through a formation. Wearing that dress would greatly increase her defense. In fact, it would be able to block the full-strength attack of a late-sea expansion expert. It was an absolutely amazing treasure, and the feathers also contained the magical beast's bloodline power. By infusing it with spiritual strength, it was possible to activate the bloodline power and increase the user's defensive strength to a whole new level. "Sister, this is a defensive enchanted item. It's just what you need," said Tang Wan'er. "Wan'er, as a soul cultivator, I don't face my opponents head-on. You need this more, keep it." Meng Qi shook her head. She could see that this feathered dress's defensive strength was terrifying, so she wanted Tang Wan'er to keep it. "Sister, since I said I'm giving it to you, take it. If you don't, I'll just throw it away." Meng Qi was extremely moved. She knew Tang Wan'er's temperament was extremely direct, and she didn't like beating around the bush. If she refused, then Tang Wan'er really would just toss it away. She could only take the dress. Sending her spiritual strength into it, the dress suddenly brightened and directly appeared on her. The multicolored feathers lit up her face, making her appear too beautiful to even touch. "Sister, you really are beautiful. It's too bad that that scoundrel knows how to run ahead while sticking his butt out." Tang Wan'er looked at Long Chen's figure. Long Chen was exhausted but still pushing on, so of course he didn't have time to look back at how beautiful she was. "Thank you," Meng Qi smiled. Circulating her spiritual strength, the dress disappeared and a small feather appeared in her hair, looking just like an ordinary hairpiece. This was another form of the brilliant feather dress and an advantage of this soul item. If Meng Qi was attacked, it would automatically activate to protect her. If there was no danger, it would stay in this feather form. It would use Meng Qi's soul energy to nourish itself. "Check your luck too," said Tang Wan'er. Meng Qi reached in and pulled out a white pearl. The pearl released powerful spiritual fluctuations. "Soul-fixing pearl, how could her luck be this good?" cried a monastery head. This was a high-grade treasure as well. Chapter 730, 3900 Stare. Technically, the chance of obtaining a high-grade treasure was the same as obtaining trash. Long Chen had obtained trash twice. His luck was heaven-defying. As for Meng Qi, she had obtained a high-grade treasure twice. Her luck was also heaven-defying. It was truly a stark contrast. As for Tang Wan'er, her luck had been average last time, but this time, she had obtained a high-grade treasure which was an extremely rare soul item. How could there be such a difference? Looking at that figure that was rushing higher, everyone had a bewildered expression. Was this simply the difference between people? That soul-fixing pearl was an enchanted item used to assist cultivation. It was a treasure that would make soul cultivators go crazy. It was an extremely rare treasure that could increase a person's soul energy, but it was a one-use item. Once the energy inside it was used up, it would shatter. However, the soul energy inside it was enough to turn someone with an incredibly weak soul into an expert. "Sister, you should take this," said Meng Qi. Tang Wan'er shook her head. "My spiritual strength might not be as strong as yours, but it's still very strong. It would be better to leave it for Gu Yang. His spiritual strength is too weak, and just a defensive soul item isn't a guarantee of protection." Meng Qi nodded. Although Tang Wan'er's spiritual strength wasn't as great as hers, it was still far and above average. This soul-fixing pearl would only increase her soul energy by a maximum of 10%. But if it was given to Gu Yang, then his soul would become above average amongst these elite disciples. Although he wouldn't be able to fight others with his soul since he had no experience or talent in that regard, at least he wouldn't be instantly killed by soul experts. Meng Qi looked behind her at Gu Yang and the others. They were already covered in sweat. "Gu Yang, work hard. I'll leave this reward with you." Meng Qi tossed the soul-fixing pearl directly to him. Gu Yang gratefully caught it. He had heard all their previous words. "Don't worry, sister-in-laws, I will definitely meet your expectations." The laughing Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er immediately turned red. How could this fellow say such coarse words? They hastily continued on their way. "Xuanhuan, hold on. You'll be able to get a reward soon." Xuanhuan was doing his absolute best to persevere, but he had reached his limit. His burst of energy had been completely used up. It took 4 Dragonblood warriors to drag him along. Gu Yang and the others also reached the 666th stair and received their rewards. Some of those rewards were high grade, some were low grade. They couldn't compare to Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er, but they were still extremely excited. After obtaining their rewards, they felt even more drive to climb higher. The rewards this time were a whole level higher than last time. A high-grade reward at this level was better than a high-grade reward at the lower level. Then the next reward had to be beyond their imaginations. Other than Long Chen's group of 5, There was no longer any sense of order on the netherworld heaven staircase. The disciples were scattered all around. Over 20 celestials were led by Gu Yang, then Yue Zifeng, and then Li Qi and Song Minjuan. When it came to perseverance, they were on a much higher level considering they had undergone the pain of their bones shattering 9 times. They were over 50 stairs ahead of the other celestials. Behind the celestials were the Dragonblood warriors and Xuanhuan. They also began to collect their rewards. Xuanhuan, wake up, take out your treasure. One of them slapped Xuanhuan in the face a few times and shouted in his ear. Xuanhuan barely had the energy to reach out with his arm. Regretfully, he didn't have Meng Qi or Tang Wan'er's luck this time. He pulled out a sword, one that was merely a low-grade enchanted item. That was useless to him, as he would be able to forge it himself, and its power might even be greater. He collapsed on the ground, and no matter what, he wouldn't get up. He began to snore just like that. What should we do? Just leave him here. Pull him to the side so no one steps on him. Boss only said that he had to get to the 333rd stair. This is already beyond expectations. One of the squad leaders pulled him to a corner and then continued forward. 360 Dragonblood warriors had all reached the 666th stair. Quite a few of them had obtained weapons that they wanted, or even cultivation techniques and secret tomes. There were also medicinal pills and protective items, etc. They were incomparably excited. Seeing them so excited, the monastery heads couldn't help sighing. The Dragonblood warriors really were easily satisfied. That was a good thing, as it raised their morale and expelled their negative emotions. But as for the previous celestials, the items they had pulled out had been quite a bit better than theirs, but many of them had shaken their heads and sighed, feeling like their luck was bad. Without even knowing it, that increased the pressure on them. The Dragonblood warriors continued forward. Behind them, there were less than 10,000 disciples still fighting to go forward. The others had collapsed. Unable to see hope, they were invaded by their negative emotions. It was truly too difficult to endure. That was especially true since many of these elite disciples didn't even know their own reason for cultivating. Their parents had simply told them that they had to properly cultivate, that they had to excel, to bring honor to their ancestors, to conduct themselves properly. And so they had begun cultivating, but many of them didn't even know why they had to excel and why they had to bring honor to their ancestors. They had simply been forced to walk forward on this path. Now these geniuses had become weaklings. The better their family circumstances, the greater their origins and status, the easier they collapsed. It was those who came from comparatively poorer origins who had stronger wills. This situation occurred every time the netherworld heaven staircase was activated, so it was no longer a novel sight. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's only responsibility was to give them a cultivation environment. They didn't have the manpower or resources to properly educate each disciple in how to properly live their lives. Furthermore, their teachings would be the same. Cultivate, excel amongst your peers, bring honor to your ancestors, and conduct yourself properly. Close to half of the disciples hadn't reached the 333rd stair. As for those that had passed, 90% of them didn't reach the 666th stair. And in the end, of the 5,000 people that reached the 666th stair, a fifth of them directly collapsed after taking out their reward. One reason was perhaps because the treasure they had obtained hadn't given them any motivation to continue, and so they had lost that drive. Despite knowing each extra stair they climbed meant greater benefits, they were just too exhausted. The other more important reason was that even Xuanhuan, a rank 2 celestial, had collapsed there, while they were only ordinary disciples. They had already done their best, so there was no need for them to try anymore. Therefore, following the collapse of Xuanhuan, another 1,000 people fell. Following good examples was hard, but following bad examples was easy. The collapse of that many disciples caused even more negative emotions to surge out of the others. People collapsed left and right. Furthermore, the Dragonblood warriors were getting further and further away. They felt that they were so far that they couldn't possibly catch up. They no longer had the confidence to catch up to them. As a result of these factors, a chain reaction started. In the end, the disciple who walked the furthest only managed to take 16 steps before giving up. Now, the only ones still climbing were the Dragonblood Legion and the Celestials. 10,000 people had been turned into less than 400. The more talented they are, the more lacking their character is, said the Vice Sect Master expressionlessly. Other than Xuanhuan, All the monastery heads' expressions became a bit unnatural. They had already claimed that this was their strongest generation of disciples in all of their history. They had all been extremely confident in them, and they had said that they would definitely surpass the previous generation's records for the trials, including the netherworld heaven staircase. And they weren't necessarily wrong. They truly had surpassed the previous record in two ways. First, the number of people attending was double the previous trials. That was a number worthy of pride. As for the other way they had surpassed the record, in the last trial, there had been 5,000 disciples who had reached the 666th stair. That was essentially the same as this time. However, last time, over 2,000 disciples had also reached the 700th stair, but this time, only 400 did. That disproportionate dropout rate was also a record. That made the monastery heads blush with shame. The vice-sect master was clearly dissatisfied with their teachings. All they had raised was a bunch of greenhouse flowers. But at least the disciples who reached the 700th stair are all extremely powerful. That's something gratifying, said one monastery head, in hopes of lifting the awkward atmosphere. Yes, they really are powerful, but does their strength have the slightest thing to do with how you raised them? Asked the vice-sect master. That monastery head really was stupid. If the vice-sect master had criticisms, he should have just listened and let it be. Instead, he disgraced himself even more. The Dragonblood warriors were the 36th super monastery's disciples. They had nothing to do with him, but he had tried to act like he had contributed. Xuanhuan couldn't help sighing upon seeing how those children were still persevering despite the pain. Just how much had they suffered to gain this power? They've reached the 900th stair. The netherworld heaven staircase once more trembled. Long Chen's group had already reached the 900th stair, and everyone's gaze is focused on them. Chapter 734 Sadist. That's too fast. One of the monastery heads let out a startled cry. In previous generations, it had taken a full day for any disciple to reach the 900th stair. But now, less than half a day had passed. These monastery heads had also once experienced the netherworld heaven staircase, so they knew how terrifying it was. The higher you went, the greater the difficulty was. The strongest amongst them had only climbed to the 780th stair. Looking at those figures, even the vice-sect master was moved. Those 5 figures were all terrifying. Of course, the most terrifying one was Long Chen. Long Chen's robes were already soaked in sweat, and he was panting heavily. He was the one under the most pressure. But in order to give the Dragonblood warriors morale, he could only clench his teeth and continue forward. He refused to fall behind by even a single step. The others weren't much better off than him. They were all panting and covered in sweat. They couldn't conceal their exhaustion. The pressure made it feel like mountains were crushing them. That was no illusion, but true pressure. This cruel trial was a test of both the mind and body. You're already tired, then I'll tire you bastards to death. Long Chen was also weary to the bone, but seeing how tired the others were, he felt incomparably comfortable inside. Just like that, he took an extra step forward. Shui Guanjai and the others' expressions changed. Previously, they had all been in a silent agreement to take a slight pause at the 900th stair. This would allow them to adjust to this pressure and take a slight break so they could climb higher. But Long Chen had taken the initiative to advance. They had no choice but to clench their teeth and continue. They had an urge to have a fight with him right now, but that would just benefit others. Damn it, tired is good. It's not like I'm the only one getting tired. To have 4 people accompany me, it's worth it. This was just Long Chen's way of comforting himself. He felt a kind of sadistic pleasure, and his mood became better with each step. Seeing them continue climbing without even taking a breath, everyone was startled. The vice-sect master's expression was a bit odd. With his vision, he could instantly tell what they were thinking. The youngsters these days really were interesting. But this kind of rush wasn't a good thing. Unless they could manage to climb to the top in one go, they would be forced to stop eventually. And if they were forced to stop instead of choosing to stop, then they would be invaded by their negative emotions, and they wouldn't be able to advance a single step. Behind them, Mengqi and Tang Wan'er were pale and sweaty, but their eyes were still hard and determined. They would chase after Long Chen. They would get stronger. They didn't want to become a burden to him. Their greatest desire was to one day be able to protect him the way he had protected them. Only they knew just how tired Long Chen was. He never said how much he suffered, as saying it didn't have any use. He had no backer to rely on and could only rely on himself. Normally, Long Chen would act like a scoundrel without a proper thought, but only the people closest to him knew how much he had had to endure. He also needed help, and he also needed protection. Mengqi and Tang Wan'er held hands as they climbed. Although they weren't as fast as Long Chen, their steps were extremely steady. This was the optimal way of climbing. They had already reached the 853rd stair. Behind them were Gu Yang and the other Celestials. I can't go any further. I have to rest here. When they reached the 830th stair, a Celestial from the 17th Super Monastery finally couldn't hold on and sat down. Get up, how can you let yourself be the first one to collapse? Shouted a Celestial. These Celestials had actually long since felt that they had reached their limit, but their dignity refused to allow them to be the first Celestial to give up, so they had pushed themselves to continue. But now, one person was finally done. That was a fatal blow to the others. The collapse of one person greatly affected their mental states. That was especially true since they were all completely exhausted. Seeing that person now peacefully sleeping, they couldn't resist the temptation. Fuck it, I'm tired, too. The Celestial who had just shouted at him to get up sat down. He instantly became completely relaxed and fell into a deep slumber. You guys can continue. I feel like I've also reached my limit. Another Celestial lay down. A relaxed and peaceful smile appeared on his face. That smile seemed incredibly happy. The distant monastery heads couldn't help sighing. Now there'll be trouble. Perhaps they'll all collapse here. They had a deep understanding of the netherworld heaven staircase. The feeling of exhaustion was practically a poison that could instantly infect a person's will. Physically, they're far from reaching their limit. It's just that their will isn't strong enough. How regretful. However, to only collapse at the 830th stair, this record really is not bad. In previous generations, the average for Celestials was the 800th stair. Reaching the 810th stair was a limit. The fact they had endured until the 830th stair was because they had profited from Gu Yang and the others. Their pride had refused to allow them to lose to their juniors, who had only just awakened as Celestials. That was the only reason they had endured this long. But a person had their limits and they had already surpassed theirs, which was a good thing. Gu Yang and the others ignored them. They continued pushing forward. Their only thought was to follow Long Chen. Whether it was Gu Yang or the Dragon Blood Warriors, they didn't treat the Netherworld Heaven staircase as a trial. They treated it as a battle they had to win, because this trial would decide whether or not they could follow in Long Chen's footsteps, whether or not they could one day stand at the peak of the martial path. If they wanted to fight alongside Long Chen, then they couldn't allow themselves to be thrown too far behind. Otherwise, there would come a day when they would never be able to see his back again. It could be said that Long Chen was their conviction. It was Long Chen who had brought them to heights that they had never imagined, letting them see a greater world. Long Chen had given them everything, but they had to work hard to keep up with him, because if they were unable to follow him one day, that would be worse than death to them. They refused to allow such a thing to happen. The collapse of those people didn't affect Gu Yang and the others because their only goal was Long Chen. Only Long Chen would be able to influence them. Although each step they took was difficult and their bodies trembled, they were filled with resolve. They had no intention of giving up. Heavens, even they've reached the 800th stair. How is that possible? When the first Dragon Blood Warrior reached the 800th stair, everyone was shaken. In all of history, only Celestials had reached that height. That wasn't because Celestials had greater wills, but that the heavenly Taos would reduce the pressure they were under. But these Dragon Blood Warriors didn't have that advantage. The most shocking thing was that even after reaching that high, each of the Dragon Blood Warriors' expressions were still so determined. Despite their bodies being unsteady, they didn't make a sound. Despite being soaked in sweat, they simply clenched their teeth. They all continued onwards. What terrifying determination, sighed a monastery head. Long Chen isn't the only heaven-defying monster. Even the people by his side are all monsters. The 830th stair. One of the squad leaders had reached the 830th stair. Looking at the snoring Celestials on that step, his body trembled. He's already reached his limit. Despite that, all of the monastery heads felt admiration. Damn. What? Blood suddenly splashed on the netherworld heaven staircase. That squad leader had taken out a dagger and stabbed himself in the shoulder. The intense pain caused him to frown slightly, but it also caused his exhaustion to lessen as well. He became slightly more energized, allowing him to continue forward. How ruthless! Even the monastery heads' hearts pounded. That squad leader had stabbed the dagger in the space between his bones. That was the most painful spot where the nerves were concentrated. Only people specialized in torture would be able to so precisely aim for that spot. It was the best way to torment your opponents. That was enough pain to make them beg for death. But he had merely frowned before continuing. These old fellows were incomparably shocked. Behind him, the other Dragonblood warriors had also reached their limits. They followed his lead, taking out daggers and stabbing themselves in the most painful spots possible without hesitation. That scene was chilling to the bone. I finally understand why they're so strong. It's no coincidence, it was inevitable, praised one monastery head. The Dragonblood warriors' display showed them just how terrifying willpower could be. It wasn't just talent that decided a person's future. At the top of the Dragonblood Legion was Long Chen, and at the bottom were the Dragonblood warriors. Each one of them was unyielding and courageous, with a will of steel. Suddenly, an angry roar rang out from ahead. Everyone hastily looked up. Previously, their attention had been focused on the Dragonblood warriors, so when they now looked at where Long Chen and the others were, they all jumped in shock. The final 3 stairs. They had currently reached the 996th stair. The 5 of them were trembling, and that furious roar had come from Zhao Wuji. They had obviously reached their limits. The monastery heads could no longer remain sitting. They stood, watching with rapt attention. These final 3 steps were the most crucial. Chapter 735, Terrifying Formation. At this point, the 5 of them could no longer advance. They all stopped as they had no choice but to adjust themselves first. Here, their bodies, minds, souls, hearts, and wills were all enduring a harsh trial. This was the most ruthless moment. After their fierce climb here, they had reached a limit. They had to take a breather, but at the same time, they had to endure the powerful pressure here and resist the encroachment of their negative emotions. Long Chen took 3 deep breaths before directly stepping towards the 997th stair. Shui Guanjai and the others' expressions became ugly. This bastard, they were infuriated. It was like Long Chen was intentionally opposing them. He refused to give them a moment's rest. If they allowed Long Chen to climb to the top before them, wouldn't it signify that he was the strongest of them all? Although they were furious, they also followed. However, the powerful pressure that descended upon them at the 997th stair caused their expressions to change. Cry of the Heavenly Daos. Shui Guanjai, Zhao Wuji, Yue Qianchen, and Zhang Wuyan activated their Heavenly Dao manifestations at the same time. The pressure immediately lightened for them. As for Long Chen, he vomited a mouthful of blood, his expression exceedingly ugly and furious. I refuse to believe I can't get up. Long Chen was ruthless, and he forced his way up. Just like that, he forced his way onto the 997th stair. But by the time he reached there, Shui Guanjai and the others had already begun charging toward the 998th stair. They were relying on their cries of the Heavenly Daos for a spurt of energy, hoping to directly reach the end like this. But when they reached the 998th stair, they were forced back by a terrifying force. Shui Guanjai and the others were completely startled. They hadn't expected the 998th stair's difficulty to be several times that of the 997th stair. They didn't manage to get up. Instead, the rebound force caused them to almost cough up blood. Water waves break the heavens. Shui Guanjai suddenly was surrounded by water runes. They formed a channel in front of him that he directly charged through. Boom! The entire netherworld heaven staircase shook. Shui Guanjai was the first to step onto the 998th stair. However, people saw that the Heavenly Dao runes around him were constantly revolving and changing shape, as if they were currently being compressed by some invisible force. Good, Shui Guanjai has done well. He's the first to reach the 998th stair and has taken the lead, laughed Shui Yunкang. Suddenly, sword light pierced forward. An ear-piercing sound rang out as Yue Qianchen took action. His aura completely erupted like a sword coming out of its sheath. He also stepped onto the 998th stair. At the same time, Zhang Wuyan and Zhao Wuji took action as well. Zhao Wuji was covered in a layer of dirt yellow light. It was like a set of armor, and with a single punch, it was like space had exploded. He relied on that to get up. As for Zhang Wuyan, a blood mark appeared on her forehead, forming a rune. However, only the more erudite people knew that it was no rune but an immortal character, Zhang. This was Zhang Wuyan's ancestral mark. There were many kinds of ancestral marks, and any Xiantian expert's descendants would inherit some bloodline power. However, Zhang Wuyan's ancestor had been a terrifying king. The power of her ancestral mark was on a completely different level than Gu Yang's. The instant the ancestral mark appeared, the void trembled. It was like some mysterious energy was coming from her forehead, one that suppressed the spatial fluctuations. She also reached the 998th stair. Now the only one left was Long Chen. He was panting for breath on the 997th stair. This scene caused people's expressions to become a bit odd. HMPH, a bumpkin really is a bumpkin. Now you should understand the difference, sneered Shui Guanjai from above. The others looked at Long Chen. They didn't say anything, but the contempt in their eyes was clear. Wait, something's wrong. When Long Chen fought Shui Guanjai, that huge rainbow ring was so powerful. Why isn't he using it? Wondered some people. This was a perplexing question. What was Long Chen thinking? He had clearly reached his limit, but he was still holding back his trump card. HMPH, even you people can be called heavenly geniuses. This netherworld heaven staircase is clearly a test for the will, physical body, and soul. But what you are doing is basically cheating, and yet you can still sneer at others disdainfully. I really have to admire you. How did you manage to cultivate your face to such a thickness? Today, I'll display what it means to be a true man and what attitude a true cultivator should possess. Without any technique, I will rely just on myself to reach the 999th stair. I'll let you idiots open your eyes to the world, sneered Long Chen. His voice contained a trace of anger. In truth, he was extremely angry. What he had just said were simply words of rage. In truth, when they had summoned their cries of the heavenly Taos, Long Chen wouldn't be so stupid as to still hold back. He had also begun to summon his divine ring. But he had only just started and had yet to truly bring it out when the pressure on him suddenly increased by dozens of times. He had almost been crushed to death before he hastily stopped. Even so, he had still vomited blood. Only now did Long Chen realize his divine ring was different from their heavenly Tao manifestations. His divine ring was something that helped him absorb energy from the surroundings. As a result, the surrounding energy had been drawn toward him. Energy that contained a powerful pressure had almost crushed him flat. Long Chen now knew that he would probably be extremely miserable today. Now that Shui Guanjai sneered at him, he had found a chance to counterattack, cursing them in such a melodramatic way without giving them any way to retort. You? Fine, then let me see how you manage with no outside force, raged Shui Guanjai. It had to be known that they had had to use their full strength with the cry of the heavenly Taos in order to reach the 998th stair. They refused to believe he could climb his way without any outside force. That would just be an idiot's dream. He was definitely just posturing. They couldn't be bothered to say anything more to Long Chen, and they began to approach the 999th stair. As they got closer, their expressions changed. They sensed endless pressure from the 999th stair, and that pressure contained a dense aura of death. They sensed a mortal danger from that pressure. In other words, climbing to the 999th stair might kill them. They had never dreamed that the 999th stair would actually pose a danger to their lives. If they messed up, they would lose their lives here. It's definitely fake. How could they allow us to die here? I refuse to believe it. Zhao Wuji snorted and charged toward the 999th stair. When he stepped onto the 999th stair, a translucent flying sword shot toward Zhao Wuji. He hastily blocked, but that flying sword tore through his defense and left a foot-long wound on his chest. They were horrified. When it came to physical defense, Zhao Wuji was the strongest. The runes revolving around him were even stronger than his spiritual qi armor. But he had been injured after just one attack. Then they, who did not specialize in defense, would be slashed in two, right? HMPH, let me try it. Shui Guanjai extended a hand. A water arrow shot toward the 999th stair, but he wrapped himself with endless runes first. Another flying sword shot out, smashing apart the water arrow and piercing through Shui Guanjai's water runes. Shui Guanjai was appalled. He hadn't expected that his water runes would be pierced as easily as water in front of that flying sword. It hadn't been able to resist at all. Skywater shield. He hastily formed 3 water shields in front of him, but that sword continued to pierce through them. Just as the sword was about to pierce his heart, it lost its energy and disappeared. Shui Guanjai's face was pale. The 4 of us should go from 4 different directions to see if we can scatter its power, suggested Zhang Wuyan. The others nodded and spread out. But when they attempted it again, the four of them all received counterattacks, and the power hadn't weakened at all. "We have to take a risk. Don't hold back. Charge with your full strength or it will be impossible," said Xuanhuan. The others hesitated but nodded. The 999th stair was too difficult, and there was no room for technique. They could only go all out. From their previous tests, they had found this barrier to be incomparably powerful. Without going all out, they wouldn't be able to pass it. "Attack!" The four of them began to shine with runic light. Activating their strongest defense, they charged to the 999th stair. Boom! The staircase trembled, and suddenly, thousands of flying swords shot out mercilessly at them. Blood splashed. Countless swords pierced through their bodies and they were sent flying back. All the Xuanhuan Dao Sect's experts' expressions changed. How could this be? Chapter 736, Surpassing Themselves. The four of them were miserably blown back to the 998th stair. They were wildly vomiting blood and filled with horror. They hastily circulated their heavenly Dao runes to heal. Just now, they had been the slightest bit away from being completely crushed. In that instant, they had smelled the scent of death. It was like the Grim Reaper's sickle had brushed right up against their throats. The Xuanhuan Dao Sect's experts were all shocked. They had never expected this situation. This was the Eastern Wasteland's Xuanhuan branch, Sect's strongest batch of geniuses in all of history. But they were all stopped in front of the 999th stair. Although the experts were still far away, they had sensed just how terrifying that killing mechanism was. Even they felt a chill. Is it trying to force them into despair? Why does the trial refuse to allow them to pass even though they've reached that point? Complained one monastery head. What is going on? Has something happened with the 999th stair? In previous generations, weren't there disciples who managed to reach the 999th stair? Why can't I remember anything from then? Questioned one of the older experts. That's because the memories regarding the final stair have all been erased. All of you are the same. Once this trial is over, the memories about the final part will disappear, said the vice sect master. Their hearts shook. It was no wonder they clearly remembered that there had been disciples to reach the 999th stair, but when they tried to recall that scene, they weren't able to recall it in the slightest. Whether it was the Xuanhuan Sea, the Nine Netherworld Path, or the Netherworld Heaven Staircase, they were all activated by the head sect. Even they didn't have the qualifications to interfere. If they tried, the laws here would immediately kill them. Even the vice sect master wasn't an exception. But this abnormal difficulty isn't even a trial, it's just murder, cried a monastery head. A single flying sword had the power to kill a celestial. Just now, tens of thousands of them had shot out at the same time, almost killing the four of them. It was lucky they had brought out their strongest defense beforehand, or they would have already died. This is a trial, it shouldn't kill our elite disciples. There should be some unknown method to pass. The vice sect master frowned. Although that was what he said, even he wasn't sure. Furthermore, the Netherworld Heaven Staircase had its own laws. There was no way for them to transmit their voices to the disciples on it. Boom! The Netherworld Heaven Staircase shook everyone. Everyone jumped, thinking the four heavenly geniuses had attempted to attack the 999th stair again. However, they found out that the four of them hadn't moved. They were still healing. This rumbling was from a certain figure stepping onto the 998th stair. It's Long Chen. Heavens, he really is not using any technique. He's crazy. There were no fluctuations coming from Long Chen's body. He was clearly using just the power of his physical body. It had to be known that the four heavenly geniuses had had to use their full strength to just barely reach the 998th stair. Is he stupid? Is this worth it? He'll be directly crushed to death by the pressure. What is his reason? Does he really need to care so much about his face? None of them knew that it wasn't the case of him caring so much about his face, but that he really had no other option. The divine ring would only bring him down. As for the 3-star battle armor, it was connected to the divine ring. The principle was the same, and once he activated it, although his power would multiply, the pressure would also be absorbed. It wasn't worth it. His previous words were just to give himself an excuse, to make others think he was posing. It was to conceal the bitter truth. He was already doing his absolute best. One foot was just barely on the edge of the 998th stair, but the surrounding pressure crashed down upon him. He was like a small boat trying to stay afloat on wild waves. He might capsize at any moment. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er had already stopped at the 900th stair. They had reached their limit. Although their wills were strong enough, their physical bodies were unable to continue. They watched Long Chen attentively. Gu Yang and the others were right behind them. They had also reached the 900th stair. Boss really is boss. He's too strong. Gu Yang couldn't help sighing. Even against rank 2 Celestials, he didn't rely on any outer force and still reached the same level. The Dragon Blood warriors had reached the 880th stair. Whether it was in terms of will or physical body, they had reached an absolute limit. There was no way for them to advance any further. Brothers, do you see? That's our boss. He's using his own power to tell us a person's potential is limitless. As long as you are determined enough, you can surpass yourself. In truth, your strength surpasses your imagination. So brothers, what are you still waiting for? Currently, this is our limit. But do you see it? Boss is currently fighting his own limits, but us. Are we not capable of surpassing our limits as well? If we can't surpass ourselves, how are we supposed to follow boss? Remember our oath. We will make the name of our Dragon Blood Legion reverberate throughout the world. Do you still remember? Roared one of the squad leaders. Seeing Long Chen going all out without any intention of giving up, his own passion was ignited. Long Chen was fighting with all his might, but he still heard what they were saying. Despite how thick his face was, his cheeks became burning hot. Your boss has no way around this, which is why he has to do this. Do you really think I would be that stupid? But hearing that speech made the pressure on Long Chen increase even more. Even if he had to die, he had to charge up there. Otherwise, how would he have the guts to face his brothers? Fuck it, Long Chen clenched his teeth, and he suddenly charged forward. His shoulders dislocated, and the immense pressure almost sent him flying. He hastily pulled one foot back to the lower stair, maintaining an equilibrium. Seeing that he didn't succeed, Shui Guanjai and the others sneered. Obviously, they thought that he was just posturing, but his big words had made him seem like an idiot now. Seeing how miserable Long Chen appeared, they felt much more comfortable inside. He appeared even more miserable than they did. Meng Qi and the others' hearts clenched. Although they hadn't reached that height, it was obvious that the pressure was unimaginable just from the fact that the 4 heavenly geniuses had had to summon the cries of the heavenly Taos to just barely get to that level. Fuck, what is this ridiculous pressure? Is it trying to break my confidence? Long Chen snorted inside. Just now, he had truly had an urge to give up. That was a sign his negative emotions were getting out of control. Idiot, who do you think I am? I still have countless problems to deal with, and this little bit can't count as anything. If this minor setback could stop me, how would I walk to the peak of the martial path? How would I find out about my origins? How would I find my parents? How would I get revenge against whoever stole my spirit, bone, blood, and root? The more he thought about it, the more furious Long Chen became. That was especially true when he recalled what he had seen in Future Lake. He had watched those hands take his spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone. Those negative emotions were all expelled by him. The only thing remaining was a gushing killing intent. Break! Long Chen's furious roar was like thunder. The space in front of him trembled, and he finally reached the 998th stair. He did it, do you see, brothers? Boss has already shown us what we have to do. Continue charging, surpass your limits, and surpass yourselves, cried the squad leader. Surpass our limits, surpass ourselves. The Dragon Blood warriors' cries rang out louder and louder. It reached a level that seemed like even the sky was shaking. It was like they had been completely revived. Despite already having reached their limits, they continued pushing forward. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's higher-ups were all stunned. Just what kind of people were they? Was a person's potential truly unlimited? When the Dragon Blood warriors had reached the 830th stair, they had thought they would definitely not be able to reach the 840th stair. When they had reached the 840th stair, they would have bet their heads that they had reached their limits and wouldn't be able to reach the 850th stair. Even so, now they had already reached the 880th stair. The majority of them were covered in blood, with daggers stabbed throughout their bodies in the most painful places. They used pain to force back their negative emotions. However, despite having truly reached the limit, they once more continued forward with Long Chen's encouragement. If they don't fall, they will become this world's most terrifying warriors, said the Vice Sect Master. With his vision, he could clearly see that they had truly reached their limits, whether it was mentally or physically. But now they were surpassing those limits. In truth, this was just a saying, as it was fundamentally impossible. The limit people spoke of was usually only 80% of their true power. Surpassing your limits was excavating that remaining 20%. But the Dragonblood warriors had already excavated all that potential. The only thing allowing them to continue was willpower. If they had been in the outside world, they would have long since collapsed. But on the netherworld heaven staircase, as long as a person's will was strong enough, they could constantly break through their own limits. This was the strongest aspect of the netherworld heaven staircase, one that made it worthy of being the final trial. What do you want to fight? As soon as Long Chen got up, Shui Guanjie glared at him. Chapter 737, The Only Way to Pass. Everyone watching was on edge as they knew that Shui Guanjie's enmity with Long Chen was deep. Back in the Xuanhuan Sea, he had lost to him. Now Long Chen had just reached the 998th stair. If Shui Guanjie wanted to attack, Long Chen would most likely suffer. But after this long, everyone had realized Long Chen's temperament. He was someone who dared to do anything. If Shui Guanjie really did attack, Long Chen would definitely explode and counterattack with his full strength. And this time would not be the same as last time. It would definitely be a battle to the death. The Xuanhuan Dao Sect's higher-ups were all worried except for Zhou Tianyi. The person who worried the most was naturally Shui Yunkang. Of course he hoped for Shui Guanjie to suppress Long Chen. But if Shui Guanjie really attacked now, it would no longer be an ordinary competition. Furthermore, it was impossible for the ones outside to interfere with what was happening on the netherworld heaven staircase. Let alone interfering, they couldn't even say anything to them. In truth, Long Chen was also a bit uneasy. This netherworld heaven staircase put him at too great of a disadvantage. If Shui Guanjie attacked now, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. But he coldly smiled at Shui Guanjie. I've already told you, if you want to die, come at me anytime. You don't need to worry so much about the timing or location. Shui Guanjie was silent for a moment as he sized up Long Chen. You must be too afraid. All I did was stand up and stretch. This netherworld heaven staircase must restrict your magical art. Are you unable to summon your ring here? Shui Guanjie stared closely at Long Chen's eyes. He had clearly seen through some clues and wanted to find the proof. Perhaps you can try it, Long Chen smiled. Hearing Shui Guanjie's words, the others were startled. Was Long Chen really unable to use his magical art on the netherworld heaven staircase? If that was true, then Long Chen was the weakest of them all here. They could send him flying with a wave of a hand. But it was impossible to tell anything from Long Chen's expression. Despite suspecting him, Shui Guanjie didn't dare to actually attack him. If he was right, then it would be acceptable. But if he was wrong and Long Chen was just stubborn and refused to summon his divine ring, he would be screwed. First, ignoring the question of whether or not he could even defeat Long Chen, just being entangled with him would put himself at a disadvantage when fighting to get the 999th stair. Furthermore, with Long Chen's temperament, it truly might be a bit dangerous. How gutless. Long Chen smiled, and just like that, he began walking toward the suspecting Shui Guanjie, startling everyone. Shui Guanjie immediately tensed. You really don't want to try me. Don't blame me for not giving you an opportunity. Long Chen stopped when he was around 30 meters from Shui Guanjie. This distance was the absolute limit. If he took another step, the two would definitely begin to fight, unless one of them retreated. Shui Guanjie's eyes were cold. He was 80% sure he was right, and Long Chen was just bluffing, but he also didn't dare to take the risk. That was because Long Chen was too mysterious. All kinds of strange things might happen around him. If his deduction was wrong and Long Chen was just baiting him, he would have to endure a tempest of attacks from him. He wasn't afraid of a battle, but he didn't want to waste his energy here. That would just be helping out the other three. You're too useless. Long Chen shook his head and walked away. You? Shui Guanjie was just about to say something when he suddenly found out that Long Chen was walking straight toward the 999th stair without even resting. Everyone was shocked, even the monastery heads. What was he doing? Was this scoundrel trying to constantly test out their startled expressions? Shui Wuhan was extremely nervous. Long Chen never did things normally. During these trials, he had used up all the shocked expressions these people would get in their lifetimes. He was clearly already on the verge of collapse, but he still wanted to charge directly to the 999th stair. Was he crazy? Shui Guanjie and the others were first startled, but then they smiled coldly. Currently, Long Chen had no divine ring, And furthermore, there were no spiritual yuan fluctuations coming from his body. Going to the 999th stair was purely suicidal. Is he really trying to commit suicide? Cried a monastery head. The vice sect master's eyes seemed to glow. He thought of something, but then that thought slipped away. It was like something was trying to surface in his mind, but he wasn't able to grab it. As Long Chen advanced, a flying sword shot out, piercing his leg. He stumbled, but he didn't stop. He continued climbing. Furthermore, his expression was still completely calm. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking, but they all thought he was trying to get himself killed. The instant his foot stepped onto the 999th stair, countless flying swords suddenly shot out like a tide. But Long Chen still didn't attempt to block or dodge them. He allowed them to pierce through his body. Each of them left behind a bloody hole. It was shocking how sharp those flying swords were. After all, everyone was aware of just how powerful Long Chen's physical body was. It would take incredible power to injure him, but these flying swords pierced through him so easily. That wasn't because of their shooting power, but because of how incisive they were. The four heavenly geniuses' expressions changed. Previously, they hadn't had a chance to clearly see those flying swords. Now they saw just how terrifying they were as they brought a rain of Long Chen's blood. Boom! When Long Chen's second foot touched the 999th stair, the entire netherworld heaven staircase shook intensely. Endless pressure descended. Millions of flying swords gathered together, forming one huge sword. Once that sword formed, a huge vortex appeared around it as pressure began to condense. What? Even before this sword shot out, the aura it released was apocalyptic. There was no way a human could block it. So that's what it was. The vice sect master finally came to a sudden comprehension upon seeing that huge sword. Boom! The huge sword pierced forward, instantly enveloping Long Chen. Long Chen, Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er were pale. Their hands covered their mouths as they were filled with absolute shock. What? When the light of the swords faded, people finally saw Long Chen again. He was on the 999th stair in the same state as before the final sword had struck him. Long Chen smiled. As expected, his gamble had been right. As the light faded, the pressure around him weakened. Furthermore, his injuries began to heal. He felt endless life energy nourishing him. This is good stuff. He rapidly circulated the primal chaos space, absorbing this life energy. Previously, he had almost died from trying to refine the green dragon essence blood. To recover, he had used up all the life energy in the primal chaos space. Endless life energy surged into the primal chaos space. Those withered trees and medicinal ingredients rapidly regained their vitality. Furthermore, Long Chen's injuries were rapidly healing. Long Chen was definitely taking more than his share. While he rapidly absorbed this energy, everyone just stood there, stunned. They were unable to understand how he had done this. That final attack had released a blinding light that had made it so none of them had seen how he had survived. It had even isolated him from spiritual probing. They had no idea what technique he had used to block that final attack. I remember. The vice sect master's words brought the monastery heads out of their shock and back to reality. What did you remember? They hastily asked. I remember how that previous disciple managed to charge onto the 999th stair. A complicated expression appeared on the vice sect master's face. My memories are sealed, but in this special situation they can be partially released. Just now I remembered. It is impossible to charge onto the 999th stair. To put it more specifically, it is impossible to charge onto it through brute force. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to resist the formation. Even I would be exterminated. What? All of them turned pale. If that was true, how had Long Chen passed? The vice sect master sighed. I really can't tell if Long Chen is suicidal or not. He actually managed to find out the only way to reach the 999th stair. The only way. The 999th stair doesn't test a person's physical strength, spiritual strength, or will. Instead, it tests a person's courage. It tests whether or not a person dares to risk their life to reach the peak of the martial path. You mean the final step is just to frighten others? You can put it that way. The netherworld heaven staircase won't take the lives of disciples. This is something I've already told them. But the final formation's killing intent will influence a cultivator's instincts. The stronger a person is, the more they will trust those instincts. So, the final test is just to see who dares to fight with their life on the line. Suddenly, a translucent flying sword shot down from the sky, turning one monastery head into a bloody mist. Chapter 738. The younger generation will surpass the previous generations. This sudden attack had come without the slightest warning. Even the Vice-Sect Master hadn't had the slightest opportunity to save him. A metallic tag clattered to the ground. There was a line of words on there, but the writing was incomplete. "Idiot, what did I just say? You can't record anything about the trial or you'll be exterminated by the laws," cursed the Vice-Sect Master. Obviously, this monastery head had tried to secretly record information about the final trial, but after just a few words, he was destroyed. The other monastery heads were pale with terror. That flying sword had come so suddenly that it was practically unblockable. Quite a few of them had been tempted to secretly record this information, as well before their memories about this portion of the trial were wiped away. If they were aware of the final test beforehand, it would be extremely beneficial to the disciples. Two monastery heads were even covered in cold sweat. They were both holding a steel tablet in their hands and had been about to do the same as the first one. "You really are idiots. What do you think this trial is? Have you become addicted to cheating? You're truly beyond cure," said the Vice-Sect Master gloomily. These people were too stupid. They had actually treated his words of advice as nonsense. This trial was the greatest foundational trial within the Xuanhuan Dao sect. How could it be so easy to tamper with it? Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosive sound cut off the Vice-Sect Master's chiding. Following the source, they saw Shui Guanji's group of 4 had once more attempted to charge onto the 999th stair. But as a result, they had only just taken one step onto it when endless swords once more forced them back. This time, they appeared even more miserable than before. "Impossible," roared Shui Guanji. "Why could Long Chen get up there but they couldn't?" Unfortunately for them, the ones watching them with the Vice-Sect Master couldn't tell them anything. They also realized why it had been so many generations since someone had managed to reach the 999th stair. Only someone as crazy as Long Chen and used to risking their life could get up there. In truth, everyone, including the Vice-Sect Master, had misjudged Long Chen. The reason he had managed to charge up to the 999th stair wasn't because he was so used to risking his life. Instead, it was the 9-star Hegemon body art's sharp perception and intuition that told him that the 999th stairs formation might appear to be a killing formation, but its killing intent was fake. It was able to trick other people's spiritual perception, but it was unable to trick the 9-star Hegemon body art. Furthermore, through some clues, he understood what the formation's purpose was. That was why he had charged up. This kind of formation would suppress you the more you resisted. Normal people definitely wouldn't dare to bet their lives. If Long Chen didn't have confidence in the 9-star Hegemon body art, he also wouldn't have dared. Even though he had been sure, he had still been apprehensive. This formation's deceptive ability was truly shocking. Swords once more shot out with the 4 heavenly geniuses failing once more. The 4 of them were miserable to the peak and completely covered in blood. They had tried 4 times, but no matter what they tried, they were unable to break through the formation. Their confidence was greatly shaken. Furthermore, in their perception, that terrifying sword Long Chen had been attacked with was the true attack, but they were forced back by the most preliminary attacks. That made them especially dejected. The most hateful thing was that they could see Long Chen on the 999th stair wrapped in endless energy. His aura was rapidly rising, and his injuries were also recovering quickly. That made them even more anxious. The final reward was on the 999th stair. They were afraid Long Chen would directly take it after recovering. It was just that right now, they didn't even know where the final reward was. Boom! Once more they charged, they were injured, and they were blown back miserably. Their confidence had received an unprecedented blow. That was especially true of Zhao Wuji and Shui Guanji. Seeing Long Chen on the 999th stair, flames almost burst from their eyes. They were unable to accept that Long Chen was stronger than them. After they were once more blown back, Yue Qianchen stood up with a determined light in his eyes. This time, he didn't release his aura. Just like Long Chen, he directly charged up. Sharp swords mercilessly pierced through his body, but Yue Qianchen ignored them decisively. Haha, this child Yue Qianchen has finally made his resolve. The Wang family head smiled. Only like this could he reach the 999th stair. At this time, the 3 others also thought of a certain possibility, but they didn't immediately move. They just watched. As expected, when Yue Qianchen completely stepped onto the 999th stair, That huge sword once more appeared, bringing with it endless pressure as it slashed down on Yue Qianchen. Everyone's eyes were wide open. Yue Qianchen had no defenses up. Suddenly, the light became blinding, completely blocking their sight. After a loud explosive sound, the light disappeared, and Yue Qianchen appeared not far from Long Chen. I understand. The three of them celebrated. Yue Qianchen had tested out a crazy theory, allowing them to understand the rules of the 999th stair. They all charged forward. This time, they didn't raise any defenses. In fact, they had to hold back their instincts or they would die. By controlling their instincts, they managed to do the same thing as Yue Qianchen and step onto the 999th stair. As soon as they did, a ball of energy wrapped around them, and their heavily injured bodies rapidly recovered. Suddenly, rumbling filled the air, and the netherworld heaven staircase trembled. Tang Wan'er and the others who were struggling on the 958th stair suddenly felt the majority of the pressure disappear. Everyone was startled, but they quickly charged up as fast as they could. Although they didn't know what was happening, they knew they had to take advantage of this opportunity to climb to the highest place possible. The Dragonblood warriors behind them also felt that the mountain-like pressure had lightened a great deal. They immediately began to charge up. What's going on? The monastery heads were dumbfounded. Had the netherworld heaven staircase lost its effect? How was this possible? The rules of the netherworld heaven staircase say that only 4 people are allowed on the 999th stair at the same time. Now that there are 5 people, it has caused a strange change. If my guess is right, this is perhaps an encouragement to the others. After all, it's fundamentally impossible for those ordinary disciples to reach the 999th stair. If their will is strong enough that they can still endure even after an expert reaches the 999th stair, then that means their will is truly shocking. Perhaps this is the encouragement of the heavenly Taos. Even the heavens have no choice but to show special consideration to them. This is an opportunity bestowed to them by the heavens, but this kind of opportunity is something only people like them can grasp. The vice sect master knew a few more rules about the netherworld heaven staircase than the others. The other experts looked from the ordinary disciples who had begun dropping out even before the 100th stair, to the celestials fallen on the 830th stair. Then they looked at the Dragonblood warriors. As expected, the heavens only gave opportunities to the strong. The weak didn't even have the power to take advantage of opportunities. They've reached the 998th stair. They were all shocked. Meng Qi and the others had surged all the way up to the 998th stair. But in truth, they were unaware that 90% of the pressure had disappeared, which was the only reason they had managed to charge up there. The other Dragonblood warriors also reached that height. They were completely exhausted, but that couldn't conceal their excitement. Brothers, it's the last step. Our Dragonblood Legion followed our boss out of seas of blood, and today we fought another fierce battle. Gu Yang stepped onto the 999th stair. The secret of the 999th stair was no longer a secret. Wasn't it just some pain? That was nothing to the Dragonblood warriors. As for braving the sensation of death, each of them had crawled out from a pile of corpses. If they really were afraid of death, they wouldn't have charged their way into the first monastery to fight with Long Chen when they had clearly known it was just sending themselves to their deaths. Sharp blades pierced through their bodies and blood dyed the stairs, but none of them made a sound. They didn't even frown. Instead, they were filled with pride. They had finally followed in Long Chen's footsteps. They were on the same stair as him. That was their glory. The sight of all of them standing on the 999th stair was deeply imprinted in the experts' heads. Over 360 people were now enveloped in light that was healing their bodies. Furthermore, they all entered a special state, and to them, it was like time was standing still. This is the blessing of the netherworld heaven staircase. It contains the principles of innumerable Taos. Although they will only comprehend a trace, it will bring them endless benefits. This is the true reward. The fact that they can obtain it means that these people really are geniuses amongst geniuses, praised the vice sect master. Perhaps the only truth of the heavenly Taos is that there is no absolute right and wrong, said Xuanhuan, as she looked at a rank 2 celestial lying on the 666th stair. 3 days later, the netherworld heaven staircase trembled, and everyone was suddenly awakened from their special state. They saw that a large platform had appeared at the top. Chapter 739, Heaven-Defying Karmic Luck. Everyone awoke, both the group of disciples on the 999th stair and the ones on the stairs below. When the ones below crawled up and saw that the 999th stair was full of people, they were incomparably shocked. "Ha ha ha, you guys really didn't let me down. It was worth me doing my best to encourage you," shouted Guo, ran unashamedly when he saw all the Dragonblood warriors had reached the 999th stair. The other disciples on the 666th stair glanced at him. They couldn't help but feel admiration. The thickness of his face was practically unrivaled beneath the heavens. The staircase trembled as a huge platform rose from the 999th stair. It was dozens of square miles, and the ancient runes carved into it released a majestic pressure. Just as everyone was wondering what to do, they were suddenly teleported off from the staircase. Why are we teleported off? What about our rewards?" asked Gu Yang. Everyone except Long Chen and the four heavenly geniuses had appeared on the same stage as the monastery heads and the vice-sect leader. They could only watch the netherworld heaven staircase from a distance. "You should be content. If it weren't for Long Chen and the four heavenly geniuses, do you really think you could have gotten to the 999th stair? The benefits you've gained from the 999th stair far surpass your imagination, so be happy," sighed one of the monastery heads. It really was a case of humans never knowing when enough was enough. They actually wanted to gain more treasures. These monastery heads didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Balls of light appeared beside Long Chen and the four heavenly geniuses. There were only 5 treasures for the 5 of them. Shui Guanjie took out a scale armor, and each scale was the size of a nail. There were natural lines on it that sparkled with divine light. "Damn it, all the good stuff is taken up by pigs. A dog's luck really is good," Long Chen couldn't help cursing. That armor looked incredibly powerful. It seemed like a high-grade enchanted item. Shui Guanjie was delighted. Suddenly, he bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the armor. The armor's runes lit up for a moment before dimming again. Long Chen knew that this level of enchanted item needed blood to recognize a master. This left a brand on the item, and only then could you release its power. This idiot had clearly struck gold. The next person to reach in was Zhao Wuji. He took out a long whip 8 feet long. It was unknown what material it was made of, but a red light danced along it that made it seem alive. With just a glance, it was obvious it was no ordinary item. It was also a high-grade enchanted item. Zhao Wuji tested the whip, and a simple flick caused space to tremble. That power was truly shocking. But Zhao Wuji had clearly never used this kind of weapon before. After swinging it a few times, he ended up striking his own toe. The skin broke and Zhao Wuji clenched his teeth in pain. People were shocked by how powerful the whip was and how easily it broke his defense. But it was funny that a Grand Celestial would end up injuring himself with his own weapon. Zhao Wuji's expression was ugly. This was a good weapon but unsuitable to him. It was also a red color, clearly for a woman. Zhang Wuyan's expression was also a bit ugly, as she took out an incomparably huge hatchet. Although she had been prepared, its weight caused it to clang onto the stair. Sparks flew. The hatchet was too big. It was also a high-grade enchanted item, but it was completely useless to Zhang Wuyan. She could only go to see if she could trade it for something better in the Xuanhuan Dao sect afterward. It was the same as Zhao Wuji. Both their weapons might be high-grade, but only a few people used them. The odds of them managing to trade for weapons on the same grade that they could use were low, so they were unhappy. As for Yue Qianchen, everyone was startled to see him pull out a stalk of grass. The grass was 2 feet long and half an inch thick. It looked just like a dagger. Its edges were sawtoothed and strange marks were present on it. "Heavenly sword grass." Yue Qianchen suddenly burst into laughter. He seemed like a completely different person from his previous icy, arrogant self. Long Chen immediately recognized it. This heavenly sword grass was a strange item. It innately possessed the will of the sword Dao and could help people comprehend it. It was a priceless treasure to a sword cultivator like Yue Qianchen. Even the distant Yue Zifeng looked at it enviously. This grass possessed a fatal attraction to any sword cultivator. If you could comprehend the energy inside it, it was said that you could gain a chance to become a god. Although gods were just legends that no one had ever seen, it still didn't change the fact that the heavenly sword grass was a treasure that sword cultivators would long for even in their dreams. Seeing 3 of them obtain high-grade enchanted items and Yue Qianchen obtain a treasure perfectly suited for him, Long Chen was much more at ease. It seemed all the rewards here were top-grade treasures. He reached his hand into the last ball of light. Despite knowing that he was picking from the highest grade rewards of the netherworld heaven staircase, he was still a bit nervous. He didn't immediately pull it out. It definitely wasn't boots. It also definitely wasn't a belt. It felt soft and flexible. He felt bumps. It should be from complicated runic marks. Chen was delighted, thinking he had finally obtained a treasure. When he pulled it out and revealed the treasure, everyone became deathly silent. It was red, woven from the finest silk. Two exquisite birds flapping their wings were embroidered onto it. A blouse. Everyone was dumbfounded. That was clearly a woman's garment, not some treasure. It was not an enchanted item, and no fluctuations could be felt from it. It was clearly just an ordinary piece of clothing. After a moment, laughter broke the stunned silence. A grand genius like Chen had actually obtained a blouse as a reward for the 999th stair. That shocking scene was too comical. Everyone was laughing. The only one not laughing was the vice sect master. Looking at the blouse, he was filled with shock. It had to be known that the chance of obtaining trash on the 999th stair was less than 1 in 100,000. He had run this trial many times. He had seen millions of disciples pick out their treasures. But he had never seen such a scenario. Experts had to possess karmic luck or they would die prematurely. Even the ordinary disciples, as long as they had the qualifications to attend this trial, they had to be people blessed with karmic luck. And the netherworld heaven staircase innately bestowed karmic luck onto the disciples on it. The percentages for obtaining treasures was based on having no karmic luck. But in truth, it was almost impossible for geniuses, people blessed by the heavens, to pull out trash. In all his years, after seeing millions of disciples attending, he had only ever seen one disciple pull out trash, and that had been on the 333rd stair. As for on the 666th stair, he had never seen anyone pull out trash. He had also gone through the history books. In hundreds of generations, no one had ever pulled out trash on the 666th stair. By the 999th stair, the rewards were all peak treasures. The odds of trash were basically non-existent. Although he didn't have the qualifications to go through the other 4 regions, records, he trusted that trash had never appeared on them. One time was a coincidence and twice was a miracle, but then what about the third time, heaven-defying? Then could it be that Chen? But that's impossible. Such people can't live this long. The vice sect master was completely bewildered. Ha ha ha, Chen, this blouse is not bad. Didn't you get a belt previously? You should put the blouse on too. Xuanhuan suddenly laughed, delighting at his misfortune. I've never worn such a thing. Can Sister Zhang help me by demonstrating how to wear it? Chen directly tossed the blouse to Xuanhuan. Her expression sank. With a wave of her hand, the blouse was blown apart. You despicable peon, shameless to the peak. Chen was infuriated. How was she any better than him in this situation? Why be so temperamental? I just wanted you to try it on. Furthermore, I didn't even ask you to take off the rest of your clothes to do it. You could have just put it on over clothes, but you were too embarrassed about your chest. You could have worn it backward. In any case, your back is just as flat as your chest, so the effect would be the same. Everyone was startled. Chen's mouth was a bit too vicious, wasn't it? But quite a few people ended up looking toward Zhang Wuyan's chest. As expected, it was a flat plane, a plane so flat that a horse could gallop on it. Tang Wan'er was laughing uncontrollably while Meng Qi was shaking her head. Chen was like the ancestor of all scoundrels. Zhang Wuyan really had been asking for it by insulting him. Even if you cultivated for 100 years, you wouldn't be able to beat him in this aspect. Die! Zhang Wuyan erupted in fury and punched Chen. She appeared in front of him without anyone even seeing how she had moved. As expected, none of the 4 heavenly geniuses was weak. A faint layer of light covered her fist. Space seemed as if it was being torn apart, and an ear-piercing sound rang out. Chen saw that her fist was strange, so he didn't take it head-on. He dodged, appearing several meters away. His movements were strange. They looked as if someone had tied an invisible string to him and had pulled him. His dodging movements didn't make any sense physically to others, and Zhang Wuyan's fist ended up hitting nothing but air. If a flat woman like you is still alive, why should I go to die? Chen shook his head. Zhang Wuyan was ashen with rage. She was just about to erupt with her full strength when a small table rose from the center of the platform in front of them. There was a foot-high jade case on the table. The final treasure has appeared. Chapter 741 against 4. As soon as that small table appeared, Chen and the others charged over. They all knew that was the netherworld heaven staircase's final and top reward. Although they didn't know what was inside, for it to appear now, even an idiot would know how important it was. Water Dragon Twister. Long Chen had only just gotten to the top of the platform when a huge water dragon condensed and shot towards him. Long Chen snorted. Circulating his spiritual yuan, he directly punched the water dragon. The powerful water dragon was directly blown apart. Water droplets splashed everywhere. After condensing the Enlightenment Palace star, Long Chen's strength was incomparable to his previous self. Back then, this water dragon had been difficult for him to deal with. The main reason was that the water dragon absorbed his energy. But after condensing the Enlightenment Palace star, even though it was just an initial form, his power had reached a point where the water dragon was unable to do anything. In his punch just now, he had concentrated his power, making it so the water dragon wasn't able to absorb much of anything. It was directly blown apart. That startled Shui Guanjai. He had never expected Long Chen's power to grow by so much in just a few days. Had he been hiding his power? Great earthen wall. Zhao Wuji slammed his hands on the ground. A huge earthen wall blocked Long Chen's path. Long Chen was just about to test the power of this wall when the sound of whistling wind came at him. He hastily punched out to meet it. Boom! This wind, which was released by a punch from Xuanhuan, knocked him back 3 steps. Long Chen was startled by how powerful she was. Suddenly, cold sword qi stabbed at him from behind. It came so quickly that Long Chen had no time to react. The tip had almost reached his back when he instinctively dodged to the side, but the tip still tore through his robes. Clamor erupted outside. How was it that the 4 heavenly geniuses were all targeting Long Chen together? What are you doing? Long Chen icily stared at the 4 of them. At this time, do you still have to ask such a stupid question? Are you a pig? I've already said that this battlefield is not yours. A bumpkin is a bumpkin. Although your luck might be good and you've managed to crawl to this height, that doesn't represent that you have the qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with us, understood? Sneered Shui Guan. Zhao Wuji said, Long Chen, if you're smart, you'll immediately scram. Although I really want to beat you up, now's not the time. So if you don't want to get beaten, get the fuck out of here. Zhang Wuyan also icily said, if you leave now, you can still maintain a bit of your despicable dignity. The treasure here has no fate with you, so you can leave now. Even the always silent Yue Qianchen opened his mouth. Just now, I was already merciful. If I had wanted to kill you, you wouldn't have been able to dodge. The 4 of them had actually decided to work together to get rid of Long Chen from the competition before deciding who would obtain the final treasure. Seeing this, the spectators were all shocked. Against the 4 of them, Long Chen would only be able to leave. But this result was unacceptable to many. This was going too far. The 4 heavenly geniuses were the apex figures in the Xuanhuan Dao sect. How could they work together against someone in the same realm? Isn't this going too far? Raged the 36th Super Monastery's disciples. Idiots, how is it too far? Does Long Chen like to show off? It's normal for people to find him irritating and want him to fuck off as soon as possible, ridiculed a disciple from another super monastery. Suddenly, the sound of bones breaking rang out, accompanied by a miserable scream. That person had barely finished speaking before a dragon-blood warrior had charged over and punched him in the nose. Pay attention to your words. Don't insult our boss again. If it weren't for the robes you're wearing, you would already be a corpse, he said coldly. Intolerable, how dare you attack others? An outraged crowd gathered. Stop! One of the monastery heads shouted, now you have the strength to fight. Why didn't you have this strength on the netherworld heaven staircase? Scram! The dragon-blood warrior snorted and returned to his camp. As for the person with the broken nose, although there was no danger to his life, his blood and tears intertwined, making him appear incredibly wretched. But this wasn't the place to fight, and he could only swallow his anger. Will Long Chen be all right? Asked Tang Wan'er worriedly. Sister-in-law, don't worry, that's our boss. Boss is unrivaled. So what if he's fighting the 4 heavenly geniuses? Said Gu Ran completely confidently. In the dragon-blood warrior's eyes, Long Chen was no longer a human, but a god, an undefeatable battle god. They had more trust in Long Chen than anyone. That deep-rooted trust said that their boss was undefeatable. Gu Ran's words caused quite a few disdainful snorts from the other super monasteries' disciples. The 4 heavenly geniuses had countless worshippers. The only reason they didn't say anything was because the 36th super monastery had those unreasonable country bumpkins. They might get attacked just by saying something. The Dragon Blood warriors felt that talking to these hypocrites who only knew how to use their mouths was a humiliation to them, so it was better to just directly use their fists. The Vice Sect Master didn't say anything, nor did he reveal any expression. He simply watched those figures, lost in thought. At this moment the four of them had blocked Long Chen's path forward. He sneered, "The reason you're working together against me is because you're afraid of me. This is the four heavenly geniuses. What happened to your dignity?" "Afraid of you? You're nothing," shouted Zhao Wuji. Long Chen ignored him, continuing, "The four of you understand each other much more than you understand me. You know each other's techniques, cultivation techniques, and fighting styles. But you know nothing about me or my true bottom line. The fact that I was the first to step onto the 999th stair has made you afraid. If you really had any confidence, if you really had any pride, you would never have done this. If you really believed you were unrivaled, how could you worry about that? Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. Having been raised by those wily foxes, you've also become so hypocritical. The cultivation path is inherently a path of struggle. It's understandable that you would do this, so why must you refuse to admit it? You clearly want to cheat, but why do you still want to act so grand? Why bother with this act? This is all I'll say. The treasure is mine, and anyone who fights over it with me will have their 5 limbs broken. Cough. Well, some people will only have 4 limbs broken. Long Chen suddenly realized he had misspoken, but it was too late to take back those words. The outsiders looked at Long Chen oddly. His previous words had actually made sense, but then they ended up being so wretched. Scoundrel, rogue, shameless to the peak. Zhang Wuyan gnashed her teeth. She had naturally realized that his correction was because of her. "At least it's better than you sanctimonious hypocrites. At least I accept what I do," sneered Long Chen. Shui Guanzhai, Zhao Wuji, Zhang Wuyan, and Yue Kainchen's expressions were exceedingly ugly. Long Chen's words were extremely insulting and clearly a slap to their faces. Furthermore, his words were right. The reason they wanted to kick Long Chen out first was because they were intimidated by him. They knew too little about him. The four of them knew about each other's abilities, and so they felt more confident against each other. Long Chen was an unknown variable that made them uncertain. Although Long Chen's words had been the truth, they didn't want to admit it. Thus, having been exposed by Long Chen, they were infuriated. They glanced at each other and immediately came to a consensus. They weren't going to just kick him out of here. They were going to take his life. If just one of them killed him, he or she would receive a heavy punishment. But if Long Chen was killed in a brawl between the 5 of them, there was no way the Xuanhuan Dao sect could punish them so heavily. Killing intent immediately formed in their hearts. "What the fuck, you're actually plotting to kill me?" Suddenly, Long Chen's figure disappeared as the 4 of them looked at each other. Just like a specter, he appeared in front of each of them, his hand slapping across their faces. "POW." A crisp and clear sound rang out. His speed was so fast that the 4 slaps sounded like one. "What?" From the disciples to the monastery heads, their jaws could not be lower. It was practically possible to see the food in their stomachs from their open mouths. How could they not be shocked? Long Chen had actually slapped all 4 of them at the same time, and not one of them had managed to block. This face-slapping art had reached a supernatural level. How could he slap the faces of the 4 heavenly geniuses at the same time? Although his face-slapping divine ability had been trained and refined to a supernatural level, to slap 4 people at the same time was still a challenge for Long Chen. He had only managed to accomplish it because of their cooperation. When the 4 of them had communicated with their eyes, they had never imagined Long Chen would dare to take the initiative to attack them. Furthermore, Long Chen's control over the netherworld ghost steps had reached the pinnacle. As for his face-slapping art, there was no need to say anything. There was no killing intent or killing power, so of course the 4 of them hadn't sensed anything. As a result, they had all been slapped at the same time, allowing them to go down in history. It could be said that this was a milestone for the cultivation world's face-slapping arts. The slap didn't really hurt. After a brief, stunned moment, they suddenly roared, their auras surging. Their cries of the heavenly Daos erupted, and their terrifying killing intent soared into the sky. "Long Chen, you'll definitely die.